Semifinals continue with the Rainbow Six Siege semifinals here in the NECC Fall 2022 semester. I'm Time to Light. Joined alongside me is Light Rose. It's Central Methodist University taking on if I could speak English, New England College Esports. Light Rose coming into our semifinal. It's Emergence East. How you feeling about it?
Well, good. I mean, I had the honor of getting NEC and their kind of blowout win against Louisville Black. I mean, Louisville Black had 4 combined rounds over 2 maps, so it kind of breezed their way into the semifinals, but they're going up against a little bit of an underdog. I mean, CMU were the lower seed. They were able to win a 2-0, and now, well, they're going to be facing another top dog, and NEC really are no slouches.
No, and CMU basically have to run the gauntlet through the entirety of the bracket. Speaking of the bracket, let's take a look over at it. Take a look at the other games not streamed that have gone on. We talked about Central Methodist taking on the 3 seed of University of Wisconsin Platteville B. That was a 2-0. NEC with a 2-0 over top of Louisville Black. On the other side of the bracket, that's yet to be covered. SIUE Red was able to take down Hood College Blazers, and it was UNA Gaming to take down Hawking College in a 2-0 fashion as well. Not a single map picked up by a losing team thus far in Emergence East. Will that continue here in our semifinal?
Yeah, but you could see really the only surprise was Central Methodist. So they are really the dark horse of this entire Emergence playoffs. But I mean, they're going to have to go up against NEC. And well, speaking of NEC, we can go over their lineup, talk about them a little bit because, you know, they are an important team. I've had the honor of casting them a lot over this season. So I know a lot of these teams. You've got Bot, Hatchatham, Trojan, GK, and I'm Anthony. It's kind of a mouthful, but that is basically Anthony at the end. So I'm NEC. I think they do have the skills to go all the way. It is going to be difficult to take down who I believe was SIUE at the top, but that is an exciting match, but only can happen, of course, if NEC wins today.
Fun fact, by the way, I'm actually going to visit SIUE on Saturday. So if anybody happens to be here from that school and wants to totally like reach out to me so I could get a tour of the facilities on a weekend, you should totally do that. Completely unrelated to this series, by the way. Just wanted to slide that in here because originally this game was supposed to be SIUE, but for them, it's not. Let's take a look at Central Methodist, the underdogs, the only team outside the top 4 that's actually in the top 4. Now, I casted their Valorant team yesterday, who unfortunately ever so closely lost in a 2-1 fashion in OT in map 3, as a matter of fact, to drop out of a possible finals position. Hopefully, the Rainbow Six squad can make up for their previous loss. It's Swolverine, Boosted, Sky, Grinder02, and Joe Gaming between the squad, 2 seniors and 3 sophomores, a full house of years between them, sophomores over seniors for the time being. But Central Methodist, we talked about it, underdog. It's the 6 versus the 2 seed. Pretty difficult matchup for them to be in.
And I mean, they got a lot of computer science. I mean, that's the gamers have like, they love games. They want to make games, want to code games. So no surprise that you've got a lot of these players that want to do computer science. But I mean, we want to talk about the maps as well because we are a little delayed. We want to, maybe speed things on up a little, get into the actual action. And for the maps, we've got Cafe, Theme Park, and Chalet. So you've got a mix of surprise. I mean, Theme Park is a little atypical, but then, Cafe has somewhat had a resurgence. It's here and there. So what?
Depends on the day. It also depends on comfortability, and this is collegiate where comfortability really plays to a T, whether it's your map selection or sometimes when it comes down to it, operator selection. We'll head into the game. It is Cafe as map 1. Any expectations? Because I know you've casted you've casted New England a little bit more. I saw the logo, but the names have switched for a few seconds. You've casted New England. I've casted CMU once prior. Anything that you see that could be a standout into this map?
I mean, NEC, I like seeing Bot play. He's probably one of my favorites. Ghost Killer is also a player that he might be a little bit silent sometimes. When he like gets going, it is almost impossible to stop Ghost Killer. So CMU, I mean, they're really going to have to mark certain players. Otherwise, I mean, like I said, they can just kind of run all over them. But we'll have to see whether that's in their playbook at all, or they're just going to kind of stick to their defaults as well. Default's kind of the play here with the bans. Thatcher, Jackal, probably Valkyrie, maybe Kaid on the defensive side. Nothing too crazy.
The only time I see Valkyrie making it through here is if it's actually CMU to ban out the Mira instead. Those are really the only two options that are left. I'd expect Valkyrie over Mira for the main reason that A, CMU's starting the defensive side, and B, the information gained by the black eye cameras are a little bit more prevalent than the lethality and information gained from the black mirrors. We'll see if that's the case. No, not so much. CMU apparently do indeed like to play the Valkyrie. Rather than ban her away, they have the decision, and they now have the opportunity to bring her into play on the defensive side. This is NEC's map selection, so that is the caveat for CMU should they lose here, but we haven't even started the map. We'll see who actually starts to take the cake, or I suppose take the rounds when they kick underway.
It's hard to look at like this operator lineup the same after looking at all the balance changes that are on the test server. Like, I mean, Sledge,
So weird.
three armor. Sledge, you've got Osa is a 3 armor as well. There's so many changes that hopefully will also be able to go along with that new map, which I believe is competitively viable. We'll have to see if that's like the community result, but I know that that's what it was designed for. But right now, we're still in this season. We're still looking at the old balance changes. I mean, what can you call this meta? Did we really have a meta this season? Because we had the LMG meta. Yeah, that's it. It is Alibi, who does not have that 1.5 next season.
Well, welcome to the Alibi meta, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think that it's going to be as prevalent in the following season, obviously. Like you mentioned, losing the 1.5. M for Storm is still good, or it could be worse, but losing that 1.5, not the greatest position for him to be in. I don't know. We'll take a look at how it works out for them. CMU, odd position for them to be in. Their operator lineup is different than I think I was expecting. Lots of just 1 health, 3 speeds. Sky, Joe, and Swolverine all in that conversation. Swolverine trying to spray through, but doesn't hit anything. A little late on that spray. Nonetheless, NEC at least make it through the first 30 seconds alive.
The bar is getting on the roof, doing the default strategy on cafe, but once you kind of get in there, that's when you really have to start taking things seriously. If you take a lot of time, let's say getting up on the roof, actually getting inside the building, you can really hurt yourself for the long run, because sometimes if you don't know what you're doing, a lot of things can be, miscalculated, take a lot of time to actually execute. And you can't really do that because the defense is just going to pick you apart. And Sky trying to get a cheeky little pick straight off the bat. As you can see, Grinder also having a nice little angle along with the assistance of the Kiba barricade. So CMU have set themselves up for a nice little play, but they could really be put into the grinder if they don't play their cards correctly.
Well, Grinder actually finding that opener. I see what you did there. Very well done. Grinder with that first pick. Looking for a second through the cigar shop wall. Fairly fallible is this wall. Playing behind a Kiba barrier, no less, of which is impenetrable. And I don't think that NEC is aware of its current position. Grinder's second attempt will break the Kiba barrier. However, it'll also break out the hatch and they'll drop away. You can see the drop down the stairs by Trosen, but instead they'll go back up knowing that there's an air jab behind, and they'll be perfectly fine, assuming that they are aware they have utility to work with. No need to over-aggress down below.
So you got a good trade on both sides, a utility loss on both, but I mean, NEC still has frag grenades, CMU still has C4s, so you got at least 50% on both sides, but NEC still have to make a move, and Boosted having that ACS 12 is actually going to make the first move for CMU, making it so that Harbinger doesn't really have any more say in this round. There's going to be another firefight over by the White Stairs as well. I mean, NEC, they have to push the site. CMU can really wait back, rest on their laurels, and just kind of let the timer do all the movement. As now another trade happens, but it still benefits CMU. What? A great shot by Trojan. Some hip fire there, but it's going to have to do a little bit more. An ace is going to have to be on the cards, Dan, because Trojan has 3 kills, and 3 kills is exactly where it's going to stay. So CMU getting Cafe off to a good start.
don't know how Chosen even found the second kill in that conversation. No way should they have even picked that up, or the third kill, I suppose, second in about 2 seconds. Reloading and decides, actually, I'm going to shoot back. And it works out, so very well done. The reload cancel's still working in their favor, and not like Call of Duty, still able to bring that through. CMU, that defensive side, a little chaotic, but they played it fairly well. The ability to back away when they knew it was required was good. They were in a fairly good position as a team overall, and at this point, you see CMU, they'll drop down to the bottom floor. It'll be kitchen service and kitchen cooking for their second round defense. This time around, they avoid what could have been in terms of the alibi. They will, however, keep Sky with the Kiba barriers and the ACS-12. You'd expect them to instead just bring the 9x9 or just an alibi.
I mean, it's not a horrible gun. I think you kind of want the 2 times on it, though, with Maestro. But the Kiba barriers are a very influential gadget, but I'm not going to knock Sky for bringing it because it's a treat to see, honestly, with its ability to make rotates, with its ability to, just throw slugs at the enemy. It's a treat. But the Echo, I think, is something that you could definitely talk about because you see it a lot more on the kitchen site because you can hide it in certain areas. A lot of times, if the attack really takes its time like NEC did in the last time, then, well, Joe Gaming could really punish the hell out of NEC.
Hatchet playing behind a Talon shield, and now the opposing Kiba barrier through a almost pixel angle through the breach, but it's not a safe one by any means, across through that kitchen cooking window. It doesn't look like anything's going to be overly sent. Impact EMP towards those bandit batteries should be safe to get this exothermic charge down. The bandit will retrieve one of the 2 batteries and make it out with their life, but the wall is open. Fairly good start already for NEC, but this is a similar situation as to that of the prior, where they opened things up fairly quickly, they just stagnated out of position, and most importantly, were taken out in those individual 1v1s.
I mean, that's the thing, is a lot of teams, they do have this problem where the actual execution of, prepping everything is a little easy, but actually coordinating everything and putting it all together is where the trouble kind of happens. Hatchet them and Bot are going to go down, but Ghost Killer on the east side is just going to walk straight on into the site. So you do have one taken down inside the site, as I believe that's actually where the diffuser is, all the way over by Bakery. So as bullets fly everywhere, they start to settle down. It's 2 on NEC, 2 on CMU, each really trying to get around in here because CMU, they want to keep that round streak going.
Person was very lucky to stay alive, by the way. Boosted, barely missing the opportunity to pick up yet another kill. They picked up a 3K on the round, by the way. Tristan almost finds the angle, but is unable to find the kill. Diffuser in their back pocket. They want to prep that plant, but it's being held by Grinder through the soft wall. The walk forward by the mute is seen, so the information there for Anthony as they look to swing, but it's chosen to find the opener as they get onto the site, and Anthony to find the closer as they pick up the second round. The bottom floor goes the way of NEC, as CMU will not create a streak. It's 1 apiece as we go to the third.
And right now, this match is seeming like one that's gonna be some back and forth action between the two. I mean, you got some individual plays that might make the difference in some of these rounds. Some mistakes could cost some of these teams. And well, I'm gonna make a little bet here. Time that each of these rounds are going to matter. We're going to go into overtime, probably max OT, in at least one of the 3 maps. Because, I mean, even though it's their 3rd round, I can feel that CMU really are going to make the most of their underdog status. And they're going to fight so hard to keep going in this one. And it is going to be a good brawl between these 2 teams.
So, for all of you who don't speak caster, V is trying to say that she wants to cast a 7-0 and a 7-1. This game will not see one team or the other find a second round.
Good translation. Good translation.
Yeah. I figured I'd translate that from caster speak to, traditional English. I know a lot of people haven't gotten into the broadcasting side of college yet, so figured I'd make it viable for everybody to get in on it. But for NEC, I'm going to agree with you, honestly, especially after those 2 rounds where each team seemingly picked up a rather definitive round. NEC, I think the only caveat to that was Boosted getting into Bakery. Boosted doesn't get into Bakery there, you don't lose 2 players, and you probably walk away with a 4v2, 4v1, and you win the round fairly easily. Now, they still won the round with 2 players alive, but it was closer than I think they would have liked it, and it probably should have been. We do see impact EMPs on Hatchet them again. That's really the only thing that can take out those bandit batteries, other than maybe those Argus cameras, courtesy of the Zero. But an opening kill goes their way again. Wolverine is the first to die in another round running. 0-3, the only player on their team yet to find a kill. And, well, impact EMP used, but so is that bandit battery. Well timed. GK trying a second one. It's the wrong wall for boosted though, and they'll have to back away. Wall will be open. Almost a doubled up bandit trick, but bot instead sends the bandit packing.
Getting the bandit trick would probably be the best thing for CMU here, because now you have boosted gone with Wolverine there. There is going to be a refrag on the side of Sky, who finally has dropped the ACS 12. But I mean, here's NEC. They are inside the site, and now Sky's just really stuck in this corner. Another defensive player is down. And NEC are just looking like they are going to signal this another victory on the kitchen side. Grinder's going to be able to get the revive up, only with 20 HP, and eventually he's put right back down. And there is no chance for Grinder to walk away with this. It's, I mean, a 3K, 4K for Ghost Killer is now the kitchen site. I think CMU wants to walk away from this one.
GK just walked away from that round with 3 kills, finding the opening kill and then just converting that into pressure on the site itself. Both of the final 2 kills and cleaning house as they needed to. There wasn't all that much of a response from Central Methodist's defense, and in all fairness to them, there wasn't much they could have done. Even if you adjust there, you're still looking at a fairly poor position overall, and now the odd part for them is how do you adjust? Back to the top floor, sure. It's the only site, however, that you've won. And if you go just 33% win rates consistently on the defensive side, it leads to an attacking favored half.
Okay, well, I mean... I gave, like, actually, it's not Sky on the Azami this time. I gave the Azami credit. I was like, oh, you know, they hopped off the ACS. Boosted. Falling right back into the old trap. The ACS 12. I mean, Sky's not running it. I'm surprised that Sky's not running it, at least for what I know. But CMU, going back to the site, it's not a surprise. They looked much better here than the kitchen site. And I think part of that was because NEC struggled a little bit more on the kitchen site. They were really able to breeze through things. Absolutely get the wall open, take care of any CMU roamers. Here, it's a little bit different. CMU can really spread around this top floor, actually bolster themselves inside of these power positions, and it's going to be just slightly harder for NEC to actually get what they were doing all the way back in round 2, round 3, just because of the geometry of the site.
The odd part of a lot of these sites on Cafe is the verticality required, considering how thin Cafe is. It's basically the opposite of Border, where it's thin and tall. Border is short and wide. C4 prepped, it will break the Talon shield, but it's going to do a whole 0 damage to Hatchet, who's fine for the time being. If it was lobbed a little higher, maybe prepped a little quicker, then it would have found a kill, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, it does not. And already NEC wasting a decent bit of this defensive utility, one of the 2 C4s, one of the 6 explosives as a whole, if you count those 2 impact grenades on Boosted and Grinder as the explosives.
I mean, good on Hatch with them. I mean, he's able to actually drain a lot of explosives. I know Wolverine, I feel like part of that was trying to aim for the player, part of that for the shield, but either way, CMU are still lacking in a lot of explosive utility. Plant denial in the end because they're choosing not to bring something like a smoke. They still have 4 impact grenades, so I'm not expecting the Talon shields to actually really do much in the end. But now here's where time really will Soulstrom at it, because you can see, well, I was going to talk about how Wolverine can waste a lot of time just hanging behind this corner, but I mean, Caster's Curse at its finest right there, Dan, as Ghost Killer swiftly ends my talking point, and that will probably push out towards the white stairs, maybe take out the alibi, but NEC, they still have the advantage off of a couple of frags, as Ryder now finds it through the barricade, looking to really set themselves up in this cigar shot position.
Oh, Swolverine actually got the yellow ping there. You saw the 5 ping come down? That was from a black eye camera, and that's what Swolverine's on right now. That is yet to be cleared out of that position. You can see the comms being relayed, but Bot still able to find the kill with a spear in hand. Has the Adrenal Surge available, and Anthony walking up behind. I don't know if this is heard. There's absolutely no sound cues given over. The alibi will fall. 1 versus 3 now for Joe. Nade prepped forward. Will not go far enough, but it's not going to matter. Ghost Killer finds the final kill, and New England College find a 3rd consecutive round.
Right. So, I mean, NEC, they were able to take care of Bar a lot better this round, a lot quicker. Basically, every problem that they had in the first round was kind of remedied, and that might be that, maybe they needed to warm up, maybe they just were trying to get conditioned to how CMU played, because I think in that first round there were a lot of surprise factors. I mean, Grinder still stayed in Cigar Shop. He was able to actually do a little bit more in this round because of something, like you mentioned, those black eye cameras. But CMU, a lot of their strategies from the beginning, what they planned to bring, was just eyed upon by NEC, and they're going to have to do something different if they really want to start getting some of these defensive wins, because so far, I mean, a 3-3 is the best that they can do, and even then, that's okay. Starting on defense on Cafe, ideally, you really do kind of want to get that advantage, because Cafe, it's got a little bit of an advantage. It's not much, but still enough that as the defense, you should feel a little bit more comfortable.
I think always as the defense you should feel a little bit more comfortable, regardless of the map. That's a personal opinion. It honestly also extends to multiple different games, but I'll remove that conversation for the time being. The main reason is because you are allowing the opposing side to walk into your previously established setups. You have 45 seconds plus the entire action phase to set up on the defensive side, as long as you're alive for the entirety of the action phase, whereas the attacking side only has that action phase minus the droning. They don't have the same courtesy of mobility on the defense, and that defensive side isn't really taken away and put forward. Also, hi V, how you doing?
What the? What? Tofu. Was that personal? Okay. You want to talk about that?
He's a fraud. It's okay.
All right. I'm sorry. Did that throw you off?
No, I thought it was funny. We have we had a bugged system issue. That's why that happened. Sometimes feed relay isn't as consistent as we'd like it to be. Opening kill goes NEC's way again, but this time it's not Swolverine. So yeah, I just had to say something. That one's my bad. Yeah, that's a caster's curse on me. Usually it's your bad.
I mean, it's still Ghost Killer too. Like, that is 3 times now. It's not the opening kill, but it is still Ghost Killer heading towards Wolverine, who is 0-5. Probably should, maybe start to wake up a little bit. Maybe in the second round they'll have a little bit better, but so far, I mean, NEC, we talked about how close of a match this was going to be, and I think now it's maybe NEC hurt us and is wanting to starting to lengthen that lead, because of 5v2 halfway through the round. I mean, Joe Gaming's just able to walk up, find Hatch at them. He does have the shield as cover, but I really still don't expect him to last long, because the Selma, I think it missed. But that might not be it in the end. It might not even matter, because CMU, they're still going to be able to put up a fight with these things called guns.
C4 thrown forward. The aggression from Ghost Killer, who's actually taken out. Joe Gaming not stopping anytime soon. Now onto a double. Trosen still wants to clear out this bathroom position, but with Anthony on the far side, there's no easy way to do so for NEC. Yeah, they have the pincer maneuver established, but the Bandit is safe for the time being. There's a rotate out should they need it, and Anthony looks away at the worst possible time. A triple now for Joe as Trosen sprays through the soft wall in the bathroom. The other wall, of course, reinforced, and he now needs to aggress as just a lone player. A 1v2 to break the streak. Follow-up reinforcement was prepped, but no! Trost has fallen away!
Oh no, it's like the worst time you could, and I don't think it was intentional either, so he's gonna have to get inside the site and put the diffuser down. I mean, it's kind of choosing one or the other at this point. He's got a lot of bullets in that AK. Now he's gonna fake a diffuse as Sky is gonna peek out, and well, Trojan can't look both ways at once. So there is CMU. They're able to get one more on this bar side. Still a little bit further away from an equal footing, but now as we're going to get a timeout, CMU, they got a little bit more time to think about how they want to take this last round before we swap sides.
I understand the timeout. I do actually like the call fairly early. You have one timeout in a game, and a lot of teams underutilize that timeout, especially in more power positions. Now, NEC, this is the final round of their attack. They win, they have a 2-round lead. They lose, we're tied up. And that 2-round lead they could carry onto the defensive side may very well be the only thing they need to carry that into a map victory. If you go 4-2, you can go 3-3 in a split in the second half and win 7-5. And avoid OT. But that can't be the same case if you go 3-3 in the first half. Obviously, it's just math. But at this point, NEC understand that this is more of a power play round for them. If they can pick up this attack, their defensive side's going to be significantly easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be putting the wedge in between them and CMU. But, I mean, you kind of need to talk about last round, Dan. NEC was up 5-2, and they lost it. I mean, do you think part of that is just the confidence was kind of getting to their head? Like, because it seemed like nothing too much changed. It really was just Joe Gaming sitting in the bathroom defending that toilet with his life.
Timeout about to conclude, courtesy of Max down below. Max, of course, our observer on the day. Tofu, our producer. Super cool people. Love them. They're the reason we can do what we do. Shout them out because they're awesome and because I can. But NEC, now with the timeout expiring, will look to make adjustments on their attack. It'll be fireplace and mining as the call for them instead of what is usual, that being just fireplace and reading. It's called mining dining most of the time, at least non-formally. I want to get your take on this one. What do you think about this site? Because usually it's the quaternary site, or the last site that anybody ever goes to. It's the last resort if you've lost everything else through a half, and most of the time it's only brought out in scrims, just for tests. What are your thoughts?
I actually do like seeing the fireplace, or the mining site. No, sorry, the mining site, because it's so open. Like, literally, the window is right there. You could break the window, peer on in, and it's so tantalizingly close. I know in competitive Siege, these types of sites aren't very good because, I mean, yeah, the site is literally right there. You don't have to go through too much, but there's just so many variables. The terrain, you've got red stairs, you have the vertical play that is just so heavy on Cafe, and it all feels just so easy because, I mean, the site is right there. It's like old Clubhouse with was it Bar Stock? I think it was. This one's a little bit different. I think it is a little bit more competitively viable than something like Bar Stock, but it has echoes of that, and that makes it a little exciting for me. I don't think it's as good as something like Kitchen or Bar, but yeah, I like it.
My main issue with it is the fact that it's so separated. The two sites are so separated from one another. You have an entire room between the two. Most of the time, the softballs between them are fully enforced, or at least fully on, rather than just fully enforced. I just watched somebody rappel down the skylight rather than jump. I have never seen somebody do that in a competitive game. Didn't think you could actually rappel down that skylight, but that's really besides the point. But look at this. NEC have gone fairly unrestricted on this top floor. For some reason...
What?
Ghost Killer's having difficulties meleeing the... what?
That was weird.
I know for a fact that the butt of the gun...
Yeah, no, that
okay.
was interesting.
Not GK's fault, by the way. That is a Ubisoft-esque issue. Not GK's bad by any means.
Well, I mean, who knows if it'll have any long-standing problems? I mean, is that what he's doing? Is he literally just playing, like, juking these operators out, bringing it back and forth? More power to him. It's not going to happen anytime soon because Grinder is actually the first death. And to be fair, that one felt a little personal, as now you're going to have more CMU members just really run for the hills. I mentioned how close the site was to the outside of the building. NEC are really knocking on the door. You can see Ghost Killer probably going to frag the shield. Yeah, this Frost might not be long for this Earth, but it's just a long enough distance that maybe it'll survive for a little bit longer. The second frag is going to be used as CMU are still just trying to survive off of a team kill. CMU now have to defend against the plan that Bot is going to put down. But right now, this round has just been so chaotic, man.
And In no way did NEC prep the fact that they were going around towards that mining side. Sky gets the kill onto Bot, who had fallen back to the outside position, but now Anthony, dropping down in towards the site, has a free line of sight across towards the castle barricade, of which is taken down by Sky, but the sound cue and the visual cue now there. Boosted, flanking behind Trosen, will be able to find the kill there, but the AK-12 shoots just too early, and the lack of an adjustment will lead to a round victory for Central Methodist, who tie us up at the half. They were looking at a 3-1 scoreline, possibly going down 5-1 or 4-2. They bring it right back to dead even, and we'll see a second half from equal footing.
It really does feel like chaos. Like, trying to gather what happened as the plant was going down, you're going to have a tough time doing that. But otherwise, CMU, they're able to grab control of all that chaos and still walk away with the victory. I think you saw a lot of players just trying to actually use the sound to mask their footsteps, take advantage of diverted attention. And just like that, we're back at 3-3. NEC now have to fight for Cafe, a victory that looked a little bit better a couple rounds ago. And well, with CMU, I think they can maybe stick their attacks together pretty early. They could really find a footing on this map, potentially walk away with a victory, but these first two rounds are probably going to tell the story of what the heck is going to happen.
You just had to say it's going to go to max OT, didn't you? Just had
I mean, doesn't that, but that's not how Jinx works.
You reverse jinxed it.
Wait, okay, so I reverse jinxed it by not doing the thing that jinxes it?
Exactly. It's a reverse jinx.
I don't know if that's how that works. I don't...
You correctly predicted. AKA, me finding a reason... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
NEC's defense now needs to come in, and it was a fairly good prediction, showing how CMU prepped earlier on. I'm a little surprised that they weren't as consistent to the rest of that first half, but now on the attacking side, you'd expect them to have some strats prepped here on Cafe. It is Cafe Dostoevsky, after all. Ghost Killer waiting to try and walk out the white door, but I don't think their aggression there will find or yield any dividends in their favor. It would if Sky was to repel down. Take a look now at what could be GK, who could run out at a fairly good time. I don't know if they will, or if they heard the repel, but doesn't seem to be the case.
The black eye cameras that helped CMU on defense have been spotted out by NEC, at least the one in Cigar Shot. There's still a couple more that they have to find, but overall, that pixel area is just devastating for defenders. Hatchet Thumb is going to go down. It's echoes of Wolverine back a couple of rounds ago. Now it's just getting inside the Cigar area. I mean, I think the C4 underneath is really your only threat. There's one more gone, as GK is one of his own. It's Wolverine. I kind of cursed him there. NEC and CMU really just butting heads right now.
I feel like anybody with the 5.56.11 in hand will get an opening pick. That seems to be the story of this series thus far. An attempted plant of that exothermic charge, but Ghost Killer gets aggressive, finds their second on the round. First with the MP7, however, as it was a pre-placed C4 that picked up the first kill. Sky trying to seek out what is that black eye camera, but is yet to do so. The swing towards the bandit takes more damage than they deal and is down to just 1 HP. A well-placed breeze from God himself will probably take him away. The aggression's still here for CMU, though. They're wasting no time in this aggression, and they probably should have. Boosted, headshot out of position. It's an ace possibility here for Ghost Killer, but it's only a quad, as Joe Gaming will shut down that possibility.
Joe Gaming has found himself in worse situations. He's gotten himself out of worse situations. He 1v4'd in certain times. He's going to have to 1v3, but he's in a much different situation. Doesn't have the diffuser. He doesn't have time. He doesn't really have any utility either. In NEC, they're going to play smart. They're actually going to back off, force Joe to come to them, and he can't really do much from there. The Tracers are going to give away the Anthony's position, but there's still two more defenders that Joe has to work for. He's going to find himself looking down Trojan's barrel, and, well, he's going to say hi to a friendly little bullet as NEC do get the lead back for the first time in, well, that round.
Was just a single round. They had lost it. other than, of course, the first. But the question now remains for NEC, can they keep the consistency? We've seen the storyline before. Defensive side wins top floor, and then absolutely forgets how to play Rainbow Six Siege for the next 3 rounds. Hopefully that's not the case for NEC, because that would put CMU onto map point on their opponent's map pick. I don't think that is going to be the case. I think there's a little bit more consistency about the NEC defense, but CMU were scary in that round, especially early on. The aggression was there, but it was really just Ghost Killer who showed up when required. The C4 to open things up, the aggression around Pixel off sound cues, because CMU didn't create more space before trying to convert on the space they already had. They allowed NEC to play on the outskirts of what real estate they did not possess, and then retake what they needed. It was fairly well done from Ghost Killer in all fairness, and more than deserved in terms of the 4K, but could have been avoided if you're Central Methodist.
You know what I liked from NEC in the previous couple rounds is their utility play. I mean, the C4s you saw from GK, what they're able to do with the Valkyrie Black Eyes. I mean, you probably Hatchet Thumb could have used that pixel shield more, but I think this is one advantage that they might have over CMU. We'll have to see if I'm actually right in the long run, but so far, I mean, NEC, the Thunderbird being brought out for the first time, I don't know what it is about this map, but neither team is wanting to bring out smoke. I mean, there's just something about him. Teams are really wanting to stay away from, as already we're seeing an engagement. C4 gets thrown out by Trozen and it doesn't hit any single player, as now he's going to get let back into this. He probably hit a Kona station, get healed up right back to full health, and Ghost Killer's just going to replace him, take out his friendly little buddy Wolverine, of course.
I feel like it's just targeting at this point. This should be cyberbullying, because it's only Wolverine that seemingly dies at the beginning of every single round. Whether it's his first or second pick, it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of rude at this point. NEC, at least targeting, who's been playing as the VIP role. I believe every single round, Wolverine's been playing on more of a fragging role as well. So that lack of kills really just renders him fairly useless. Well-placed impact EMP will allow this exothermic charge to go through, and just like that, Boosted finds the kill on Trozen. So the return's there, and the mute's taken off the board. The C4 was already utilized, but it's still a kill going in their favor.
And well, how much of an advantage will CMU get? Another one, I mean, taking out GK, who has, I believe, more kills than everybody else on his team. He has the same amount of kills. So NEC, that is going to be a huge loss that they're going to have to fill up. Anthony, though, is going to start putting up another numbers on the board. Hatchet Thumb just hiding behind the service area, really wasting time that honestly might not hurt CMU in the end because of how much there is. 57 seconds. Smoke Grenade's going to obscure their entrance, but Hatchet Thumb just has the pre-fire. He's going to fire all the way, take out Joe Gaming, and Grinder's just going to walk straight into potential bullets as he's just paranoid for his life. I mean, there's really nowhere for him to go.
No, it's so locked down. Hatchet doesn't know that Grinder's already inside of the freezer, but any sound cue you make can be heard. Scoping in gives a sound cue away. Smoke thrown, but he doesn't fully clear the corner, and the smoke doesn't actually go through the window, so he'll have to fully swing the other side. Finds the first onto Hatchet, but Anthony, from that service window, will find the kill required, and NEC the round, now 5-3 in favor of the defensive side that, I'll remind you, picked this map.
Yeah, they end EC the round. They end EC. Okay. Reading room fireplace. Mining, dining was the last time. Yeah, it wasn't very good. That's kind of why I moved on from it, because I was like, it's really forcing at the end. But moving on from the stupidest puns in the world, going on to, you know, the thing that matters, the game right now. CMU, they went to mining dining, and now NEC opting for the preferred side of the two, reading dining. And so now, I think that's no shocker why you can bring the castle, you can have probably more usage of the Valkyrie in certain scenarios, but it does rely a little bit more on the vertical play. I mean, I think mining more is a little bit more horizontal, but you definitely have to take that upstairs if you are wanting to attack the site. So, I mean, NEC, it's a good challenge because so far, CMU have really struggled to be on equal footing with this team, especially just taking out Ghost Killer. That is the main problem.
I think the main issue between the two sites, between mining dining and reading dining, is that both require top floor holds for the attack. They have to get up there. The difference is that for reading, it's easier to lock down the top floor because you have a quicker rotate back on towards the site. You're in less a risky position because you can just fall back from that cocktail side rather than having to do so from that main cigar lounge like the hatch directly in front of Bot, of which he still resides, by the way. Lucky to be alive for the time being. There could have been a spray directly towards them, but you can see how far back you can play at this point. If you were to play similar to this on the mining side, you could be cleared out of position so quickly because it's such a point of emphasis for the attack.
Ooh, Ghost Killer going down early cannot happen for NEC Sky. I mean, I don't think that was the intended path for the frag grenade. It bounced off, doesn't really do anything in. As Ghost Killer did take some damage, the Kona stations are there for a reason. As now NEC really getting value off of those, as now he's going to be able to join his friends up on the second floor. Maybe wait a little bit for the Kona station, but so far, I mean, he is just doing a marathon. Ghost Killer is running around the map trying to bait drones, bait utility, do something, but at the end of the day, he catches Thermite, drops them, drops the diffuser, and now CMU are without a hard breach.
Pretty bad start, and the other issue that arises for them is the fact that Joe Gaming is not bringing secondary hard breach utility, which is usually brought by a fuse. That's not the case this time around, nor is boosted on that OSA. Problems can arise. Wolverine just casually sitting inside a bathroom. I don't know how in the world that wasn't found out prior. No cameras apparently present, but the swing second time around, it's Bot to find the kill there. So still positive trades in favor of NEC. They also have yet to clear out the red stairs, boosted towards the bottom of it, the rest of the team towards the top on the top floor. Do they clear this position out? That's the real question. It's Trosen on that side who's towards the near balcony.
Ooh, Anthony just running right into the bullets of boosted, but does CMU have top floor control? They do. It's
Almost.
Not very secure. Yeah, that's why I said it's not very secure, because you do have Trosen up there. But I mean, the amount of players that NEC have really might not matter in the end, as he does find one. Can he find the second? He can't! That would have been huge for the round, Dan, if Trosen could have found that kill. Instead, it's just Hatchet them all the way over. And really cannot win the Caterpillar engagement with boosted. So now CMU are going to start to crawl, literally, their way back.
That was a much better one. That was better. But I have a question. Why in the world is Hatchet Thumb not looking there immediately? I have two reasons for the question. Number one, there were 3 different yellow pings on the direct whereabouts of boosted as they pronely swung. So Hatchet Thumb had forever and a day to make that adjustment. Decided to wait until the last second, and then had to adjust back the other way because they had adjusted to the close angle rather than to where the OSA already was, because they didn't already turn their attention. I don't understand why that was such a late rotation, considering, yeah, you could have been risking it from white stairs, but at the same time, it was Sky who found the kill not 4 or 5 seconds prior towards that bathroom position. They were nowhere near the white stairs, at least not quickly enough. You can make it there, but you are much more careful than just absolutely sprinting it down white. That probably still should have been an NEC round. Hatchet Thumb was in a better position than I think their outcome of that fight suggests, and I think that's something they'll want back.
I think part of it was just missed at the end of the day. I mean, it's unfortunate that NEC just kind of has some of these things happen, especially with the moments that Ghost Killer is able to make. I mean, taking out your Thermite very early in the round and yet still not able to walk away with the victory. Grinder, I don't know if he was aimed over there, but clearly he was ready for that door to be broken open. So now he's going to find his revenge on that alibi. NEC's top fragger is going to be sent to the bench. So what's the plan for NEC now that they don't really have somebody who can create the moments like we've seen in the previous couple rounds.
Wait till next round.
I mean, I guess, but like I said, like all the way back when, I think every round counts.
Well, if every round counts, at that point, so does every kill. And GK falling early, I think the over-aggression there from GK really wasn't required, especially because they found an opening pick prior, but Grinder was there and was ready for it. It's the fool me once mantra that everybody has drilled into the ground, and CMU at least learning from prior mistakes of not clearing out positions. Boosted trying to clear out Pixel will do so as the shield is dropped, but they still want to swing on this defensive side. I believe that's Trosen on the far side, as the Mute trying to swing with the MP5K in their back pocket. Boosted does know that that position is now clear. C4 a little late there from Bot, still finds the kill. Grinder down, so is Joe. Sky soon to follow. About 10 seconds, 3 kills NEC's way. They go from a man down to 2 up, and CMU are torn apart in the attack.
And NEC needs to play this carefully because they've been in this position. They had a better position, and they lost it. So make sure you're not over-aggressive if you are the defense. A Trojan really testing my theory, but the fact that there's really only one player, they know exactly where they are. Unfortunately, not able to find the kill, but there's 3 people left alive. You don't have any utility, but you have time. You have really map control on your side. NEC should not lose this. They should not lose this, and I am praying that I am right, because that was dangerously close to going Wolverine's way, but he's not able to get any more than that couple damage onto the Jaeger, so NEC have reached map point, but can they go further than that?
Well, they've at least reached 6. You said it's possible this goes to max OT. I'm sticking with you on that one, but it would require CMU to pick up that bottom floor site again. And I just don't think that's going to happen, especially now on the attacking side. NEC have looked fairly clean throughout this map, especially in the second half. 3-1 split already. They had a 3-1 split to open up the first half as well. A few kills here and there, and they're probably already winning. 7-3, 7-2 even is a possibility, but they're still in a fairly good position. They have their secondary site still to play alongside a tertiary should they choose to do so, of course, assuming they lose here. But it's still CMU playing from behind. However, they're making some adjustments. Notably boosted off of anything that wields 5.56 or any hard breacher at that. Currently prepping what could be a Cali on the bottom floor. That would be a far cry from anything we've seen thus far. So Wolverine prepping an IQ instead of the Iana that they've been playing thus far. I like that decision, sticking with possible fragging power, but also there for a little bit more information. But it's still the Osa Thermite combination, both of whom wield the exact same weapon, and Joe, instead of, well, whipping out the ARX as is usual for the Nomad, decides rather for the AK.
I'm gonna be honest, Dan. I don't like boosted on the Cali. I don't like taking a fully auto weapon and just putting a lot of eggs in a basket here, because I mean, yeah, technically it is a one-shot, one-kill. Boosted just needs to find one, but if he doesn't, then he is just really dead to rights. Already CMU.
Hello.
Well, yeah, okay. I just won't talk because Boosted clearly wants to prove me wrong. He takes out the main character on the side of NEC so far, and I think, honestly, that might have been the play from the beginning. Knowing that NEC was going to push up into Bakery, and Boosted could really just play behind his teammates, get an angle, and just wait for the perfect opportunity, and it sprung itself.
Bot's first black eye cameras taken care of. Bandit batteries still available on that wall. Should have been taken out by that lance and are indeed. With Grinder still alive this time around, they should be able to get that wall open, and with Grinder now about to walk in, assuming they do so safely, they should be fairly clean in pulling this one off. NEC have 3 of 4 players on the site itself, Trosen the one exception to that rule, who's roaming. And as the top fragger that remains between themselves and the rest of the team currently alive, this is a fairly good spot for them to hold down. The drone has gone whizzing past them. Bot has gotten aggressive. Both players on 8 kills have now gotten aggressive, and Bot's now surpassed that previous total. Looking for a second around this close corner. Anthony finds a kill there. Trost on a follow-up. A 4v2 again in the blink of an eye. It goes 3 kills in the favor of this NEC defense, and it's down to Grinder in a 1v3 to keep the team alive. Won't even find a first. Technically will, I suppose, off a trade, but NEC take Cafe.
Well, it was a little hard fought. I mean, 7-4, it's your basic scoreline, but CMU going down, it is going to hurt their egos a little bit. It's going to maybe invalidate their, underdog team that's going to take it all the way home. But it's not over. This match is not done. We still have a second map to go to, and I believe that was NEC's map pick. Okay, yes, it was. So, I mean, you got to take that with a grain of salt, but otherwise, still a really exciting map 1 between these two teams.
Those are the 2 caveats, in all fairness. Number 1, this was NEC's map pick. They won it. That's as it's expected. The second is the fact that not only is map 2 of Theme Park CMU's map pick, but it's Theme Park. It's a little bit less of a pick inside of normality that everybody's ready for. Everybody's ready for Cafe. Everybody knows how to play Oregon, Theme, Chalet, even Villa. Those are like the top 5 maps in the pool. Everything else starts to filter in behind. Bank, Border, Skyscraper, and sometimes when push comes to shove, Theme Park is in that bottom 4. So if you're prepped for it, you can bring it forward. We'll see if CMU does so, but first we're going to take a brief break. We'll see in a little bit. Semifinals continue. Map 1 goes the way of New England College as CMU look to recuperate their losses and bring it into a theme park victory to force Chalet as a third map. I'm Time to Light, still joined alongside Me's Light Rose, and V into Map 2. What needs to change for CMU if they want to be able to pick up theme?
CMU just kind of need to coordinate a couple of their executes better. I think they've got a lot of potential going into the second map, especially because of how less play theme park can be. But when the going gets tough, like in the middle of the round, maybe it's in the later half, CMU just kind of starts to miscommunicate some things, and the NEC is able to take advantage of that. And I'm looking a lot at the kitchen sides when CMU would get the wall open and then nothing would happen for a while, and NEC would eventually take it. But CMU starting on the attack, I think if they can really get in fast, get some quick, concise stabs in of NEC, a 3-3 while showing some actual progress would really bolster my opinion of them. And really, I think they could walk away with theme park. But you got to be careful because you can never count NEC out.
Well, one thing we can count on is consistent bans, and CMU, considering they're not starting on the defensive side, will actually ban out the Valkyrie this time around, rather than the Mira, as they've banned out prior. It's either going to be Cade or Mira. We've had some consistency for the defensive-sided bans, and it's an alibi? I'm sorry. I understand that CMU was kinda good with Alibi, and that you barely used her, but the MX4 Storm is good. It didn't completely detrimentally tear you apart on the defense, nor would it warrant keeping both Mira and Kaid on the board unless you use both of them in every single round. That's an interesting one. They do bring in Cade, though, so at least there's some caveat.
Alibi, you're talking about that? It's actually not that crazy of a ban because she's kind of just banned all around. Like, even on maps where people haven't seen any Alibi in play, she's just gone because she's just very strong. She's got the shield. She's got the 1.5. She's quick. Her gun is very good. There's a lot that Alibi brings to the table, and I think taking her out when you don't really have any other option might as well in the end. As NEC, they're going to kind of go back to, the Thunderbird, the Jaeger. You still don't have a smoke, which isn't too surprising. You're definitely able to get a little bit more away with not having a smoke on something like Theme Park. But, I mean, the C4s still are really going to start ringing, especially with how vertical heavy this site is. And, I mean, going off of that, CMU doesn't really have anything for vertical. They have Wolverine. They don't have any breaching charges, so vertical play has to be the only thing that horizontal play has to be the only thing that they're gearing towards.
Odd setup, for sure, but the question really remains, if it works out, is it worth it? Because you can bring in as many different things as you please. They just wasted an impact EMP on a Twitch drone to get through, of which did, in all fairness, take out a Kaid Claw, but it didn't get the main wall because it didn't surpass the correct side. So that's two pieces of utility that are already expended. A C4 for the defensive side has been as well, but still a very odd position for now both teams at this point, considering the usage of utility without much efficacy.
Well, if NEC can kind of continue to get away with just wasting time, I mean, it's wasting utility in the fact that it doesn't get a kill, but it might be not waste utility in how much time it's kind of taking off the clock in the end. As now a wall is going to get open, NEC now, really, they're going to have to assert their dominance against CMU because now Anthony is gone. The Osa is going to start to worm her way in, but really that C4 is going to put it into the drone. It's going to put it into that shield, and now CMU have to find a different way, and that might work with Ghost Killer's death.
Ryder opening up the wall that was previously allowed by that Twitch drone utilized prior. decent usage of your utility, but later in the round. Now the requisite is to find kills off the back of it. Grinder down, finished off by Bot looking for a follow-up, but it's boosted for the refrag. Looking to now push into the smoke dropped forward, but Hatchet, long range through the brackets position, is able to find the refrag and immediately turn it right back, not in the favor of NEC, but at least closer to it. Now, Diffuser out of position, sitting inside of barrels, and there's no easy way in now for the attacking side. They have no hard breach left over. And fairly one-dimensional push now required, considering what's been opened, and honestly, the more often case, what hasn't.
And I think now would be the time where CMU would be like, okay, we've got the advantage. We've really pushed NEC back. This is the time where we can actually get that diffuser down and still, like, have it. I think now Sky will use the smoke grenade, will push Sky towards actually getting the diffuser down. But now with Joe gone, Sky has to either stick it or really they are going to stick it now, as there's about 40 seconds for NEC to actually work with. Sky has a good amount of HP. They've got that F2, and, well, they've got both sides of this throne to work with. They're going to hang towards the left side, maybe take out Hatchet Thumb, but just as they peek, they're good as gone. So it's happening again. Time CMU have everything they need, and poof, the round is gone.
Not only that, but NEC is now 3 for 3 on picking up opening rounds of a half. Pretty good start from them thus far. And not only that, but being able to come back from the deficit they were put through. They already had the main wall open for barrels. Surprisingly, maintenance wasn't focused upon early for the attacking side, but they tried to prioritize, and I don't think they did so incorrectly, but they prioritized barrels and didn't get the thermite out quickly enough to be able to go to the opposing side and open things up on that half either. That was my real weird question for them. Why not switch things up and get the thermite out of position earlier? Yeah, they find a kill, but when the VIP falls, no matter really what they've done in the round, it's eliminated, at least a little bit. Hatchet Thumb is going to bring a Rook. For all of you who have not been paying attention to patch notes, Rook now gives you an extra little bit of HP, and alongside that, for all of you who haven't paid attention to even more recent patch notes, you get the DBNO effect that Zofia used to have, aka Withstand, where if you're downed, you can pick yourself right back up and have 20 HP left over.
I mean, there's no dock, though. That's the thing. You can mention the Rook, but because there's no dock, the synergy is not complete. So I think a Hatchet Thumb bringing out the P90, it can really fire away. It's on the new Defender Solus as well, so we're probably going to see the P90 a little bit more, because I am expecting Solus to definitely get some play time in there. We'll see where she does, but so far with NEC bringing out the Maestro, bringing out the Kaid, they're really aiming towards a site which is just going to be hunkered down. It's going to be extremely difficult for CMU to fight their way in because of everything that the defense can throw at them. The bulletproof cameras, the C4s, the amount of bullets that NEC has, including the Ghost Killer's AUG. It's going to be difficult for CMU to work their way through this side, especially with the little bit of damage that Boosted took.
I'm still reinforcing the fact that this is not a weird pick, but something different that I think NEC are playing around confidence with. Boosted just snipes Ghost Killer out of position as they aggress. What was it, 16 kills in map 1? Yet to find a kill in 2 rounds here in map 2. Not a great start for them. Could be worse, obviously. They could have killed a teammate and died twice, but that hasn't been the case. NEC, pretty good start for them in round 1. Round 2, not the greatest.
Right now, CMU just hanging back, waiting. And that's something that's really been the death of them. Bot isn't going to be able to get the confirm. And I mentioned that Maestro has that 2 times on the ACS, but we're finally going to get to see it. I think Bot threw that impact, and it hurt himself. So he's going to get down from some bullets from CMU. He does have the ability to withstand, though. We'll see if he's going to be able to get right back up, but Boosted just swings like a Ferrari. And now, right now, it is a 2v4. Bot has to be revived. I don't know if he didn't pick up the sweaters, but now because Trojan had their back, we're back at a 3v3. I don't think he picked up the sweaters, Dan. He did.
He's going to pick it up later. This is a 200 IQ play. He picks up the sweater later and just goes up to 40 HP instead of being on 150 prior, and then goes to retrieve the Coda Station. That is amazing. And then goes to the ACS. This was not planned whatsoever from Bot, but we're gonna say big brain because
Yeah, no, you
yeah,
cannot give him that. That was
no,
not 200 IQ.
no, it was 200 IQ. Don't care. He would
He
have died if
was
he stood up on his own.
Oh, he was just lucky that he died behind the table and that Hatchetham was there, that Trojan was able to cover him. Do not give him the credit. Give Joe credit for that kill. But NEC clearly won that on some whims. Like, it was a 2v4 in the fact that they were able to get the res, completely save that round.
You know, I was trying to make it sound like it was a 200 IQ play, but, you know, chat knew it, you knew it, I knew it, everybody knew it. Sure, we'll say it wasn't the worst thing, but it could have been worse for Bot. Because, think about it, Bot dies there, you're looking at a 2v2. Not only that, but you're probably looking at a 2v1, considering Bot was the one to take out the first players they aggressed through that initiation side. Nonetheless, it is actually the initiation and office site now played by the defensive side. This is their tertiary bomb site decision. They've gone Armory Throne and then across to Bunks and Daycare, and now back to the east side, but on the top floor this time around for their third site in the rotation, looking for a perfect rotation to open up the first half.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the round that I really wanted from CMU. Going to Theme Park. It's clear NEC knows their way around this map. I think that was something that you and I were kind of banking on. Well, shocking. I think, but something that you and I were banking on was the fact that CMU chose to go here. It's a less played map, so maybe NEC just weren't as fine-tuned, and CMU was a little bit more prepared. But it's clear that NEC are prepared. They know what they're doing on this map, and that's something that CMU cannot rely on anymore, is a lack of knowledge on their opponent's side. And so 2 rounds gone. CMU, if they let up 4, I'm calling. Like, I'm just going to say, if NEC gets a 4-2 half, I don't think there's a way in which CMU can crawl their way back.
The issue really would be for CMU is picking up in just a single round for each site what has been mistaken prior. And that usually has to be the case for an attacking side. It hasn't thus far. Boosted finds another opening pick, so pretty good start. GK in back-to-back rounds is dealt with first. Now 0-3. Did they just use up all their ability bar in the first map? Is that like a thing now? You have to do a cooldown of 1 map before you can come back online?
I mean, I don't know, but Boosted clearly kind of stole some of that thunder because he's got all 3 opening kills. And he mainly only has CMU's kills. I mean, he has 5. Everybody else has 2 in total. And Trojan's going to take a little bit of a gunfight, but because of those Kona stations, he's going to be healed right back up. Grinder's health, he's going to be stuck at that level, if not lower, if he takes some more damage. So already, this isn't ideal for CMU, even though they have that opening kill. They've had the opening kill on the previous 2 rounds. And well, we all know what happened after that. So it's the opening kill and opening death aren't real definers of how this round goes, but CMU have to work off of this. There's 2 players down on the side of NEC. There's a good amount of time for them to actually work off of. It's a 5v2. I'm hoping that CMU have the ability to actually finish out the round. Otherwise, it just seems hopeless in the end.
Boosted will aggress in and will do so safely for the time being. Does not possess the diffuser. That courtesy lies on Grinder of the Thermite. Spray through first time around. They actually see the transitioning Thunderbird, but Anthony now left alone. 1v5 finds a first kill, looking to swing for a second, does a little bit of damage, but nothing past that has now been seen. Their presence certainly known. Their whereabouts locked down. The only way in, aggression. And fairly quickly so, considering there's about 35 seconds to hop on that diffuser before it becomes an impossibility.
Yeah, and well, just like that, Anthony is gone. He's gone in time. So CMU, a much better side. I mean, it is initiation. That's a defensive set that some teams don't really like to go for. So it could be part of the reason why CMU had a little bit of a better time. They got those opening kills. They were actually able to work off of it. In my eyes, it still took too long to get that diffuser down. But bygones be bygones, they got the round win. They still have to attack these other sites, though. And they clearly struggled with that. Armory Throne was, I mean, it looked good from the beginning. And then just snowball, round loss. If that doesn't happen, then CMU... What?
I was about to say, I saw that round as not a positive for CMU for the sole reason that it was the exact same setup as the previous two. I was going to bring up the fact that each of their attacks have been fairly one-dimensional. The only non-notion to that is round one, where Joe Gaming tried to aggress in through Dragon while the rest of the team was going Barrel side. But the main reason was because Barrels was open. There was no way to open up Maintenance, and the only other two options were either the Dragon door or Brackets door, neither of which were fairly safe. So that one I understood. Round two was one-dimensional again. They went Initiation, tried Connector, tried a little bit of Office, but overall just didn't work. That time around it was one-dimensional, but this time it was just Boosted deciding, I don't want the other team to live. And then they didn't, and he just casually walked away with a 4K.
I mean, they're not seeming like they're changing anything.
Nope.
Like, they still have the same operators. Why not bring a Sledge? Like, he is one of the most played operators on the attack. He brings almost everything you need on the attack. Soft destruction, you know, the ability to create big plays with frag grenades. Why not bring the Sledge in substitute for something like the Twitch or the OSA? Maybe they're trying to have the shields work in tandem with the drones, but I don't see it in a way that it's really going to lead to a victory. I mean, Bot is just running around with a Twitch drone of his own, so clearly one is gone. Shoot him in the butt. Shoot him in the butt. Shoot him in the butt, Sky. That's not his butt. That's his foot.
They're trying to
okay, well, that's what they're trying to do, but...
What? Did...
Huh. There was no communication between NEC there, it seemed like.
No, and Boosted just found a double kill again. Boosted has every opening kill in this map thus far, is on 10 kills through 3.5 rounds. Now 11 make that, as he finds 3 openers again in the second consecutive round, is wasting absolutely no time, just sending CMU onto a site because they have a Wrecking Ball as an OSA, who's wasting no time closing out the entirety of New England College, and they have seemingly no response. Trojan's trying to go into Barrels. Nobody resides in there. They didn't even open the wall, and Trojan's gonna find the unfortunate news, try and walk through brackets, make about every sound cue in the game, and surprisingly stay alive because Boosted had to look the other direction, but now with both players seen in sword brackets, that should be the round as a whole.
All CMU has to do, it's literally 3 seconds. You have to win for 3 seconds, and it is going to happen. So CMU, I mean, it is Boosted and Co right now. Like, he almost has 3 kills per round. A 3 KPR is, I mean, a 1 KPR is considered impressive. The fact that they're allowing him to get 3, well, I think that kind of just says it all.
I don't think you need to say anything more about the subject. That's how impressive it is. It's just that clean for Boosted. We'll move on. Hopefully NEC will as well. Stop dying to the same guy. That's my professional insight, I have to say, if I'm on this NEC side. And the question remains, how do they stop doing so? Number one, GK needs to just stop dying. Because in seemingly every round, it's been GK down fairly early. GK down is either the first pick or somewhat soon thereafter. Last time it was the 3rd pick, but still didn't really matter because they were just sprinting back onto site while they knew the entirety of the site had almost entirely fallen. I don't like the call, but they just have yet to find a kill. Other than Sky, the only player to do so, but the main reason Sky doesn't have a kill is because Boosted's stealing all of them.
Literally, come on, you see, I know that Bot, Ghost Killer, you guys got it in you. Especially Ghost Killer. Like, going down 0-4, it seems very unlikely him. So maybe once we swap sides, maybe it's just going to take a little bit for Ghost Killer to kind of find his groove in this map. But number one right now is just making sure that Boosted does not have the time of his life on this map. We're not even halfway done. He's got 11 kills on the board, hungry for more. And now your main goal is just to stop him, I think.
How? That's the question. On the attacking side, you can really prioritize a single operator. On the defensive side, that operator has to come to you. Boosted will have the maintenance wall open. This time won't be given a first pick, and the C4 misses as an introductory attempt on the defensive side. But Boosted's still here looking to aggress. Not even with a Talon shield in hand. Usually you just see the shield whipped out looking to aggress, but they find Bot looking for a second, not going to look down. GK finds their opening pick and kills Boosted. Follow-up C4 does not come through, but it's not going to matter. 2 birds with 1 stone there, Ghost Killer. You've taken out all of your ghosts, seemingly, that have been haunting you.
Boosted has had the opening kill in every single round. Like, boosted. He's done. He's dusted for in this round. So now it is somebody else's time to shine. Could it be Grinder, who was able to get a couple kills in the previous round? Ghost Killer's not going to be able to get any more than 1. So CMU have the advantage. They have time. They have the wall open. And Hatchethum, I mean, why the 44 mag? It was the Zoom site, because that wasn't helpful in the end, because Wolverine's just able to sit down, prone, take you out, and now NEC are having to fight up against a 2v4. They've been able to win some in the past, but it's just looking like it's really unwinnable with how much map control. Grinder is all alone. I mean, I don't really know why Grinder was right there. I think maybe they were baiting, but like, it's all of it so much hypotheticals and just like, I'm so confused, Dan.
You know, they say no ifs, ands, or buts. That's seemingly the entirety of this map. I don't know what else to make of it. That round already was chaotic from the start. Boosted walked forward, won a fight on an off angle they should have had no business expecting, much less winning the fight on. And then NEC finds a refrag. Ghost Killer found a kill on to the only player who was above 2 kills on the entirety of the team. And then just like that, Joe Gaming and Grinder pick up where they left off. Wolverine gets a kill as well. Everybody got included. Sky even found their first kill on the map. And it was a team ace for CMU, but NEC, with GK finding that kill, the rest of the team just, again, collapsed. And instead of going back to Armory for a 3rd attempt, they'll instead transition back to Bunks and Daycare for a 2nd attempt at that.
Alright, so Dorms, I mean, going over track record, because NEC tried to go Throne again. Despite their track record being successful, they didn't get anything. Their track record on Dorms so far is successful. But it was really the same vein of why the first round was successful, because CMU still struggling with their attack, timing. There was a lot of goofiness that allowed NEC to win the round. It was, I mean, CMU unable to get kills. The Rook was a part of why NEC won. There's so many moving parts that led to an NEC victory that it doesn't feel like it's going to happen again unless you actually have a coordinated hold, which NEC haven't truly been able to do this map.
Brief reminder for everybody, by the way, just in case you were just joining us. NEC is the number 2 seed. GK, trying to jump out, was the top fragger of the previous map and has died to boost it again.
Why?
Valiant effort. Usually you're supposed to prep the window and then jump out rather than give about 2 seconds worth of sound cues and then die. Boosted's going to jump through their Talon shield, unnecessarily, but do so anyway. Impact EMP is going to be prepped. Will it land? No. No, it will not. So the information was not there. 2nd attempt. Will that land? On to 1, not the 2nd. Bandit batteries are at the bottom most of the time, so 1 wall will be opened up. The other... Oh, no, he waited too long. Oh, jeez.
All right, well, you still got 1. You still have 2 impact EMPs, so there's that, but... Okay, well, it's a... Yeah, okay, it's not a Kaid Claw. I think they realize that. They're going to be able to get it off.
Are they going to take it again?
Get it off. What? Why did he not open it?
Okay, so for all of you wondering, hey, why aren't the casters talking? They just used 4 impact EMPs, all of which should have found the mark because Kaid is not being played, and yet didn't. Now Bot finds a double because the wall next to them wasn't open and they could play a little bit more aggressive than they probably should have been able to do, and we're looking at a most likely tied up scoreline now. Central Methodist found an opening pick and had so much real estate, and then just do nothing? Okay.
I mean, I guess that's my bad for saying that, like, the stars won't align for NEC. And, well, here we are. That with CMU... I mean, I think here's the thing. I feel like NEC, they've gotten 3 defenses and should get this round. I do not think that is of their own volition. I think it is CMU really struggling on some of their attacks. They aren't able to put together coordination, and it is not NEC. And I think that if CMU really starts to actually put themselves together, they could start getting some rounds, pick up this map, maybe get the next one. But that's 3 rounds that they've dropped. Damn, Joe Gaming is going to walk into the site, take a Goon Mine, taken out, and now we're at 3-3, which CMU, realistically, should be at least up 4-2. 6-0, if you're thinking optimistic. But it's not. It's 3-3. NEC, they're going to be able to go to attack, and we're going to see how that fares.
Boosted just decided to shoot back. That's all it comes down to. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for NEC fans, but as soon as 3-0 was on the cards, Boosted was like, well, I don't want to lose anymore. Also, an unfortunate late pause called by NEC. That's an issue. This could be a problem. Visual glitch, possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe a rehost. Never mind, it's gone. Okay. Yay!
Well, it worked out. All right. That's good, because rehosting after rehost is not enjoyable. And do you know if they've kind of fixed the servers a little bit more?
Because most of the time. Wait, no, the servers are terrible. They never work. I'm not going to caster's curse the servers. I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
They are bad. Servers are bad.
Okay. Perfect. Good to know. I hope they continue to be bad after the season drops like in a week.
Okay. But, would you like to know the circle of Rainbow Six Siege explained in 20 seconds or less?
Give it to me.
So Rainbow Six Siege quarterly decides, hey, we have a new update idea. We're going to drop it, and we're going to take all the progress that has happened over the last 3 months and completely tear it apart and bring in a bunch of new bugs. And then, over the next 3 months or so, fix some of the bugs and then decide, oh, wait, we want another update. Do that, I don't know, 7 years in a row or so, and you have Rainbow Six Siege.
Yes, but they have drone skins now.
You know, you make a damn good point there, V.
You forgot to mention that. All right. Drone skins aside, we're not going to see them very much because they will probably not be competitively viable. No. I think after all this, we're talking about updates. I just want a mode for custom games where it's only default skins. So you don't have to go in on your own, take them out. There, of course, Ghost Killer has to find his opening kill onto Wolverine. It cannot be any other way. And now that it consumed the energy of his arch rival, he will now be activated.
Mute jammer put down.
I'm sorry, did you just try to mute jammer that?
Yeah, he just tried to mute jammer that. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. You just have to get the mute jammer down before the exothermic charge is placed and activated. So the call wasn't terrible because it also gets both walls at the same time, assuming they place it any further left or right than the far corners of each. But you know, it doesn't work. So good opening, kill, and wall for GK. A good start overall for NEC.
Yeah, but I mean, what Seaman struggled with was getting past that opening kill. Okay, Ghost Killer, they're able to actually get that recoil going, take out Sky. And look, it happens. I don't think you gotta knock them because sometimes it just, especially since the recoil changes, those guns do be hitting a little harder. As now CMU, anytime they got more than 2 kills, they were actually able to push on forward. Will it be the same for NEC? I think that frag grenade might have missed the Surrogate. I think Anthony's going to have to try to actually use his Gemini clone. But with Hatchet them down, will another player of NEC fall? As Diffuser's gone, there goes Ghost Killer. NEC.
Joe's in
bathroom. The homies, my boys.
No. Joe's dead.
Okay, he's not.
Joe's dead in the bathroom. Bot finds a double, now walking through that bottom side rotate, and just casually finds a clean triple kill to close out the round. I was about to mention the fact Joe's sitting in bathroom trying to play for a flank, and then Bot apparently heard them and found the kill required, a follow-up on the backside of Throne, and a third in the close corner. Bot working with a visual glitch, yet is still absolutely meleeing Central Methodist to the floor. It is just better, I suppose.
All right, so that is the first round in which Boosted has not gotten the opening kill. In 6 rounds, we'll give it to him. Will we give the match to him or the map to him? It's hard to say because CMU struggling a little bit if you're not boosted.
I think the rest of the team is just, I think, struggling to play around one another. This is a similar situation, I think, as to the previous map, a little bit earlier, though. Remember how GK was basically just popping off and the rest of the team didn't have that same luxury of finding every single kill in a solo play? You can find as
Mhm.
many solo kills as you want. If the rest of the team isn't there in rounds that you die either A, early, or B, not finding enough kills, then you won't have those kills in your favor. Or you can find a 4K. But if it comes down to a 1v1 because the rest of your team has died around you and you're left alone, an ace can't be expected out of you every single round. Do you remember that round where we were like, oh my goodness, they have almost a 3.0 KPR? Now, not so much. We're at the end of round 7, they're sitting at, if
Yeah.
I recall correctly, 13 or 14 kills. That's just about 2, if not just under. It's
Can't
dropped a little
expect them
bit.
to do everything.
True. True. Very good
Yeah.
point. Unless you
I
do,
think
and
that
then, just do better boosted. Or
I think that's basically it in the end. Is you can't expect one player to do all of it, and a part of why
can you tell that to my
CMU
ranked
were
teammates?
I wish. But CMU, I mean, a big factor in why they were able to get those 2 rounds was boosted just simply took out every single player in the lobby. And when he's not able to do that, your other mistakes really start to show. I mean, your miscommunication on the attacks, your time management is really poor, and that starts to show. So CMU's flaws really start to emerge, and then you don't have anything in the end. And even if NEC just kind of fumbles their way towards victory, they still get a W. In the end, they're leading 4-3. All they need is 3 more round wins, and they are done for the night. They get to go to the finals and play for their shot at the NECC Championship Emergence Division, I think it is.
I do have 2 notes away from the series itself because, well, we have an extra second. It gives me the luxury to do so. Number 1, V and I are wearing the same sweatshirt. Just figured
Of course, we
I'd
always
bring
got to
that up
communicate that.
because, yeah, mine are missing the little, like, I don't know what the heck they're called, the strings on the hood because they fell out.
What did
I'm
you
very
do?
upset.
Oh, they fell
Put it
out.
through
I
the
hate it when that
dryer.
happens.
I
I
put it
hate
through
it
the
when that
dryer. It
happens.
wasn't my fault. And I didn't feel like putting them back, so I didn't. Second note, I think we're both going to SI. Come to SI.
Yes,
That's my 2
SI will
announcements of the
be
day.
amazing.
It's gonna be nice and warm in Montreal. Mid-February, not an average of
February
like
in
20
Canada.
degrees Fahrenheit or anything.
Beautiful.
Wait, I have an idea. We all go to semifinals, and after semifinals, we go skiing.
That's going to be a little bit more costly. I think I'm investing a little bit of money in this already, Dan. I think skiing is not in the cards. I hate to break it to you.
Because you're in Florida right now and you just don't like cold weather.
I actually love cold weather. I love snow. It's something
I love
about
cold
it
weather
that
and
just...
snow, so I moved to Florida.
Okay, I'm not getting into that right now. We're moving on to CMU on the defense, bringing out the smoke for the first time, bringing out the Mira, which, I mean, she was not banned, but she has had absolutely no presence in this game so far. Thorn is going to be brought up on boosted, so a lot of changes from CMU. Will they be for the better?
I like it. I like differences for CMU. Also, the note around Mira not being played, I think it's around comfortability. A lot of teams practice with the fact that Mira's banned out. More often than not, you don't run dry runs with every operator available. You run dry runs with the most often operators that are banned against you. And honestly, a pretty good call, because if you can't play a Kaid or Bandit in an actual game, why play it during your scrim and prep that position? Impact EMP prepped, as is the exothermic charge, and NEC get their exothermic charge out. However, they die to Sky's C4. The Mira coming through immediately finds the kill just with a piece of utility rather than the Vector in their back pocket.
It works. It's boosted still underneath. It hasn't been caught out. So now, I mean, he is going to have the phone call in his back pocket ring, but okay. So I was going to say NEC hasn't really indicated that they're heading towards boosted, but now you can kind of see that the crosshairs are really toward that general area, maybe waiting for Boosted to actually emerge from Drug Lab, as there is going to be an eventual refrag. Joe Gaming is going to be the player that falls. As NEC, they're actually pushing towards CMU pretty heavily. I think the drones will give a lot of the information for them to beak. There goes the big roamer.
What?
And Trojan just walks straight into the line of sight of Dekebi, who's able to find a second. So a 4v1. Only Skies, who doesn't have a C4, only has 26 bullets in that vector to find essentially an ace, and Bot just sniffs him out right there.
I don't understand that one for the Kaid. That's the second time this map I've seen a Kaid sprint into a crosshair line of sight that was expected to be held down. It was notably in round number 4, where Boosted allowed CMU to find the opening round, and then that time around, it was just Grinder walking into the line of sight of the Mark 14 held by Trojan on the Dekebi. I don't like that decision. The overaggression from CMU came through, the flank was there, but Bot heard the sound cue from the Thorn and was able to find the kill before they were indeed taken away. GK was still alive because they weren't taken out of contention, and later on was able to assist on a kill. And when push came to shove, it was just NEC winning their ones, or in Trojan's case, their twos.
Nothing's changed. Dan, I don't think CMU have done anything that have indicated that they're careening towards victory. It's a 5v3 currently for CMU. They're going to have to win 3 in a row, or 4 in a row to avoid overtime, 3 if they want to go to overtime. And now with just NEC, with what they've been able to do, even with an opening death, even with sometimes the opportunity not in their favor, they just always find a way out of it, because CMU just don't have that clicking power that they need to actually put the finishing touches on a lot of these rounds. Even when they set themselves up for victory, it's just kind of a Lego set that doesn't really click together. Whenever you kind of display it, it just falls apart immediately.
Well, odd position, and I think the other note, maybe not only a Lego set, but I like the Jenga part about that, where it has to line up perfectly and get that exact balance that Thanos loves, or it just falls apart. And I don't think that balance has come through just quite yet. If you can bring that, then you're in a great position, but that just hasn't been the case, at least not consistently enough. Aggression down yellow stairs. So Wolverine's dead early on, seemingly has not stayed alive in many rounds past the first minute in 2 maps. And NEC not only have a 5v4 in the round, but couple that with their 5-3 scoreline, they're in a fairly good position to open things up, and they're trying to expend a lot of these impact and batteries. Impact EMP used, bandit trick attempted, bandit trick successful.
I mean, I believe he went for the middle part, so literally any part of the wall would have taken it out. Sky is going to be able to take out Bot, but there's the second thermite. I mean, if Ghost Killer had gone for either side, it might have been better, but he literally went for the direct middle. So any side that was electrocuted would have taken out the charge. I think that's just a little bit of, you know, for next time for NEC. They have found their way out of these sticky situations. It's a lot harder on a site like the throne room because, well, there's really only 2 entries. You have the split one, and you have just the main one that leads directly into the site. Ghost Killer's going to try to pepper Joe Gaming down, almost leads Boosted straight in the face, and eventually does. So CMU get an advantage. Will it last for long? It doesn't. No. There goes Anthony.
Nice nade. Very well placed from Anthony. It was also prepped early enough to where it could still be thrown to the floor without peeking too long and still having it go off fairly quickly. Really well set up there on this attacking side. The aggression now through brackets, it's hatchet to be taken care of. Joe in the back corner of Armory, swinging for a second, still stuck in this position, but with no utility left over now for this attacking side. Grinder from behind with a TCSG in their hand will be able to find a follow-up. Now, it's the SMG-12. Trojan getting aggressive, finds the kill across. Second attempt through the bracket doors, but will only do damage. Not lethal enough to find a kill, and now needs to switch back to the Mark 14. Second attempt on the swing, but it's 20 seconds, and they're still left alone. I think they're also seen. Maybe?
That's a difficult one for Trojan. He's going to be able to break open the door, but there's a Surya Gate staring at him straight in the face. So I think it's kind of gone. He can't walk through it because it will literally kill him. So he has to stick the diffuser down. He has to at this point, which now CMU, they're going to be able to realize, yeah. The defending gets a win. Finally. but it still doesn't feel as straight as an arrow as it should be.
Certainly a weird round for NEC. They had an advantage, they lost the advantage, they then tried to come back into the round, but I think the overaggression without the team play there, notably and especially around GK getting aggressive through brackets without anybody else there to possibly refrag, it allowed the fallback from the Aronia Joe Gaming without much risk to them while still being able to take the fight with the P10 Roni. Odd position, but, you know, P10 Roni's still a viable weapon. It's the fire rate that really keeps it relevant at this point. Initiation and Office is a favored secondary site for Central Methodist. I like this call. They don't want to go to bunk daycare if they don't have to. They'll avoid it for the time being. And winning the bottom floor is a pretty good start for them, albeit it took them a little while, or a little longer than I think they would have liked, but they're still in a fairly good spot.
The amount of explosions that CMU has. I mean, you got Boosted, you got Sky, you got Joe. Grinder actually opting for the barbed wire. I mean, maybe that's for kind of Dragon Stairs, Yellow Stairs, something like that, but we'll see if they actually get any usage out of that. So NEC, I think not getting the opening death is probably going to be a big factor in snowballing their way towards a victory. Whenever they've done that, they've just absolutely been able to smack CMU on the defense. So I think if they're able to get that, maybe punish somebody who just extends a little bit farther than they should, maybe we're looking at another NEC victory. But CMU, they're one round away from really tying it up, and I think reaching that point feels like a checkpoint, like a victory. But it's going to take hard work to get there.
My real question for NEC is, do they employ the exact same thought process that CMU did on the initiation office site? If you'll recall, it was basically just a singular or one-dimensional push, two-dimensional or three-dimensional, depending on what your views of science are, but that's not really the point here. It was really just one avenue of attack. They didn't pressure Cafe, Bunk's Daycare, not even Connector. They basically just all went in from either cash or security. And it did fairly little for them in the grand scheme of things. They walked away with a couple round losses. Luckily, they were able to pick one back up, but it was only the second time around, and that was just barely. Because, you know, Boosted was nuts.
Boosted is nuts. And Sky, well, he's going to be able to live to see Boosted's reign, as Wolverine is not the opening death.
Yay!
Yes, he gets 2 in the round, and now might give CMU a 5-5. Will get the third. He does, and he stays above the 50 HP threshold he was due, Dan. And finally, he cashed in his check, and I think at a most opportune time. Now CMU, all they need to do is not absolutely fumble the heck out of this round.
2v5, not impossible, but improbable to say the very least. They're looking to make sure that all of regulation is required. This win would guarantee that 12 rounds would be played. And now, with GK left alone in a 1v5, it almost certainly is the case. Drone shot out, but GK not so much, on about 4 HP. Or 1, depending on how you look at it. So Wolverine finds a triple kill. Both of the opening kills and a follow-up onto the ace. Exactly what they were looking for to come back into the fray. That is how you come back into a series as a whole.
Correct, and 2 killer rounds that CMU absolutely needed. But Bunk Daycare, they haven't done the cycle because both of these teams have avoided drugs,
timeout.
The drug lab site. So it is going to be a timeout.
Oh no.
I mean, wait, hold on. Can't these teams call timeout?
No, not with these settings. Wait,
okay.
We got it. Yes.
We did get it. Like literally at 000 right before it. So we are going to get a 60-second timeout. I think that was NEC that called it, right? Like that was bought.
Yeah.
But it's pretty important. NEC. Good time. Good time? Yes or no?
I like it. I mean, you either use it now or an OT. That or you lose.
That's true.
One of the 3 options, I suppose. They want to take their time, and especially on the attacking side, you have to A, differentiate what your strat wants to be, and B, figure out what site the defense is going to go to. Of course, you could plan out a few strats, one for each of the 3 possible sites. I suppose technically 2, considering that 2 sites in a row have now been won by the defense, but that's still a conversation point. With the tertiary bomb site of Bunk's Daycare not played as often for the defense, it's also played a little bit less for an attacking half as well. That could lead to some difficulties if you're on this attacking side of New England College. I also like the decision to call a timeout just because they've lost 2 in a row. That's the main thought process. Slow things down. Take a breath. We'll head back in, and we'll get back underway. NEC do indeed need to attack Bunks and Daycare, and Hatchet is prepping a gridlock. Look at the changes they've made now that the timeout is expired, because you can't make changes, at least I don't think so, during a pause set by the observer. Is Bot going to go on Pengu? No, Bot's going to go to the Dokebi. That's why Trosen had to switch off first.
I mean, I'm wondering, speaking of Dokebi, is she going to be the new fragging operator after the balance changes go through? She's going to be a 3-speed. And it might be a little different because everybody's going to be a 1-speed when looking down ADS. But still, she is going to have that DMR. She's going to have the Impact EMP. She's going to have the phone calls. Dokebi is going to rain havoc over Rainbow Six Siege next season. I'm calling it right now. But so far, she still is having a hell of a time between NEC and CMU. Bot is making her work. The Impact EMPs have found some presence, probably not as impactful as they should be in some times, but those phone calls really can make the difference in some scenarios.
Gotta bring in Drake. Because as long as you said you used to call me on my cell phone, you can't call him on his cell phone anymore. And bang, you're good. Maybe that's why the Canadian teams have been doing so well in the NEC.
Because Drake is Canadian?
Drake is from the 6. AKA Toronto, for all of you unfamiliar with Canadian slang.
I'm American. I don't know what that is.
Toronto, the 6, or Canadian
slang? The 6. I don't know what the 6 is. I unfortunately know what Canadians are.
the 6 is slang for Toronto.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. Believe it or not, Justin Bieber's also Canadian. Bet you didn't know that one.
Well, Ghost Killer still not having the time of his life on this map. He's 5-10. He was 16-7, I believe, in the previous map. So he hasn't been absolutely silent, but he still wasn't the absolute monster that we saw in the previous run. Anthony's going to be able to spot some players. The CMU does need to find, or excuse me, NEC needs to find an immediate refrag, as Hatchatham is going to angle down this side. I believe the Twitch drone is just going to zoom on in there, maybe find some information, maybe take out some utility, as Bot takes a whole lot of damage. Don't know from where, but NEC just still are struggling to really get the free frag that they need to actually keep this round in their favor. And now we're under 60 seconds.
Boosted finds another. Boosted decides to activate once more. Now up to 18 kills in 11, well, 10 and a half rounds, I suppose, considering there's still 3 players alive for NEC. On for the ace if the rest of the team decides to wait back, considering Bot's on 3.5 HP, a well-placed breeze away from death, as really all it takes is divine intervention or a single shot from the MP7 to take them away. The aggression with a 3x scope on the MK14, but absolutely nothing being done on CMU. They're waiting, and understandably so, but in goes that Impact EMP. It'll take out that Surya gate. There's a way in now for the attacking side. A nade prep towards that backside boxes, but Boosted isn't cleared. That one shot is found, and it finds the kill. Now the retake comes through. Boosted another. Boosted the ace. Just absolutely eliminates the entirety of CMU. Tops 20 kills before regulation comes to a close and puts CMU on map point to try and send us to Chalet.
And what a map that would be if CMU are able to crawl their way back after looking so desolate at 5-3. They just change a couple of things. Maybe it's NEC struggling on the attack, but it definitely has felt like CMU's defense has kind of kicked it up a notch a little bit, Dan. And now, well, they need to really finish it off, kick it up, I guess, like several notches. I don't know what the finality of a notch would be, but this throne area it was really where it all got started, and NEC just struggled to attack ever since we got here. So who's it going to be? Is it NEC taking us to overtime? Is it CMU sealing this one off, going to a third map and taking it, really putting it all up in the air? I don't know who it could be because CMU's defense has looked a lot better, but NEC, I mean, whenever they've kind of had a lot of pressure put on them, they've just flipped a switch.
Well, at this point, you're looking at NEC and saying, this is a fairly good position for them to be in. Number one, their attacking side hasn't been awful. Of course, they're down 2-3 in the half, down 6-5 overall. But remember, the position they're in is one they've won before. They have both won and lost the Armory and Throne Room site. Now, obviously, the loss was more recent, but still possibilities for them to pick up where they left off prior. It really just comes down to A, team play, and I'm going to stick with this again, B, multi-dimensional takes. They've been fairly one-dimensional in both of their takes. The first one just happened to work out because, oh, wouldn't you believe it, Bot happens to be really good at the game.
Yeah, but Bot, I mean, he's not boosted. That's the thing, is Bot's good. He's no boosted.cmu. 21-9, miles above anybody else on his team. He has 2 more than everybody combined. I mean, that's impressive considering how late we are in the game. We are in round 12. The final match, the final round, some could consider, and he's still putting up these numbers. And he might really take care of some Selmas, but only one side is going to be dealt with. He's going to fire away with really no sight on his gun. It was EMP. He's going to fire away a C4, but unfortunately, it's really only going to be a refrag, and he's not going to be able to find anything at this rate because his buddy Wolverine is eliminated off the board, and he almost falls next.
Boosted does actually fall, so they will stick on 21 kills for the time being in regulation. That'll be their max outcome. The rest of the team, by the way, for all of you who have been curious, 19 combined between them. Talon Shield out, protects Hatchet from the first shot, not the following 2, as Joe finds the headshot to eliminate the Talon Shield wielding Osa. Twitch Drone does 10 damage between 2 shocks at 5 apiece, but the information as to Joe's whereabouts certainly known. The swing coming through with the AK-12 in hand, GK finds the refrag, and this far side of the site as Armory has fallen. But well, with the Syria gate popped in front of them, can no longer take out that Kaid, but may not have to. The suppressor seen, 1v4 for Sky to win the map.
Sky, he's prone, will be spotted out by Ghost Killer, but he kind of made his mark. He got 25% of the kills that he needs to, and he's got about 20 seconds to do it. A C4 in his pocket, there is no range for him to actually work this explosive, and now he gets taken out from Trojan all the way on the other side of brackets. So overtime, we were destined to. It wasn't the first map, but I mean the second map. I guess I just had the wrong foresight.
Well, you did say one of these 3 maps, I think, is going to OT, possibly max OT. So I suppose that was technically correct. Just the first map was incorrect. But even then, you said one of the 3 maps could. So I don't know. I think it was a pretty good prediction. CMU will start OT on the defensive side. There's really no favor on either side of this. I do think that it's a little bit more favored towards NEC, considering CMU was losing the earlier part of both halves. So you'd expect that the first attempts on the second part of OT would be a little bit better for NEC, whether it be the attack or the defense. And CMU, understandably so, after losing 2 of 3 attempts on Armory Throne, and only picking up bunks a single time, will go back to what has worked, that being initiation and office.
Well, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And clearly CMU are kind of going under that mantra because this is the site that hasn't broken once. I mean, they've tried it. It's felt successful in their previous iteration when their defense has kind of kick-started, and now they've got everything they need to. You still have Grinder, who's bringing that barbed wire. You still have the oodles and oodles of C4s, but I think this was the site that Wolverine really actually got the most of his kills. Will we see that again? I think it's not crazy to expect that, but he doesn't have the same staying power as some of these other players. And I think a reason why Grinder is bringing that barbed wire is because you can electrify it.
Just for fun. I still like the C4, but electrified barbed wire, it does two different things. Number one, it slows you down, and number two, as you take damage from the barbed wire, it actually makes you flinch a little bit. Boosted, apparently, can never be removed from that cafe box, and finds a 20-second kill. I'm not going to say it's a record, because I do distinctly remember 23 kills found in some match at some point. But still, absolutely insane.
Ooh, that is a
My
dagger
bad.
because it's Ghost Killer. I mean, that's the thing, that it's Ghost Killer. He's maybe actually got something. He took out Boosted, who has a 2 KD, took out a C4. That is what NEC needs. That could be the linchpin. They just need like one more. With the Impact EMP, they should be able to get that Selma open. I think just prepping it is now. I like the setup that NEC are doing. You're putting Hatchet behind the shield. Mute barely escapes into the bathroom, but the C4 isn't going to be able to find anything. There goes your roamer. And with NEC,
Ooh.
with an advantage that is now gone, they have to find a way into the site. It's regained. It's a pendulum that swings back and forth, but CMU still have to really counter the punches with one of their own.
I think there was a caveat to that C4. While it found no kills, it created a lot of space and also took out those 2 Selmas on the second attempts for both. So it created space and took away your hard breach ability. Now the aggression in towards this office side, completely forgetting that initiation exists because they honestly don't care. Grinder's actually eliminated on that far side of the map, Bot dropping them from long range, and now Joe left alone. A 1v3 to try and save them from facing 2 back-to-back match and series points. Finds a first onto Hatchet, who was stuck behind the bar, will now break open the barricade behind, around towards the bathroom to try and back away, but it's Bot to find the kill required, and NEC onto match and series point to go to the Emergence East Finals.
Well, I said that when the pressure started to mount on them, that was when they really started to shine. And they have. I mean, they've gotten 2 kills in a row, put more pressure on the side of CMU instead of the pendulum swings both ways in momentum, in pressure, and just how these teams are doing. CMU, they've really showed up in this map, and I appreciate that a lot. It shows that, yeah, they kind of do deserve to be here, but NEC so far has kind of shown that really they are the better team in this engagement. They just need to finish it out. One more round, and they take the 2-0 and go all the way to the finals.
You know, that round not so easily come by for the defensive side of NEC, who, yeah, completed a flawless first rotation, and then forgot that they needed to shoot back in the second attempt at it. In all fairness, again, Boosted kind of cracked, found, like, so many kills in 3 rounds. I'm pretty sure it was upwards of, like, 8 or 9. I think they were at, like, 15, 14 kills at the end of the first half. Regardless, still a very big number compared to what was for NEC. Boosted's going to make a very big change, though. What was working consistently was the 5.56.11 on the OSA. You have the Talon Shields, you have Impact DMPs, or whatever you choose to bring in terms of utility. Now it's a switch to the Nook. Not only do they void the Talon Shields, but they bring in the FMG9 with a higher fire rate, but less damage output overall. I want to get your opinion on this. What do you think of the change?
I mean, I like it. I mean, we've seen a lot of bans come out this season, and I think taking that, the gun is a big reason why. And so I think slowly shrinking that gap in between her and everybody else on the side of the attack is a good thing. The FMG9, I believe, is statistically the best gun in Siege because of its low recoil. It's good mag. Its rate of fire and damage output. I believe it might have the best time to kill. Don't quote me on that, though. I think it's going to bring her in line with everybody else.
We'll see if it actually does come to fruition. I'm going to say I'm hesitant on the call, but now that Boosted's been seen, you may be invisible to utility or cameras. not so much to the naked eye, of which finds you and your whereabouts. Boosted's prepping a nade from below. It's a C4 used first, though, and that from below finds the kill into Swolverine. Boosted, I'm pretty sure, was in a fairly good position to take that C4 possibly out of contention, but didn't do so, and will now, with one of their 2 nades used, big advantage towards NEC, who open up with an opening kill and avoid at least one of the 2 nades from down below.
Now you lose big utility. That is something that Zofia brings. I mean, CMU now, it's going to be really hard to get rid of the Kiba barriers, and no more Kiba barriers, though. That is the one good thing that CMU can rely on, is that any that are out are going to be the final ones, but it's still going to be difficult to deal with because Boosted doesn't have frag grenades. There's no more soft destruction, or, I mean, you have Thatcher, you have Thermite, who's going to be able to put a bullet into Ghost Killer, giving CMU the advantage, but there isn't still a real side advantage for CMU. There's no map control that's really on their side. Time is now going to really start to dig into this attacking side.
They know.
Yeah, they know, but can they work off of it? Can Anthony survive for long enough? They don't know, Dan. You said they know.
Boosted died because they walked into a goo mine. That's what I was saying. They know. NEC knew that Boosted was around towards that main stairs position, and the immediate switch of the attention finds the kill there. The VIP, the top fragger of the 3 that remained, now taken out. Hatchet soon to follow. 1 versus 3 for Anthony, a 4K in the round as a whole required, and heroic certainly. Now for the Legion. Diffuser will be planted, so the objective timer will now favor the attacking side, and it's really up against time and 3 players for Anthony, who needs to aggress, and most importantly, needs to do so fairly quickly.
Just the space that CMU have, it's going to be really hard to insert himself into the site if he does not get the kill onto Grinder. He is spotted, fires through the wall, takes down Grinder, so it is a 1v2. Thermite will not be able to get revived. He does have information, but, he doesn't have information. Anthony does not that. With really 10 seconds left for him to work his magic, he has to get inside the site, cannot find the kill, otherwise you might have a chance, but unfortunately, we get past 7 seconds. He's taken out. There it is, max overtime. NEC will try to finish it out on their attacking side, and CMU will try to confirm it on their defensive side.
Quite literally, nobody has the advantage. Each team has gone 4 and 3 on one side or the other. And at this point, both teams have gone 4 and 3 on the site they're not playing, or the side they're not playing. So I suppose it's lower win percentages on each half, seeing which one takes the cake and becomes, on a technicality, 50%. This is so weird from a statistical standpoint. When teams get to, a final 15th round, and everything has gone back and forth, seemingly in and out each way. NEC, I'll remind you, opened things up 3-0. They opened up the second half up 5-3. But since then, it's just been traded rounds, where CMU was able to find 3 consecutive, NEC with rounds 12 and 13, and now CMU to tie us up and send us to a culminating final round of Theme Park to see whether our series is over, and NEC heads to the grand finals of Emergence East, and inevitably, possibly, at least 2 Emergence Championships, or if we're going to Chalet. Very different stakes for either team.
Very different stakes indeed. And, well, with the final round in this map, with NEC, their final trip on the line, CMU going home on the line, Wolverine picks up the Vigil. He's been on Malusi a lot of the series, and now he just tries to be the sneaky Korean Batman. Maybe hide from drones, maybe that's been the problem, but he could make a difference in this round if he is not spotted out, but that's the thing. If he is not spotted out. NEC has done a good job at tagging him, taking him out, making sure he does not really have a role in any of these rounds. Because he's so far away from the site, if he gets taken out very early, nobody's really taken out on the side of NEC, that is a free kill for NEC, but they still have to actually get rid of it. And clearly that is the goal from day one.
There's really, each team has 1 VIP. I believe there's really more of a second on NEC, and the kill differential on CMU is caught up a little bit, but still not as even as I think they would like it, and Boosted would like it, considering that he is going to need a chiropractor after this map to adjust his back, considering how much carrying he's attempted to do. Still, not the worst thing in the world for them. Again, they're tied up, fairly even as it stands between the teams, not so much between each team.
This round has been a little more quiet. I feel like a lot of times in the early game, it's, you know, explosions. Maybe one player dies, two player dies. We're only seeing things happen with a minute 15. And it's Wolverine, the coveted player that I was talking about, takes out the Hardbridge, takes out Ghost Killer. Hatchet Thumb gets close to following. But remember, this is potentially a third map on the line. Wolverine could really send his team with individual plays. 4 kills is all the CMU squad needs, and it has to happen within the next 60 seconds, or at least stop this team from getting inside of the site. You can kind of feel the tension in the air. Dan, nobody really wants to make the first move because, well, I mean, it is setting it in stone. NEC setting that Candela, and this could be it for them.
35 seconds left. They throw in the Candela, but they do absolutely nothing off the back of it. There's so much utility between them and the site. There's still a C4 available on Sky, an extra on Boosted, alongside so much positioning for this defense. A follow-up Candela across, but here's the flank coming through from Wolverine behind. They find the down on a Trojan, and Hatchet has no idea, is shot in the back and doesn't even turn their attention. Bot is in a 1 versus 5, at least a pseudo 1v5, but it's not going to matter. 7 seconds left. It's all a formality. CMU a flawless 15th round victory. Boosted doesn't even need a kill. CMU will send us to Chalet.
Oh, tale of two teams in this one. CMU early game in theme park. They did not look like they would get here. Dan, like, I call a spade a spade. They were clearly struggling, could not really put together anything. And then in the second half of this map, really start to actually get it together. I said they fixed some of their mistakes, some of their glaring mistakes. They could win this map, and they did that. And right then, it wasn't enough from NEC. Their plays just could not stop the CMU squad, and we go to a third map. And really, it's a little bit up in the air. I still have to give it to NEC. I think that so far, there's something in this third map that I think could benefit them, but CMU, they've still got that underdog status.
I give it to the NECC. They are the real winners here, considering how good of a match this has been. What, 7-4 in map 1, 8-7 map 2, a total round differential of +2 in favor of the team that seemingly just got dumpstered in a single round. It's been close in and out of rounds, in and out of halves, and most importantly, in and out of the series as each team trades a map. But that means we have a decider. Chalet's required. We'll see you after the break. It is
Well,
a
an
third map on the
extended break.
cards.
Yeah.
I did it. I did it, didn't I? Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is that we had an extended break time. We had a lot of time to sit back in our chairs and let our minds melt. You can come back now. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know if he can even hear me because I can't even see him anymore
Wireless
because we
headphones for
are
the win.
on the we have the map loading screen. Like I said, we had an extended break. We kind of let our minds melt. We gotta get geared up for production. We gotta get geared back up into the game of NEC versus CMU. Map 3. We've been here a while. We're finally at the peak of, well, what this game is.
Well, this game is close. We'll head into map 3. It's NEC Esports on the defensive side. For Chalet, Central Methodist start off on the attack. Now, Thatcher has been banned in every single map thus far and will continue to be so. Jackal probably going to follow considering the size of Chalet, and whoop-de-doo, he does indeed. Thatcher and Jackal have been banned in this order, even with the sides switching. That's not too surprising. I think we're going to see probably Valkyrie Kaid, maybe Valkyrie Mira, Kaid possibly going to stay on the board. Depends on how the teams feel about playing Impact EMPs up against that or against Kaid.
Well, we've seen that they've tried to prepare for it, and it hurt them in the end. I'm looking back at Initiation Office. We don't got to worry about that because now Kaid does get played. He's going to be able to be utilized by NEC. Mira is not. And they're actually not really going to head to a place where Kaid's good a lot of play. Instead, it's going to be that second floor, master bedroom, office, and now Bandit, who we've seen a lot of when he tries to just bandit trick away. He's going to be here along with his buddy Mute. So already NEC just kind of going with their pretty stable lineup, but still no, we have seen Smoke once tonight. And it's so different because I'm just so used to him being every single round.
The days when Smoke was played day in, day out, and all the time. And those really don't exist anymore. We will see Bandit played instead of the Kaid. That really shows the fact that NEC may decide to pick up what could be Bandit tricking. I don't know how I feel about playing Bandit over Kaid, considering it's much easier to hold down long term as a Kaid. You can continuously bring a C4 as the Bandit can, but the other notion is I honestly favor the AUG or the TCSG over top of the MP7 more often than not.
I mean, I did when it had the 1.5, but it doesn't have that anymore. So I think it's got its positives. It doesn't really hit as hard as something like the MP7, but something about it. It's nice. It's old. You get used to the MP7. And with Bandit, his ability to really cover those two walls, with Bandit tricking really coming back, I don't see it as a bad decision. My only thought is, how is Ghost Killer gonna do? Because in the previous map, he didn't really do too much. He died a lot in the first half. And, well, I mean, Bandit, he can die if he puts down his batteries, but I need Ghost Killer to actually do more than just put down his batteries and die. I want him to see him get some kills because I know that is who Ghost Killer is.
Fragger at heart. That's the goal, at least. You can see already prepping for piano and the library hallway. Grinder setting up on that main wall, but really not getting much down, and doesn't expend, luckily, that exothermic charge. And fortunately for this attacking side, they also are able to take out bot in the process. Follow-up impact EMP, attempted bandit trick, looking to come through, will do so indeed. The spray from below doesn't land, and the bandit battery put down in time takes out one of the two exothermic charges. And I don't know if there's any impact EMPs left over. There aren't at all. The only thing that could take it out is explosives, or, well, sprays from below, and that's just not going to come through. Final exothermic charge, follow-up final bandit battery, and just like that, the bandit trick works out properly. That's why they favor the bandit over the Kaid.
And now, as you see a couple bullets fly each way, it's going to be a lot harder for CMU to get inside the site because of the bandit. So now CMU really just have to kind of force themselves into piano, and look at what the defense is set up. These Kiva barriers, there's ADSs in there. I'm pretty sure there's probably mute jammers to just make sure that you don't get any information.
Yep.
NEC have set themselves up really for success, and it came down to Ghost Killer just denying that wall. Everything has kind of been working in symphony, and it just needs to all click together in the end, because NEC should win this round, because Central Methodist does not have a centralized attack. It really is it's going to require a lot from them to actually walk away with the round, but who knows? Trojan behind this Kiva barrier, they die, that opens piano wide open. We'll have to see if they can really put up a fight, as the drones have spotted them. Hatchet gets dangerously close to getting taken out, but now that Trojan has just defended piano with his life, there really isn't much that Central Methodist can do. Maybe Boosted opens up this master bedroom side, but right there is Anthony, and Joe just can't do much, but maybe enter the site, try to get the diffuser down. He's not going to have any chance at that, as we've hit triple zeros. He is a dead man walking.
Or a dead man crouching trying to plant a diffuser. Either way, NEC ever so cleanly pick up that first round. Their setup was so good because it led to so much redundancy through different positions. Even with that push coming through from the piano side, there were still 2-3 players watching that, and those 2 or 3 players also supported that lone defender who was left back in the backside of Master to hold down the far side push as well, whether it came in from the bathroom window, the piano door, or even up Solarium. As we saw, it did not matter. NEC was ready for it, and they were prepped for it. They walk forward with a first round victory, exactly what they need to open things up. They have yet to lose a first round of a half or of OT. They're looking pretty good in that, right? One thing that wasn't looking good was the ping. You know, you just had to ask about servers earlier, Light Rose.
Ooh,
you
spicy.
had to say something.
I mean, are we just kind of toughing it out here? I mean, I guess.
Yeah, okay, we're good now. Yeah, it was just some packet loss. Servers do that every so often, especially when you talk about them in map 2.
See, that's what a jinx is. Damn, that's what a jinx is. I'm pulling it out with some... No, it's a reverse jinx. No, okay. I talked about servers. Servers decided to die, but we're all good. We don't have to rehost. Nice and easy. Central Methodist, though. I mean, I think all the way back on Cafe, somebody... Was it boosted on the Cali? I think it was. Yes. And he opened Bakery wide open. He is on the Cali again. Probably not for the same reason as Bakery. It is mainly just for opening up this wall. Both bandits, the bandit battery and the mute jammer are gone. It's the wrong side. Ghost Killer, you better run, my friend, because you might be next. Trojan goes down. So it's just 4 players on the side of NECC trying to defend against this wall, as already Central Methodist is barging into this building.
And they're doing so again from 2 sides, this time much earlier in the round. Boosted not only uses the lance to open up the wall, but uses the SPSMG to drop across GK. Ghost Killer is now Ghost Deather. I suppose I was reaching on that one. But NEC now have just need to consolidate. They've had to consolidate so much, and Anthony's trying to aggress up these fireplace stairs. Hatchet's trying to aggress across from blue, but Bot, being stunned out of position, doubled up as well, has the spear prone. They're seen, and they should be stuck in this spot. Any explosive will take them out. The only shot they have is that C4, and they take the shot, but miss it as it goes just wide.
Another trade happening that still benefits CMU, but I mean, they don't have direct access to the site, or at least they're not walking in. Hatchet Thumb just gonna, Bolt's barely going to miss. He is going to get healed on up, but there is Boosted aiming down that line of sight. It only takes 1 bullet. What? And now Bot shoots the drone, but has to shoot a player behind him, and cannot happen. Misdirection, Dan. And now CMU find an equalizer. So it seems we're in it for another 1-1.
I have to say, Central Methodist ever the magicians on that one, somehow making somebody in a 1v4, knowing the fact that at least 1 player's on this side, shoot a drone as the diffuser was being planted, and there was like 10 seconds in the round. Everybody knew that guy was not hopping on that drone. I'm sorry. But it works out anyway, and CMU pick up round 2. Pretty good comeback from them, but I don't like that NEC goes back to the bottom floor. Kitchen dining and bar gaming are both sites that should be played often enough to where you're confident on them more than you should be on a site that you've just lost. I'm employing the Scott method, where going back to a site you've just lost while other sites are open that you could be comfortable on is never a proper decision. Also, that key barrier just broke something, I think. Unless it was just a visual bug. I thought it was a mute jammer for 2 seconds, and I realized, wait a second, there's not a mute.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything. Maybe it was just a visual bug. Who knows? But I think in the end, it didn't destroy anything that would be like insane. Maybe it destroyed a Kona station, and that's not going to be the be-all end-all, because the be-all end-all is the bandit batteries and the Kai claws. Those are just the main utility that Central Methodist is going to have to work towards. And Trojan clearly is not trying to hint towards a Kai trick. He's over by this stock area. It's mainly Ghost Killer going for some sort of trick. As Central Methodist, they don't bring out the Cali. Again, boosted this time is on the Florence. So it's still kind of the same goal with destroying utility, but you give him an actual AR this time.
I like Central Methodist are employing what's worked already. I was talking about that dual-pronged attack that has worked in prior rounds. They're doing so again. Again, no Cade used by this NEC defense means bandit batteries are seemingly fairly easily taken off the board. And NEC is also transitioning a lot of their focus towards this far side. I like this decision, with especially knowing the fact that the bandit batteries are on this side and the Cade claws are on the opposing half. GK already low and actually already taken out of contention. Boosted, playing on the Flores. The first time we've seen the Flores played thus far in the series, and the first kill found by the AR-33. Pretty good start for it. Also, that's not where that Claymore goes. There you go.
There it is. Eventually, the game will work as it is intended. It's now NEC trying to work without a C4. They've only got one in bots, but Sky sees glass shatter all around it. But it's really not going to matter in the end for CMU, because they still have the advantage. It's still NEC sputtering and trying to find some sort of equalizer that doesn't come, because, well, they just cannot find the kills that they need. It's 4-2. Time still on the attacker side. And Anthony does drop Joe, doesn't kill him. And Trojan find one of his own. So it's a 2v2. Just like that, with the blink of an eye, we're at equal footing. But Joe is going to be able to get revived. So Central Methodist gets back the advantage that they so desperately need. Grinder punching a beer barrel just to get inside and actually get the plant down. Will it be enough for that smoke to dissipate?
Yeah.
He gets it down, and that's scary.
But the issue, it's now a 1v2. Sky is upstairs. I think Sky's going down Fireplace. Why weren't they playing on that hatch? And why aren't they sticking it on this defensive side? The sound cues have been heard. They for sure know this flank's coming through. Anthony holds it. Trojan holds the defuse, or the counter-defuse, I suppose, and NEC on the defensive side, chaotically, to say the very least, but they win nonetheless.
Okay, I'm glad that they won it, because I was kind of with you that why would you get off the diffuser? Like, man, whatever. NEC get the round win. I think that's it in the end. We've kind of talked about the flaws of these teams a lot, so I just don't want to kind of be a broken record, constantly repeat myself, berate these teams over and over again, because I've said my 2 cents about what I think that they could improve on, and we'll have to see if, maybe they look back, take my advice. Maybe I'm even speaking tongues. We'll see. But right now, I know for a fact NEC has the lead, 2-1, and this is a site that, I mean, they went here before. It looked good on it. I think they just need to improve on that, because they need to get even more security in this match, because it's been really back and forth between these two teams and need to get a good victory, not a close one, because NEC needs to finish this round on out if they really want to feel good going into the finals.
The confidence has to be there quicker for Central Methodist on the other side of that, though, especially in the earlier part of a lot of these rounds, where you can see a little bit of hesitancy shown. It hasn't fully come through, at least not earlier on. Of course, round 2 was the real exception to that rule, but if you find an opening pick sooner in rounds 1 or 3 and really force that NEC Esports side back, then you're in a much better position, and they can't come back as they did. It wouldn't have been a 3v2, maybe a 4v2, or even in some positions a 5v3 as it could have become. but it just wasn't. And that's where your chaos really led. That's why the advantage was gained back by Central Methodist, and they had positional advantage when you were scrambling to try and gain position on your own side.
So far, no natural advantage. I mean, Central Methodist, they've got the frag grenade. They have the info that they need to actually take out that Kaid Claw, but Ghost Killer knows that. Look at the angle he's got. Wonderful. Takes out, boosted the gunner on Central Methodist, and now, well, somebody else kind of has to fill that slot. Maybe go underneath, take out the Electro Claw, and nobody really wants to do that because there's confirmation that NEC have direct line of sight on where the attack needs to go.
My goodness, Swolverine somehow winning that fight against GK, who's trying to proactively swing, but now Swolverine with a double, dropping Hatchet across the far side of Office, who can now escape with their life. Nades are available, by the way, so that Rotilla Electro Claw, that we were talking about earlier, can actually still be taken out from below, but again, aggression. Now from the defense, out from the office door, Bot goes and down, Swolverine is taken. But now Bot is being held from that piano window and has been forced to consolidate inside of the office. An odd position, certainly, now for NEC, but Central Methodist in an even weirder position, considering it was a 4v3 and they had positional prowess. That's no longer the case. Grinder will try to open things up, but it'll actually be taken off the board. I'm pretty sure it was shot out of position by this defense, and Trojan's still waiting in piano. Bot not so lucky inside of the office, though.
And here comes Sky. He does not have anything to do with those Candelas. He's got that little visor, and Trojan, unfortunately, does not have the same ability. It leaves Anthony in the 1v3. Really, everybody on Central Methodist is close to full health. The Grinder, the only one who isn't there, he's going to be able to stick that diffuser down, and Anthony cannot pressure it. And so now he's got about 35 seconds to try to push up to piano, try to push into the site, and win a 1v3. It's looking very unlikely because, well, any damage that any of these players take, the Kona stations might heal them directly on up. There goes Sky. 2 more players have to fall. Anthony gets healed right back up by the Kona station. One's right on the balcony, and one is right outside in the hallway. He finds the second. He needs one more. It's getting there. He has the time he needs, and he honestly has the map control. He fakes, tries to get the piece, and he gets it. He gets the 1v3. He has enough time to defuse. And Anthony, we haven't said his name a lot tonight, but maybe we should be saying it more.
Textbook 1v3 from Anthony, by the way, differentiating every single fight required and making sure that you can reset for the following. Not putting yourself into dire positions, he turned a 1v3 into 3 separate 1v1s. Not allowing that Central Methodist side to completely collapse upon him and force their man advantage, or in that case, 2-man advantage, down on top. When it came down to the 1v1, the whereabouts of the last player were known, and the utility was still in the back of the mind of Anthony, who had 2 goo mines prepped for that position through the first just to force the swing early, and even with 2 flashbangs, 3 flashbangs I believe as a matter of fact there for Joe Gaming, didn't use a single one to create position nor add real estate to his current repertoire. And just like that, NEC, they go from looking at a tied up scoreline to now a 2-round advantage as they head to their now technically tertiary bomb site of Bar Gaming.
It's actually Joe Gaming, Dan. You said it wrong, but I'll forgive you.
Goodness.
Look, I don't know what it is about tonight that it's just like you need to make the dumbest puns.
Casting with me again.
The dumbest jokes imaginable. I've been hanging out with a certain person way too much who relies on that when he casts, and well, it just rubs off, I guess. But
I would make predictions, but that's most of Tier 3 Siege.
Yeah, puns are a nice little thing that kind of can break the ice sometimes. I don't know where Ghost Killer was. Clearly, he was trying to peek on the window. Boosted almost finds another one. I think that's, a Trojan, I believe, who's trying to peek the window. I think he needs to learn the mistakes of his fallen friend, a Ghost Killer. Maybe back off, because Central Methodist, now they have a huge advantage. Probably confidence, and you cannot mess with that, because now, well, that's a C4 gone. The only C4, you have one more in the hands of Trojan, but already, Sam, you're doing a great job at pressuring all of these players back.
Boosted, very lucky to be alive off of that shot. Follow up now from the DP27, but it's the fire rate prowess and the 50 caliber deagle shot to close Hatchet out of the round. It's basically most of your plant denial gone in 61 seconds. Hatchet has lost all 14 of their Shamika launchers. Ghost Killer's lost their C4. All that's left is 45 seconds of Toxic Babes, and even then, it's fairly limited, and the first one even misses. Not a great position now for NEC.
NEC, I mean, it's been a while since they've kind of found their way to these sticky situations. I mean, probably a map ago, early on Theme Park. But Central Methodist, they've got a couple of squishy players. NEC, I was going to talk about bot. Can't do that anymore because Grinder just simply shut my mouth for me. And now, well, with 2 players up against 5, Anthony is still alive, the player who did complete the 1v3. It is still a large ask of them to try to counteract what Central Methodist is going to bring to the table. The only team that can hurt Central Methodist at this point is themselves, as now they are really starting the execution. The utility that they are using makes it extremely difficult for the defense to really make a dent here. And now with about 35 seconds, 1 player left, Anthony, can he do it again?
1v4 this time, 2 impacts, and gonna be 2 goo mines by the end of the round, but 4 different positions to clear out. The first one is boosted in towards the closet, not even cleared out of position to open things up. The FMG9 finds the shots required, as does CMU the round, as they bring it right back. Another 1-round difference between the 2 teams. This time, it's NEC looking to take prowess into the second half.
It has all 3. I think all 3 maps have ended up 3-3, if I remember correctly. Because I want to go back, because that, I mean, that's a
4-2, 3-3, and now we're 3-2.
Okay, so the first map was a 4-2 for NEC. Right. Yeah, okay, because that was the map in which they felt pretty good. It was a 7-4, pretty typical map. But this match has really been anything else besides typical, because Central Methodist, remember, they are the 6th seed. They were the only team that was a lower seed and won their quarterfinal victory. And now they are really putting the heat on NEC, who is the 3rd seed. Central Methodist is the 6th seed. And at this point, you can't do anything else but kind of root for the underdog here. Central Methodist, they could go to the finals as a 6th seed. A rough season. Not great in terms of record, but they could make it all the way to the end.
Hey, the 6th seed would most likely be taking on the number 1 seed of SIUE. I believe it's SIUE Red in Emergence East. I could be incorrect.
That's going to be difficult, though.
Yeah, you're already looking at a difficult matchup up against NEC, number 2 seed, who absolutely just dumpstered Louisville Black in the quarterfinals. And they're looking to add a 6th seed to their... What in the world? Sky, I suppose good reaction time. Probably would have died there if they didn't completely react. The issue, they did have to use an impact EMP to get it out and make sure they could move a little bit quicker. But exit thermal charge is still used, and they still get it off. They also saw the bandit's head, but it's Grinder to find the kill, rather than Sky. The opener and the opening wall goes their way.
Boosted staying alive. I mean, the fact that they were able to get the wall open, that is something that NEC have relied on, is when Central Methodist are failing to get rid of utility. When that happens, there isn't much to fall back on, because as a team, they haven't consistently been able to get killed like Central Methodist. I mean, Boosted, yes, he's clearly the leader, but overall, I still think Central Methodist can kind of scrape together a lot of these 50-50s. But Trojan sneaking down could change the round for the better. He needs to change the round because it's a 5v3. There are 2 players waiting around here. The air jab, perfectly prepped, gives away his position. Is he going to go for the angle? He still does, but eventually has to back off. That is a losing gunfight. I know that, you know that, and he knows that. Backs off, but that means that Thermite's going to be able to put that diffuser down, and Central Methodist look to make it a 3-3.
Diversifying their assets on this Central Methodist attack, they decide to aggress from 3 different angles all at the same time. The main wall across from blue, where Boosted aggressed into Wine Cellar, and then through Connector on towards the site, just collapsing upon this defensive side. Central Methodist tie us up For the second time in 3 maps, we see a tied scoreline heading into our second half of play. I will remind you, the last time this happened, last map, Central Methodist went to the defensive side in the second half, split it 3-3 again, and then we went to OT, where they won 8-7.
Imagine if this was like a grand finals. This was like a best of 5. It's already been, I think it's already been like 2.5 hours since we started.
It's been 3 hours since we started. Well, 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
We started like 7:15.
We would probably be here until like midnight with how, because these rounds a lot of times are taken to the edge. Like a lot of times they can be, you know, a 0-0, a plant gets put down, and then it's still right max regulation, max overtime, which seems to be where we're headed with how equal these teams are. And the only way we can really find out who's the winner is really grinding our way over to the end. No pun intended, Grinder. That one, I swear, was no pun intended.
Yeah, sure. That's what they all say.
That one wasn't that smart. But then again, I can't really use that as an excuse because none of them have been.
You just got to go and pick it up like, I don't know, 3 rounds later. Well, everybody's already forgotten about the joke and go, yeah, it's been a real grind, especially for Central Methodist with Grinder.
But like, it would work if, I know our camera was on Grinder, but if like he was doing something, or like he was setting something up, maybe it would work.
Maybe. Well, food for thought, maybe into our finals. First impact EMP lands onto the window, and with only a 2-meter radius. Second one misses as well. A brief note, by the way, for all of you unfamiliar with the intricacies of radii between some gadgets. Rotilla Electroclaw has a 1.7 meter radius, so from its current position, it can reach 1.7 meters in every and all direction. Same with the Impact EMP, but it's 2 meters. So you have about 30 centimeters of redundancy and a little bit of an assist should you miss by a small amount. They missed by a country mile as it was thrown on the top side of the rafters inside of that master bedroom / office site. So now, Central Methodist are in a pretty good position. The Ace Selmas will still open up one side of the wall, but that still leaves you susceptible to the rotate.
And there's still a lot of time for the attack to work, but I think that the one thing that really confounded this team was that main wall. And if they can maybe centralize their efforts somewhere else, knowing they can't get the wall open, that could be good. But losing bot will sting, definitely, because it's going to make refocusing your resources that much harder. Wolverine now gets a second. There is going to be an equalizer in the gun of Hatchet Thumb, but it is still NEC who have some advantage. That could change, and it might change for sure. A little bit of an awkward engagement there, but who knows at the end of the day, because, well, I mean, NEC still have to get inside the site, still have to put that diffuser down, and Central Methodist want to do all they can to stop that.
They actually have to pick the diffuser up first. That's their main issue. Hatchet wants to get in, but would have to do so from the solarium door in through office. There's no easy way to do that. Trojan picks up that diffuser and safely does so, at least for the time being. But it's still being held. Swolverine watching the rotate. If you jump in, you're susceptible and inaccurate because you cannot ADS. That's something that's being relied upon here from Swolverine. But their position now known by the attacking side. This is something they can snuff out, but that jumping inaccuracy will cost them later on. There's the jump through now from Anthony, but they're taken out by the rotate. That's the issue I was talking about earlier. Grinder now in a 1 versus 1. The Evil Eye is not set up in the correct position, so this will be a safe plant, who now wants to aggress. Troshan will get it down and will have the time now on their side, but they're stuck behind the half wall, and the jump up and over will immediately lead to their demise. The ACS-12 slug to the chest will lead to the death, and Grinder, making sure there's no Claymore to end the round in NEC's favor, will close it out for Central Methodist and give them the lead.
I mean, it was a one tap. Like, he only shot 1 bullet. So it was that much cooler in the end. And now, gosh, these rounds, like I said, they go all the way to the end. And just the team that just makes the fewest mistakes. The individual plays sometimes are what makes the difference. And in this one, it's Central Methodist. I think, hold on, I want to check something. I think this is their first lead that they might have besides the actual winning of the game, since round 5 of Theme Park. If I remember, if my notes are tracking correctly. So last time Central Methodist won, or they were leading at least. Look what happened in the end. They got a map victory, and because they're so close, it's tantalizingly close. Dan, you have to think that they might be getting to the end, and they just have to finish it out on Basement. It's a site that, NEC struggled with a little bit, sometimes was hit or miss, but maybe this will be the, home run that Central Methodist really needs.
The other note, especially here for Central Methodist, is the fact that this is the first time they have won an opening round to any specific set of rounds. A first half, a second half, an overtime. NEC Esports have opened up every single segment of a game with a round victory. This is the first time that hasn't been the case with Central Methodist winning the previous round. This is showing you how much more comfortable they're being towards the earlier parts. And Central Methodist have had that comeback factor. If they don't need to come back, that's when I'm starting to be concerned, because NEC is always opened up with a lead. First half, second half, OT, you name it, they've had the lead at the beginning, sometimes by 2 rounds, and it's just done either nothing or little for them, considering they're down a round in the final map.
All right, well, who is going to be the player to kind of make the first move? Something that I think both of these teams have is they love that Osa, especially Hatchet Dump, just kind of sneaking his way in there, trying to get some sort of wedge. But clearly NEC not ready for the Malusi, who cannot hit the shots. That was a kill right there, Dan. But Wolverine, unfortunately, only does about 1 bullet's worth of damage to Trojan. Now has to back off. And speak of the devil, there he is, taking out your Kaid, your star player. Well, Wolverine's got a good couple of kills, but I think we've said enough about them in this round, and, well, we'll officially say our last words about them because they are now dead.
Their last hurrah has come to a close earlier than I think they would have liked. At the halfway point of the round, NEC have a clear advantage, but they now need to continue to convert upon it. Swinging from that blue door is Grinder, taking more damage than they deal, but now it's Sky, finding the returning kill onto Bot as they're taken out of contention, and a follow-up now onto GK. From a 5v3 to a 2v2, Hatchet and Sky trading one another out. Grinder lucky to make it back to site alive, but Joe, a long angle across towards the diffuser. NEC's aggressing down Fireplace without the diffuser anywhere near them, and there's now information for the defensive side. There's one across on towards Anthony. A 1v2 as it stands. The odd position is that they're sitting on the backside of shelves. They have to retreat. They have to grab the diffuser. They have to play objective.
And, well, there isn't much soft destruction. That Maestro Cam, I don't know if it's in the right position, but it doesn't matter at this point because Trojan abandons that entryway. At least for now, I believe he is going towards Trench, maybe to get the diffuser. But that's still... A diffuser right now is so because of there's 25 seconds on the clock. You still need to get rid of 2 members. I mean, either are separated, like immensely separated. So this could be a very easily winnable 1v2. That is only if you push forward and your exact position is known. Shot the alibi with 8 seconds left. Trojan, he's going to fire towards blue, but that Banshee slows his movement, and I think that's it. You were right. He's going to fire some bullets and go straight into the line of sight of Grinder's ACS-12. So CMU now, they have a 2-round lead, and I think we're headed for a rehost.
Yeah, unfortunately, rehost will come through. We'll probably go on to South Central servers. You know what I'm going to do? I blame you.
Yeah,
this is fair. Your fault.
That's fair.
For all of you who are just joining us, or didn't watch Map 2, or are waiting for the NAU varsity game to start, here's a brief run-through of how things have gone. Map 1, 7-4 in favor of New England College. Map 2, to start off, Light Rose decided to talk about servers. And then magically, we've had 2 separate server issues, one of which now leading to a rehost. That was followed up upon with an 8-7 victory by Central Methodist. We now sit in map 3, a 3-3 first half scoreline. But that round, honestly, I'm not going to say convincingly going Central Methodist's way to extend to a 2-round lead. By the way, their only 2-round lead of the series. But it really looks good for them because they don't have to play from behind. That opener going their way in the second half, starting to really favor them.
But NEC's kind of been in this position before. They've had the series, or at least the map, on the line, and I think we're in a different situation where it is no longer the map; it is the series. It is the ability to continue on in NECC, make it to the grand finals, and that could be the difference. But NEC definitely needs to, maybe step it up a little bit, work in synchronization, because I think that is something that just feels a little out of sync between this team. And it's something that CMU struggled with in the previous couple maps. And now I think they've kind of spread that plague a little bit. But right now we're just kind of waiting to get started. This has been a very long game. I don't even we might not have a second game because
No,
this one will take so long.
so they will start on time. It's just a matter of whether they start sooner rather than later. That should start around 10:30, maybe 10:35 or so for both teams. For all of you wondering, it's Northern Arizona University taking on University of Wisconsin Platteville A. University of Wisconsin Platteville B actually lost to, as I totally look over at the Google sheet I've had up the entire
CMU.
time,
CMU.
CMU in the quarterfinal here. That's, of course, in Emergence. This next game is in Champions. If you're here for that, I promise it's coming after A, a rehost, and B, the end of this map. We'll get that underway. I promise.
Still waiting some of these out. We have been here a while. Like, we have been through thick and thin. I need water. I need food. I'm going on the next one. Wait, oh, yeah, time to light. He just gets to leave. Like, he's just cool like that. I think we are going to head to a break. We're going to make sure you guys just get a little bit of a reprieve from our voices. Oh, look at that. You get a nice little water bottle. Just as I say that, though, I think we're actually ready to get back in the game. Can't have any break. We're just going. Want to get out the rehouse, but
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah, no, we're gonna go to a break. We have half of the teams in. Some people are having to restart because of invite issues. You'll never believe it. Ubisoft Connect doesn't work. It's never happened before, actually. This is a fairly rare occurrence. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna send it to a break. Then we're gonna get the rehost completed. Then we're gonna complete Chalet for this series, and then after that, for all of you who are still waiting, NAU versus UW Platteville. Stick around. We'll be right back. Technical issue number 44,324 has been eliminated from Ubisoft servers. We've gotten the rehost underway. NEC down 3-5 in map 3 of the series. Winner goes to the Emergence East Finals. Loser goes home in second place in the conference. I'm Time to Light, still joined alongside me virtually is Light Rose. Now, V, Central Methodist, 2 rounds in a row, right before the rehost came through. Can they continue with the momentum on the defensive side?
All right, which side are we going to? We're going to Bar Gaming. I think they can. I think the fact that they've got a Rook, I think the fact that you have Boosted, who's going to be on the Thorn, going to create some havoc. The Frost, I think, is also going to create chaos. I think Central Methodist could potentially win this 7-3. I'm going to be optimistic for NEC. And even if CMU win, I think it's the 7-5. I do not think we are going to end in the next 2 rounds. We might reach match point, but NEC are going to fight their way back. But I need to see something from this attacking side, because so far in the previous 2 rounds, they've shown that they haven't been clicking when exactly they needed to, when Central Methodist has just been the team that has reveled in the chaos. NEC used to be that team. And now they kind of fell by the wayside, but maybe the fact that Sky is immediately gone, peeking from the bathroom side, that could be a beacon of hope that NEC needs.
Beacon at this point for NEC has to be A, opening kills, of which they've already found one of them, and B, Central Methodist giving away a lot, and, well, that time doesn't really happen. Grinder's able to fall away with their life. You can see, ironically, the little blue bar at the bottom that was a visual bug because of video transfer was about what was correct in the difference between them surviving and them falling away. And the issue for this NEC attack, with the Rook online, an extra bit of HP for every player on Central Methodist, not much they've done to contest with it. Grinder going to sit just about 40 HP. The rest of the team, 135, or just a little less. It's 130 for Wolverine boosted, and it's Joe Gaming chilling on, I believe, 145?
Yeah, he's a chunky man with those Rook sweaters. As Bot is going to be able to blow up that shield, create a line of sight that the attack can actually take down. And now Central Methodist, they have a 2-man advantage. And they are 2 kills away from getting on map match series point. Wolverine takes almost lethal damage. You can thank one man for the fact that Wolverine is still alive, and he is French. Joe Gaming's Rook sweaters, keeping Wolverine in it. Maybe could keep Grinder in the game long enough to actually net him another kill. But so far, Central Methodist, they are bleeding, but more importantly, they are breathing and alive.
Just because they're bleeding doesn't mean they're out just yet. They have not bled out, at least not at this current point. Trojan, please tell me you saw the Frostmat. I thought he was going to back into the Frostmat and end the round. That would have been the most hysterical way to put Central Methodist on match point ever, but doesn't come through. Still a 1v4, 40 seconds left. They know the Frostmat's there, 100% now. And they were worried about one being at the bottom of the double window, but no, not the case.
So now just quiet. I mean, it makes sense that Trojan doesn't really want to make any rash moves, but eventually he will have to make a move or two. And I think he's just waited too long. With 15 seconds left, I don't see a chance in which he walks away with this round. Maybe he could get a kill. It just takes 1 bullet to take care of Wolverine. It is 1 more kill on the board. I don't even know if stats matter, but he takes out Joe Gaming. All it means, Central Methodist, do not peek the Nomad. I don't care if you want the kill, because the round matters so much more. And now, because of that, Central Methodist are 1 round away from winning this, going to the Emergence Grand Finals despite being a 6th seed.
I still refuse to believe it's actually happening. They must have been playing with subs the entirety of the regular season, just making sure that everybody was lulled into a false sense of security so that the playoffs would be like an easy run, because, you know, they're just playing the 3 and the 2 seed in that order just to, you know, casually eliminate them. Easy, right? Well, apparently it is if you're CMU.
All right, so this is it. I mean, do you think? I mean, I've kind of said that I think that no matter what, CMU can walk are going to walk away with this. Do you believe in NECC? Not NEC.
Yes.
And
Yes,
not.
I do.
Huh.
I believe in the NECC, greatest
Okay.
collegiate esports conference. I don't know, nationally, because it's the National Esports Collegiate Conference. Anyway,
Okay, do you believe in the team NEC?
I suppose. I mean, it's always a possibility. The issue is they have not played from behind a single time this series. They have been without the lead twice. Once when they were down 6-5. The other when they were down 8-7 and lost a map. That does not, of course, include this map, because they've just been honestly behind for most of it. But they just haven't been able to come back, and that's an issue they have to remedy either now or next semester. Because those are their two options. You fix it now, or you get to do so in the regular season in the spring.
I mean, that's a long time. I know it's November and spring is still 4 months away at this point. You do not want to wait all that time. At least give yourself another week of playing, because who knows? It might matter in the end. It might be good for your ego. But NEC getting the opening kill, they need to get the opening kill, and they need to do more than that. I think here's the thing that they need to do, Dan. I think they need to win the game. So that.
Absolutely genius calls from professional caster Light Rose here. Just win forehead. I believe that's is that your thoughts? Professional thoughts? Just win forehead? That's about where we're at.
Off the record, I'm saying that they should just win. On the record, saying that Hashatham putting the pressure on the defender is probably a good thing, but they don't have their shield now. That means Sky is just gonna put a bullet straight through their head. So now you lose a player. There isn't going to be an immediate follow-up, and Central Methodist are basically they're not knocking on the door anymore. They got a doorbuster. They've broken it wide open, and they are here to make this their home.
The issue, especially for Central Methodist, is can they keep the consistency of, well, not only A, opening picks, but B, just kills where you currently stand. Boosted is going to be cleared out of Fireplace, has absolutely no idea they're being swung. Did both of them stay alive there? I'm sorry. Boosted did get taken out. I was so confused how in the world they were still alive in that situation. Grinder's playing a game of whack-a-mole and is somehow still alive. Should have been taken out by the ace trying to do the Wamai shuffle outside of the breach, but is lucky to be alive as of right now. The spray lands 3-4 shots, and finally a fifth finds Joe's feet. NEC have brought it back, but it's immediately traded a 3v3.
Grinder has not stopped pressing his fire button. He wants to make sure it's a wall of death, and eventually he fires at a player, deals damage to Trojan, and look at all the players on NEC. They are hurt, and they are battered and bruised, but they're still going to be able to fire, and most importantly, get kills. Ghost Killer is going to find a way to the site, but Grinder all the way back by the office desk finds 2, and that might be the nail in the coffin. That could be the thing that sends this team to the victory, and it does. Dan, Central Methodist losing map 1. They fight all the way back, max overtime in the second map, and here they are, 7-3. They're going to the Emergence Grand Finals.
And surprisingly enough, they do so off the back of NEC giving them an opportunity to pick it up. GK had that diffuser in their back pocket, and then as soon as they aggressed onto the site, they were like, wait a second, let me walk right in front of a breach that's being played as whack-a-mole by a Maestro. Really odd position, especially for them to be in. They already had the breach open towards Solarium. They could have even walked in through that closet rotate and got to the back corner of the master bedroom safely. They didn't. And a confusing decision. I don't think it cost them the map, but it certainly cost them the round and the culmination of different plays through the rounds that cost them multiple rounds. That is what ended up costing them a map.
Well, I mean, they made it all the way to the grand finals. I don't think anybody predicted it, but they're going to have their toughest challenge yet. I mean, not making any predictions, but most likely. Okay, well, we still have one more match that I think the
SIU
upper bracket.
Sorry.
I mean, that's what I was going to say, but I wanted to be nice about it. But yes, they were probably going to play SIUE. And that is the end of that game. The first game out of the supposed two that we have. It's 10:30 Eastern. I'm going to be here for the second one. Dan gets to go write his paper. He's got to write 3 pages at midnight. Yeah, you better have fun. We're going to head to a quick break. We will be right back after that with the next match in the docket. We'll see you right then.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC, our late night matchup coming to you here. It is a Champions Division match, the number 1 seeded Northern Arizona University varsity team versus the number 4 seeded University of Wisconsin Platteville Squad A. I am Corbeck, alongside me is Light Rose, and we are hoping to jump into this as quick as we can, Light Rose, so we can get started.
It's a little late in the night. I think we're all wanting to kind of get into the game, get out. I don't have any prior experience with this teams. I don't know if you do. So we're kind of going into this one a little blind. I mean, we can make assumptions based off of the seeding. But then again, I just came back from a 6 team beating a 3 team in seeding. So can't really do too much off of that.
Yeah, seeding isn't everything. In this case, though, we do have a little bit of a previous record we can draw on. These two teams met, I want to say, week 6, week 5. Week 5 they met, and in that clash, it was NAU who took a commanding 7-5, 7-0 win in 2 maps. So odds are that NAU is probably going to come out on top of this one. A 7-0 is a pretty brutal stomping. I don't have the maps that they played for that specific, reference point. But that doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Yeah, but I mean the maps, we're going to Chalet. So if that was one of them, it was either a 7-5 or a 7-0. But NAU going for the Dekebi, I do like that because she is pretty strong. She's going to be even stronger, I think, after the new season balance changes come out. But with NAU, they're just going for the straight old zombie band that, I mean, is a little bit different on Chalet than maybe something like Villa or Clubhouse, but overall still pretty standard band.
Yeah, Dokaibi is an interesting one. I mean, the Jackal, I think, is self-explanatory. A lot of people don't like Jackal. This is the Defender bans are pretty standard, I would say. Maybe we'd see a Mira swapped out for the Azami, but Azami in general, I think, a more powerful operator in a lot of different scenarios. I do think the Jackal and Dokaibi a little interesting because it leaves some very valuable operators on the board. Namely, in this context, I'm thinking of Flores with Roteros, often a very popular ban pick here on Chalet, especially when you think about all the utility that is required to effectively defend that upstairs hallway that we often see, teams stacked up in the library. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that to start us off here, though. Light Rose, they're going to go to the master bedroom and office first, which in my opinion is one of the most difficult sites on the map. I honestly rank this as the 4th bomb site. I would not start off here.
It is difficult, especially if you cannot get that wall open, because you either have to force yourself to Solarium or just somehow get inside of that piano area, which is really going to be covered by, in this case, magnets, probably a Surya gate, maybe a frost mat here and there. So it could be worse for NAU if they aren't able to get the wall open. But yeah, that is really the main goal, is just to get that wall open, work from there, maybe get to the defaults, because all Platteville has, they do have that smoke. They've got a C4 that they can use for the plant denial. Everything really needs to be baited out early, so time is truly of the essence.
Yeah, I think my biggest reservation about this site in particular is the cutoff is just so easy for the attackers if they can get their operators into the right position. You've got the big window repel and what have you. It's way too easy to separate the 2 bomb sites and really section them off. But looking at the attacking lineup, nothing in here particularly shocking. I'm actually interested that they went for that Ying instead of maybe a Flores. Clearly their big goal here, I don't think, is util destruction. They're going for, looks like, a much more straightforward and aggressive push here, trying to open up those walls. And Solarium already locked to the rim, coming up and getting a couple of shots in a bit of an uncomfortable position there. Will back out of Solarium, nearly loses their life through the floor as well. Was kind of just forced to stagger back and give a little bit of room, and that should render Solarium mostly in the control of NAU.
It seems that they're kind of gearing towards this northern sort of push. I think Locke is going to be able to get away from Biscuit's shot. So for now, NAU have successfully kind of pushed towards Solarium. Maybe Bathroom will now kind of enter their presence. I think Potato needs to worry about that player hanging just by that piano area. As now the first player to really take some damage is going to be Frosty. But so far, I mean, Platteville have done a good job at really retreating back. And now Locker Room really just pushes forward when he needs to, finds the headshot. The C4 isn't going to be successful at all, and bullets barely avoiding Robo's head. So, I mean, Frosty does the damage in the end for NAU. So now the advantage will go to the attacking side. A couple deaths later, and it still stays on the attacker side.
It's a series of quite brutal kills right there as NAU just sort of does a room-by-room advance, sort of a classic siege move. Potato's going to get in there and get that down, so that'll set the plant here pretty quickly for the side of NAU. And now the challenge here to get back into it, and Robo just walks around the corner. Potato happy to clear that one up. And interestingly, NAU continuing to take a pretty aggressive advanced position to hunt down Bubba. They don't even wait for the diffuser to go on.
So already an explosive first round between these two teams. NAU already calling for a rehost. I cannot have 7 rehosts, Korvac.
Oh.
Not tonight. Please. Like, they're having technical problems. Please. It is very late. And I cannot do this.
The nature of the beast, unfortunately. Looks like they've decided to keep going. So we'll see. I didn't notice my feed at least was a little bit choppy, so I maybe there's some sort of widespread server issue having here with Ubisoft. It's been known to happen. It's not uncommon event. As we go back to the master bedroom, and this is just, I do not approve of this decision at all, Light Rose. This is doubling down on disaster. Why would you go back here after what just happened?
Maybe they know something. They're changing out the smoke for a Jaeger, and we will get a rehost probably after this round, because I think the call for a rehost usually does have to come from the opening sections of the rounds. We'll see after that. But so far, NAU, they're going to be able to get around, have a small advantage. And yeah, rehost. I'm just looking in the chat. I'm like, we are gonna get a rehost now. So I gotta turn on my light because it's very.
I also turned on my light. Fiat Lux, right?
Yeah, it's late, and I've been a lot of times I might not turn on the light, or I might not turn off the light because I just forget to, and then I'm like, oh wow, I'm really staring at the sun for 3 hours. So
not good.
Anyway, yeah.
Burn out your retinas. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably get cancer. Everything gives you cancer these days. So floodlights, definitely. That's a danger. Not a lot for us to talk about right there on the back of that Light Rose. Unfortunately, we only saw the one round, and it looked relatively decisive for the folks from Northern Arizona. So I guess we just kind of have to wait and chill. But yeah, definitely hitting my pet peeve box there for the Platteville side when they go back to an already not very good bomb site and kind of just do the same thing over again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one thing I was about to mention, I did mention a little bit briefly, was the change from a smoke to a Jaeger, but that doesn't feel monumental enough to really necessitate going back to the same place, because in all essence, you're actually losing something that could define how you kind of defend a site, because smoke, sometimes you're able to stay back, throw your smoke canisters. With Jaeger, yeah, you might be able to roam around the map, but I think when it comes to actually how you defend the site, it just requires something different. Like, I mean, Goyo could be one of those operators, maybe a Malusi. There's these certain operators where their gadgets can dictate how an attack has to change what they're bringing. Like Amira, for example, she can't be brought, but she is probably the peak of what I'm trying to talk about, is because when you see that Black Mirror, you have to do something about it. You can ignore it. You're probably going to have a bullet to the face. You have to either go under it. You have to throw a Twitch drone, use frag grenades. You have to do something that is very different from the previous round.
Sure, it's utility that demands some sort of solution to its presence. In the Black Mirror, like you said, that's the most prominent example. I mean, I'm never one who's going to, forsake the Church of Jaeger there in terms of the ADS and how important Jaeger is to an overall defensive setup. But I don't think that NAU actually made a use of a ton of projectiles right there. So my initial kind of jump would not be we need more projectile defense. I mean, they had a Ying, right? I don't think they threw a single Candela, maybe one. I didn't see them use any grenades when they were coming into the Solarium. That was mostly gunfighting and taking advantage of the fact that Plattsville was not playing kind of verticality, right? If you looked at it, it was a very horizontal defense, right? Everybody was on the second floor. There wasn't much of a roam presence, stuff like that. So a very, very strange kind of defensive setup. And again, I just think it's a bomb site that does not lend itself well to a cohesive defense. And I'll add, there's a benefit here for them in the sense that NAU had a relatively one-dimensional attack, right? They had one player underneath, but otherwise they were all pushing from Solarium. It wasn't like they were coming from multiple angles or anything like that. So bit of an advantage. Looks like our rehost is over, so I can sink back into the darkness, free of the light. Gosh, it does get annoying.
Hiss.
Hiss,
Yeah.
yes. Ah.
Well, it was very quick though, and I'm very, very glad about that. But these teams will have to do the same thing, choose the same things, go to the same places, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And now with a master bedroom side, we kind of talked about it at length. We talked about what the last run was, what this run was. Yes, there's a lot that we have jabbered on about, Corbeck.
That's welcome to like academics 101, dude. Let's write as many books as we can about the same subject over and over again with slight variations. But speaking of slight variations, they are going for that Jaeger in the lineup here in lieu of that smoke. You touched on it already. It's not a huge change, but it's an interesting reaction to what just happened. I don't think we're going to see, a major impact coming off of the back of that. One of the big issues that I think Placerville is struggling with, though, is their general kind of responsiveness to some of the movement that we saw from NAU. They were very slow, right, to get back into business in terms of the initial kind of response. You saw Aruni go down, but then it was, I believe, Robo who just sort of walked into the sightline, right? You can't be giving away kills like that when you know that there are enemies just around the corner.
And now the changes from NAU aren't very plentiful. They're still having that Ying. They're still having a lot of soft destruction. I mean, frag grenades galore. You have those impacts. Already, though, they're in the building. You're seeing Biscuit throw the drone up. You're seeing a lot of things from NAU that indicate that they're really not here to waste time. They're wanting to get in the building, take out this Platteville squad, and really just you win this round, get this entire match over with, go to bed.
I mean, to build on that, right? Obviously, NAU thinks that they're the stronger team here. They have good reason to do it. But the nature of this push, everything focused on Solarium with maybe a cutoff from the bathroom, that, should not be particularly hard to defend against. Like, the Solarium is a place where teams can go to die, right? Like, you can kind of hold them in this spot. And look at the clock. I mean, we've already burned about a minute 15 off here, and really NAU has not achieved much of a presence. So if Plattsville can come back on the initial push and really kind of reassert some control here, this might go not so great for NAU. That said, they are slowly expanding this out with more focus on the vertical. You see Potato down there on the ground floor, and there's nobody from the University of Wisconsin to counter that out.
And a couple of trades going here and there. Frosty Games was a roamer, but no longer, as now it's 4v4. Robo's still going to defend from this piano area, looking over the bathroom. Him and Clone might have an engagement, but Piano, you can see them hopping on in. I was about to say it, but they force my hand. The Frostmat chomps at their legs. They take out, and now Donut tries to rush on, and they get taken out. And Locked Rim finds the second of Clone. Could potentially find a third when Zophia's, but the bullets and the recoil magnetically make their way towards that Aruni. It has to be a 1v3 for this player. Actually, it would have to be an ace, Corbeck, to win this round for NAU, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. They're all centralized around this area, and really, that's all you need. You cannot give these players 1v1s, and just like that, it is Platteville who fire back with a round of their own.
Oh, that was exactly what I was talking about right there before all that action kicked off, right? They managed to effectively contain them in the Solarium area, and then it was just a matter of sort of slowly cleaning up the kills. That's very different from how the first round went, where we saw NAU a lot more aggressive on their push, right? They kind of just took the space that they needed. Not so right there. The linchpin, of course, being that bathroom defense. You never saw NAU control that in that match the way they did in round number 1. So a little bit of a shiner there for the side of NAU. I don't think they're probably particularly happy with the course of that round, but it is worth pointing out when you look at them that they did go 7-5 the first map they played against this team in the regular season. So Platteville capable of putting up maps. By the way, Clone there coming out on the Flores, just like I said. Expect those Roteros to play merry havoc here in the upstairs hallway, considering they have nothing in terms of drone denial on the side of the Platteville defenders.
You know who is being brought on NAU? Nook. Nook has she's made her way through this season without too much of an uproar. Like, she's been banned here and there, but overall you haven't seen too much discourse around her. She's getting a nerf in the recent patch. The FMG9 is getting a little bit more kick to it, which I think is a welcome change. But she's still got a frag grenade. She's still got the HEL, which is still as silent and as sneaky as ever. Potato already taken a whole lot of damage. Hasn't even entered the building, and already Rim lock to the rim is seeming to keep this entry away from, well, doing their job.
Yeah, Locke has been probably the standout player in these first 2 rounds here, and looks like maybe they're setting that up for round number 3 as well. You made a good point about the Nook. Nook is a very dangerous operator, and we have seen her ban rate, I think, spike, which is the reason why she's getting that nerf, and like you said, justifiably so. But curious to see how she's actually going to have a big impact on this site, because harassing here from this balcony, I don't think that's like peak Nook usage, if that makes any sense, right? Like, she's a very good operator for getting in close and dealing with roamers. You could have an Iana up here throwing in these frag grenades. The Sledge could be doing that. Probably would have a better go of it as well with the gun. But what it has done is it's opened up a little bit of room here for the NAU side to push up into this library hallway, which appears to have been surrendered without a fight. Biscuit there killing Frosty and just sort of hammering down on the point as they continue to push forward.
Biscuit just being the sole defender of this library hallway. He's done enough defending. Now he needs to do some attacking on that floor, but apparently it just was not enough to save his friend Donut. You see Jet down in the basement as another member of NAU falls. Biscuit could also be another player that falls, but unfortunately for Platteville, they cannot get the confirm. And it means that we're back at a 3v4. There's still some time for NAU to actually work with. They can, start raking into the floor. Maybe they have something, but unfortunately all they have is the Roteros, and they don't have the time to actually use them. But so far, it's Platteville kind of spread out. You got some in the basement, some in the site. NAU, you got 2 on the top floor, 1 on the central floor. There's so many players that are just uncoordinated with each other, and that means that EC is just gonna be able to take Bubba by the scruff and put him right down. Locke immediately fires back with a kill of his own, but now it's a 2v2. NAU gets the diffuser down, and they have site control. Biscuit is able to get in stock. Clone has that diffuser down and can actually back up, but Locke just has these sites down, and I can say it, Corbeck, Biscuit's health does not make me feel good about their prospects.
No, just a sliver of a hair of health right there, and they actually come out, but Locke will win that gunfight easily. Locke continuing to be the standout player here, sitting on 6-1 over the first 3 rounds, and we'll clean that one up as well. And I'll be honest with you, Light Rose, ugly round from both sides. It was like watching 2 people kickboxing in the dark. They just had no idea where anybody was. Clone, I think that's a perfect example of a kill that happens from a lack of information gained. Somebody just comes over the hatch and pops you in the top of the dome. So ugly is how I would describe it. And NAU, they need to tighten up the bolts a bit here. They can't hit these like doldrum spells that they've had on these last 2 rounds where they sort of just get to mid-round point and don't really know what to do with themselves.
I mean, that's the sights of a team that has kind of the puzzle pieces they need. It's just about putting them together. That's the real problem. And to be fair, that is a hard thing. It requires communication. It requires good knowledge of the game and really chemistry with your team for everything to sync up together. So it's not horrible that NEU doesn't have that down, but I think it will hurt them in the long run if they don't have it locked down. And if Platteville does, then, well, I think you might see a little difference in the end. But so far, Platteville still getting to defenses. They're going to go all the way down to the basement. And, well, NEU, they are really swapping their lineup. The only operator that they're keeping is the Yana of Biscuit, which isn't too surprising. But honestly, the main wall isn't going to be the problem. It's the mirror window. So Potato has a lot of power in those drones.
Yeah, mirror defenses in the basement are always a little awkward. That is a completely undefended garage wall, so the Kaid just does not work at all. Maybe it did get caught. Botches the throw of the Nitro Cell there as well, so Frosty's main utility and his kind of secondary function are both removed.
Corbeck? Corbeck, are you there? Corbeck is gone. Okay. Probably a mutt issue. Where did he go? Where's Corbeck? I do not hear him. What the heck?
You do hear me, or do you not hear me? I'm not sure which.
Hold on. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, Corbeck.
Microphone issue. I think it might be a Discord problem. Might be a Discord problem. Yeah. Well, waiting here as long as I think I'm still coming across. Not sure exactly what's going on, but hopefully we'll figure it out.
Instructions to pick up the cast by Corbeck, who were having some
There we go.
problems in our communications. So I mean, you might have heard him on cast, but in Discord we cannot hear each other. So we're having problems with that. But picking it on up, NAU, they're storming into the site. It's a 2v2, but you can never count out Locke, who finds 3 and still keeping a stable amount of HP. It's still EC3 in Blue Hallway, and now it's, of course, a 1v1 between these two teams. But unfortunately, EC3, they got the advantage early on, but they cannot take good usage of it. And now, well, just like that, you do see UWPLA, or also known as Platteville, get a 3-1 lead. All right, well, I was hoping that... Are you back? Are you back? Okay. I was, like, weighing on whether or not you were actually there. I was like, okay, maybe he's in Vivek. Maybe he's just talking.
That's because there we go. I think it was a voice meter issue. Hopefully it's fixed. I should be fine now. But if it, does drop off again, somebody just wave frantically in my general direction or however we make it work. Anyway, back to what happened right there. I only caught the tail end of it, but another successful Platteville defense right there, Light Rose. So they're looking pretty good here. This is not, I think, what I necessarily expected to see sort of coming out of the hat this quick, right? NAU put up such a dominant performance earlier in the season, so I don't know if we're seeing kind of a burst of Platt early on where they're just suddenly, they've learned and they've grown since that week 5, or whether this is an NAU issue, or whether I guess the third option is just a little too early to tell.
I mean, it was a 7-5, so it was a close match in the end. So it's still completely possible that NAU fights their way back and Platteville get an advantage. Just like that, EC3 had a big opportunity in the last time. They were the last player alive, and now they're the first player dead. Biscuit gonna try to go for a refract. They end up trading damage with Frosty, and that means that still Platteville have an advantage. As Locke, who has been a savior in a lot of these runs, tries to escape, but unfortunately death comes for him as death comes for us all. And of course, Frosty is included in that. He isn't actually gone yet. He could be revived, but I'm not counting my lucky stars that he gets revived, considering Biscuit does have an angle lockdown, but he doesn't have the angle lockdown.
Yeah, it's been, again, a bit of a rough opening here for the NAU side. They've really not handled this particularly well. Locke getting taken out, I mean, that's advantageous, but you traded 2 players to secure that. Potato, in particular, has not been a particularly effective member of this squad. Neither has Clone, really. Donut, finally, he breaks his donut right there. I was just about to mention his name, so right on time, he'll take Robo down, at least convert this into a 3v3 and give a little bit of life here to the NAU side. Jet RAO still holding on. Gets one shot onto Biscuit. Absolutely clips him. That'll force a revive here, and the health bar is getting perilously low from the side of NAU as they begin to shift the angle of their attack here, pushing up into the bathroom before taking a brief pause. Bubba swings and loses the gunfight in the doorway as Biscuit now pushing forward straight into the waiting arms of Jet RAO.
Frosty has to sneak through the rotate, and he can't. So Jet, a 1v3 on the docket, and honestly, with the amount of HP that NAU has, seems achievable. 1 damage to Biscuit, 1 bullet to Donut could really do the job here, and taking out Clone from the get-go could be it. He gets 1. Can he get more? He cannot. Biscuit swerves and avoids the bullets needed to potentially complete the clutch. It is a timeout from NAU as they want to put on the brakes just a little bit before we get to the final round before the half.
I think that's a reasonable choice right there. I mean, NAU, they did all right on that round. Obviously stepped up, got the W out of it. But I will say, kind of in the main, it still looked a little rough, right? It was not a slam dunk. And as much as we talked about the 7-5, and that was definitely a thing, it's worth pointing out that the second map they played was a straight 7-0 in favor of NAU. So I think, and you just confirmed for me here, Light Rose, that this Chalet map was Platteville pick. And I wonder if that is playing into this, especially with Platteville starting on the defense. Normally we think of Chalet, it's a more attacker-sided map, but they seem to be holding pretty well on the defense. They have a good idea of what they want to do.
Actually, I gave you incorrect information. Chalet is
okay.
NAU's map pick. I just read things wrong with my eyes.
That's fine. It's been a long day for you tonight, so I'll give you that one. But that actually changes my calculus only a little bit. I mean, I'm a bit surprised that NAU has only managed to pull out 2 rounds on the attack on an attacking favored map that they picked. But maybe they're a defensive side. Maybe they're just waiting for the round swap. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Ideally, of course, they want to pick up this win. And back to Master Bedroom we go. And I'll be honest with you, Light Rose, this is the most I have seen people play this Master Bedroom site in a lot of chalets. This is like, what, 4 times now I think we've been here?
Yeah, I don't know if I think it's the best decision, but Platteville seemed confident in it, so who knows? Maybe they double down, trying to hedge their bets, win it all in the jackpot, because there is a good scoreline waiting on the other end if they get a victory, 4-2, but if they don't, it's a so-so 3-3 scoreline.
So 3-3 score line. Yes, a very ho-hum. It's like a tie. Really? And one that probably favors NAU, for being honest. Good God, Locke, don't stand there and do that. That's genuinely terrifying. Uh, he saw them, too. He saw whoever it was that was hanging on the rappel. I just don't think whoever was on the rappel saw them. And Arudi probably regretting her inability to fire her little pellet at whoever was hanging there, as EC3 will get killed by a much more efficient weapon, but Frosty taking down the opposite direction. Potato here putting the Nook to good use. Biscuit pushing forward, and Locke's health perilously low. It's been a good series here for Locke so far. 10-3 on this Chalet map, but operating in a very isolated position right now. Here is the Aruni, and they'll finally make their way back to their team.
I mean, the DMR, it's just something about it. Some players are really able to make that thing sing. And now Bubba. I mean, we haven't seen them too much. They have 1 kill so far. I think not counting that first round. I think I haven't remembered any of the kills. So I am very, very sorry about that. But UWLPA, Platteville, have really been able to ride Locke's frags all the way to the bank so far, and it seems that they might be able to continue with it, as now you're going to see Biscuit push up into this bathroom area. Now Robo is going to be able to cover it. What are NEU going to do to try to pressure these players out? Because if they're smart, they shouldn't peek, because I know that NEU will be waiting just around the corner.
Yeah, it's very true. And we've seen actually Platteville try and peak a couple of times here, and they've pretty much got progressively bodied every single opportunity. That said, this isn't a particularly great moment here for NAU either. They're stuck in a rather uncompromising position. Clone's going to kick out here and maybe threaten the backside of Piano. Going to run face first into his shield, and also a Frostmat. If he's not very careful, Robo, the chunky boy, run in front of the window, and Piano, that is some scary stuff, taking his life into his own hands right there. EC3, no, that's Clone, who dies to their own frag grenade in such a critical round. And that just leaves Jet Ray O, who cleans up I Want Donut. And NAU with the biggest of boofs right there. They cannot forgive themselves for that one.
And a 4-2 split. And one that NAU could have absolutely turned around in a couple of these rounds, is now we go to kitchen dining. We don't go to the second floor. Crazy. But I mean, in the end, I guess Platteville, it did work out for them. They're up 4-2, and now they have to attack. All they need is maybe notch a couple on the board. Ooh, I just hit myself with my microphone.
So
they have
passionate.
I know, I was moving my hand and it hit the mic arm and it bonked my chin, so I probably got like very loud very quickly. That was not the intention. But NAU now, they're having to defend this top floor. You can see with the castle, with the mute, a lot of lockdown operators trying to hunker down this top floor and make sure that really Platteville doesn't have anything to do with the top floor.
The top floor. I mean, it is always a top floor oriented defense on this particular bomb site because there's so much soft floor, right? But this is one of the reasons why teams will go here. It's got a bit of an advantage in the sense that you basically make your opponent play 2 attacks, right? They have to take the top floor, and then they have to convert the top floor control into a bottom floor victory. So that wastes time, and that makes it likelier for you to die in the pursuit of either of those 2 objectives. Interesting here on the side of Platteville, they're all gonna kind of kick out to the other side and come in through Library. It's Biscuit who forms sort of the initial welcoming crew, has a little bit of backup there from Potato, but none of them find much to go on as Robo begins droning the way into the library right there and setting up the rest of the members for the entry.
And setup is a very good thing. Drones as well, as Potato hasn't truly been hunted down yet. You can see that Platteville are being very cautious about what they want to do. Drones are actually going to catch out Biscuit, who now has to make a crucial decision. He changes his mind back up all the way to Piano. As now Platteville, they're still just using their time, trying to make sure they have all the information they need before they're truly sending it. And they've already taken out a smoke canister, which honestly, a minute 40 left in the round, that does feel like a win straight off the bat.
It's an early use of a smoke, to be sure, and now I appreciate Frosty setting up here with these Roteros in tow. They're also, well, that's kind of cursed, but they're using the Selma charges there to open up holes in the soft wall, and they're just continuing to push these lines of defense. But remember what I said about time here, Light Rose. That's the biggest enemy they're looking at right now. It's taken them a while to get this through, and now Potato has secured a kill, and it's Locke who goes down first. I Want Donut grabbing Bubba as well in a 3v2, and there's still a lot of distance to cover here for the members of this Platteville side, and I just do not know if they have the time or the team to make this happen. Good reverse kill, though, by Robo to at least bring one roamer off of the board. Ugly gunfight right there. Neither of them can bring down their sights. Instead, it's Robo who finds EC3, but the numbers continue to stack up against the members of Platteville.
And Biscuit's just able to stay behind this shield. I think it might have grabbed the shield. I don't know for sure. It stays up, and that is killer because now Biscuit is really covered from all sides, and there just isn't enough manpower to send one to the solarium to really get a pinch. But Biscuit just strays his mind at the last second, and now Platteville has control of the site. They don't have control of Diffuser, but does Clone know that? He has to enter the site. He hides behind the bomb chassis. He does have enough ammo to really fire back, but he just does not have the aim in that specific situation. So Platteville now 5-2. They're seeming to steal this map away from NAU.
Yeah, kind of bottled that late round defense right there. The remaining two defenders did not rise to the occasion in that specific context, and I mean that's just how it goes sometimes. I think the right call there from the castle was probably to kind of back off, right? And just let the timer do your work. I mean, they still had the case nearby. They might have been able to get it down, but I just feel like discretion would have been the better part of valor, though I will say it's always hard to make those late round calls, you know, and decide exactly how you're going to handle it. But again, Chalet, the map pick here for Platteville really paying off. NAU just does not seem super comfortable here at all, and that is telling. I thought for a second there we were going to lose I Want Donut to the lag monster, but it looks like they have survived. Because I was like, oh hey, you wanted another rehost, right? We're not done yet. NAU, though, I mean, this is looking like a pretty solid defensive setup. I don't think there's a lot for them to kind of comment on. Hopefully, they can convert this into a round win and keep the dream alive, or they're staring down the barrel of a 6-2, and that is an ugly place to be.
Yeah, I mean, this early, you're the #1 seed. There's a lot of pressure on you, and I think taking down your own first map would not be a good sign of things to come. I think we do also have to notice it is a little later. I know that in Arizona, I don't know if they're on Mountain Time right now or Pacific Time, because Arizona is very weird. If you don't know this, basically Arizona spends part of the year on Mountain Time and then spends part of the year, I believe, in Pacific Time. They completely ignore some of the daylight savings, and that's why. But maybe their time will be the better of them, as now they do have a true advantage. It doesn't hold, as Frosty Games fires right back, takes out Potato, and seems that they've got some other players on their mind. Most importantly, probably that smoke, as EC3 is just hanging right around this corner, ready for Nook to turn that corner and be met with a bullet.
Well, it's a great kill to kind of cement what's going on here, which is the relative breakdown of NAU. EC3 getting bodied as well, and Platteville, they're pounding into the defense here. NAU just looking completely lost on this Chalet map. No answers to the pressure that's being applied to them here by Platteville. No means of really countering any of it. Losing their ones. Complete disaster here on this first map.
It's going to take a lot for them to kind of swing back in this second map. But, I mean, it is a break. I think that sometimes that what team needs to realize what changes need to happen and what core roster problems that they are having. And I think this one, you might call it a wash. You might want to say, hey, cut your losses at this point, but we are not done. NAU still has at least one more to go. I think you don't want to call your chickens before they hatch. Is that what it is? Is that the saying?
Count, but close enough.
Count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's one of them old folksy proverbs. That's gonna die out in like a generation or two because
maybe.
you know, all chickens will be raised in a lab somewhere or something weird like that. But at the risk of getting a little too cyberpunky, I'll go back to the match here at hand and kind of reinforce, I think one of the biggest errors that NAU has had is those initial attacking rounds were very clumsy, I think, in terms of communication. And I don't know if that's necessarily transferred over to the defensive side, but I think whatever unease they were experiencing on the attack definitely has, because they just seem like they're not particularly coordinated in how they want to stage these defenses. At times, it almost feels like they're sort of sending various members like out into the map and try and get kills. But that's not really what a roamer is, right? Light Rose, like we talk about a roamer as somebody who is off the site, but they usually have a kind of specific coordinated purpose. They're not just kind of a heat-seeking missile that you send out there and you hope for the best. So that's something that I think has genuinely plagued NAU here across the defensive rounds.
Yeah, the roamers, I mean, I think they've done a good job of wasting time, wasting some utility, but overall, I don't know if I'd put the eyes on them because it feels like they do take care of a lot of things. It's just some of these players get caught out. Potato could have been part of that, but they actually take out Locke, a big player for Platteville. So now Potato gets to survive. They get to go down to the basement, trying to waste more time, which is going to be a huge burden for the Platteville side to deal with, because now they have to focus their efforts somewhere else, maybe drone out, waste time trying to deal with them, while also trying to get rid of Biscuit, Clone, all of them. But so far, they've pushed a couple of these players back towards Solarium, so it's already going better than some of these earlier rounds.
It is, and they're racking up some kills here as well. Biscuit finding one right there to add to the Malusi strike earlier on. Lock off the board, and Jet Ray O as well, who was another really big killer for the Platteville side. So that's the top fraggers basically taken out of the mix. Frosty here on the Nook, up close and personal, but it's Robo who's just breaching the wall right there. And Bubba, the one who I wasn't expecting, he'll be the one who strikes and takes Potato down. Pushing it closer to a 4-4. Here comes Robo. Their aggressive push on the top floor worked out, but Biscuit and EC3 right back in it. Shotgun and carbine, respectively, keeping it in a more manageable 3v1. Much more manageable 3v1.
Well, we've seen 1v3s, we've seen 1v5s, we've seen crazy things in Rainbow Six Siege. Bubba separates one. There goes EC3. So now there isn't really any plans on out, but Bubba doesn't really have true access to the site. He's probably just going to have to drop a hatch, get on inside the site, and really pray for the best. He gets rid of a camera, goes towards the door, and there's a shotgun aimed right at him.
What? That's not actual lag. That's just what happened right there. My God.
That has to be lag.
That's 100% lag. Yeah, no, I no doubt about it. Other that, or the man has the reflexes of a slowpoke. Like Jesus.
Oh my God, the anticipation, because like we all know how that was gonna go. It only goes one way, and it's a shotgun blast. Bam, he's dead. Just oh my God.
They're working on two different friggin' time streams right there. I don't even know what to say. God. I want Donut. Donut is a man out of time. Literally. Just very strange. And then for some reason, I'll add, for some reason, Bubba didn't see him. That is 100% one of the weirdest interactions I think I've seen in Siege. And to be fair to poor Donut, they're definitely having lag issues, because I remember earlier they started kind of almost froze in place there for a second, very similar to that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Anyway, worked out for NAU, I guess. The little blink right there keeps them in, but still, match point here and a better attacking round. But the kill that I think I look back on there, Light Rose, and get a little worried about is EC3 dying, right? Like, you're in a pretty good situation right there. You're a 1v3. That should be a relatively easy thing for you to bring that down as a group. And somehow EC3 still got picked in the midst of all of that. And I think that's a bit maybe indicative of some of the broader issues, the team communication and stuff, that we're seeing the #1 seed struggle.
Maybe Clone being prone by the library entrance will be the remedy to NAU's problems so far. You are going to see Platteville just kind of knock on the windows. I think the drone will spot the Jaeger. And so far, it's just going to kind of play hide and seek with this Jaeger. And, well, I think we're talking about the wrong rover. A lot goes down again to Potato. Not on the Malusi this time, on the Alibi. So there's no Roteros, there's no Top Fragger anymore on the side of Platteville, as now somebody else is going to kind of have to pick up the slack. And if Platteville doesn't start to work their way inside of the library, maybe deal with Potato, maybe deal with Clone, I think they have a real problem on their hands.
And I'd be a little bit shocked if NAU pulled out a late game run back here, but Potato has struck again. Jetrayo, the one who goes down this time. Robo trapped by an Aruni gate. More by the sound cue of that Aruni gate than anything else, I think, as Bubba tries to set up some sort of cross angle right here. Frosty still wants to push into the library, sort of limp wrists an uncooked frag grenade into the mix, and that, I think, pushes Clone back just a little bit. Clone steps out of cover and secures a beautiful headshot into Robo, but Frosty right there to deliver pain in reverse. Potato finds another one. That's a triple kill for Potato on the round. The unfortunate EC3 here stuck in a rather unfun gunfight up in the library hallway, but it's all Bubba all the time here, walking in through the solarium in a 1v4. Chances of the ace, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
But it's the same thing as the situation he was in before. Time, players alive. He just does not have the prime skills. He would have to have the skills of an absolute madman. He finds one, but there's still 3 more that he has to actually get. One's on the 2nd floor. He takes care of that.
Wow.
Now is where I kind of start worrying Corbeck, because NAU, those 2 players were apart from each other, but Donut and EC3 should be playing almost directly with each other, so there should not be an isolated 1v1. Bubba is getting red pinged to absolute hell. That's a bulletproof that he cannot deal with. He finds one, and okay, my heart was being played with. Bubba almost gets the 1v4, but unfortunately he does not have X-ray vision. He cannot take care of the smoke being prone on the floor, so NAU are still surviving on match point.
Wow, that was a valiant effort there by Bubba. Let's give credit where credit is due. The kind of forlorn hope attempt there, the 4v1 nearly coming to fruition. It's not to be. Again, worrying for the side of NAU. I mean, yeah, you won the round. It's 4-6 now, and hey, maybe you can push this to overtime. Certainly the light at the end of the tunnel is in sight, but I don't know. I shouldn't have beefed, a 4v1 situation down to a 1v1. That don't hunt. Let's take a look here at what they're setting up down in the basement. And they've got a smoke, they've got an Aruni. They basically have forsaken the idea of what I would call sort of hard breach denial. They've got nothing in that. So I guess they're just anticipating perhaps surrendering the garage door to the side of Platteville. Interesting, by the way, Platteville's still bringing lock on the Thatcher, so they might not have got the memo that they actually don't need to worry about this. And more than that, they're bringing 2 hard breachers into the mix as well for a team that has literally nothing in terms of hard breach defense.
I mean, having the ace and the thermite isn't crazy because of how many walls you want to get open. Like, maybe you want to get,
I guess,
everything open. Now, the defensive setup, probably not anymore, but who knows? You're just kind of preparing for the worst at this rate. So the wall is open. It doesn't really feel like NAU has any members actually inside the side. I mean, you have Donut in blue, but then you've got like Potato up on the second floor. EC3 may be the other player all the way over by this rotate. But so far, if Platteville really want, which I don't think they know, they could try their hand at just throwing themselves in the site, cover each other, and see what the heck happens.
Not sure if they have intel on EC3's location. That's going to be the big one. The drone coming rolling in there. Well, they've got the intel now. EC3 in deep trouble to kind of cut off in that position as Robo goes to work on the opposite door. There's a defender, I think, nearby that. And Locke here as well, kind of trapped in the hallway coming out of garage. It'll be Jet Ray O who will send the Gemini in to sort of scout the land. I Want Donut here stacked up and waiting. But remember, I Want Donut's the one with the big lag. Careful movements there from EC3 to step up and challenge in the corner here right there. But that's not a particularly safe position. I don't think they realize it. Robo breathing in a fat cloud of gas, but it's Locke who dies first. Potato coming down those back stairs trying to reassert control of that hallway.
And there is EC3, no plant denial anymore, no C4s, nothing. But Frosty really wants to try to get this diffuser down, but they seem just misconstrued. They don't exactly know where this is heading. Is now Donut in the corner, doesn't have any chance. He's lagging, we're lagging. There is so much going on our screen, and besides all that chaos, Clone is going to have to work his way through. Find 3, and Bubba all the way prone finishes this chalet game out. And after all that, we're done with map 1, and you have Platteville secure that first map.
Well, they're already improving on their performance from week 5. They picked up a map, and they did it in pretty definitive style. That was a 7-4, right? Yeah, at the end.
Yeah.
And they put up some good kill numbers there as well. I mean, look at the distribution. A 10, a 9, another 10, I think an 8. So they really had the number of their opponents right there, and that's a worrying development for the number 1 seed. Keep in mind, NAU, they should have won that, Lyros. That not like, you know, got close maybe, but they should have won that, not be in a position they're looking at right now.
And now they get to go into the break with the knowledge that they're 1 map away from getting sent home, and they have to go to their opponent's map pick. Going to be a difficult task ahead of them. We're going to head to a quick break before that, so do not go anywhere. We've got more Siege action right after the break. All right, we're back. We're back in action for map 2. Platteville walked away with a map 1 upset, I guess you could call it. It wasn't their
Yeah.
pick. They stole it from their opponents, and now they're headed toward that second map, looking to close us out with a 2-0.
Yeah, it's a really interesting development, honestly. Like I said, I don't think we necessarily expected this based on the previous record, but it's a late night here at the NECC, so things are getting a little weird. And it was a weird map. I think there was a lot of very individually oriented play, and I'll be honest with you, I think I expected a little bit more out of the Champions Division. This was all just a bit kind of bit hectic, and obviously Siege can be a very chaotic game at times, Light Rose, but it felt like, you know, there's a difference between structured chaos and then unstructured chaos. And I think what we saw in the last map was just pure unstructured chaos a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, so far Platteville has been able to come away with the crown of that chaos. NAU, though, I mean, starting on the attack, that was where Platteville felt good. Yeah, Lion being banned by NAU on Clubhouse. Lion, though, he's kind of had his stay, but the Aruni, that is aimed at one man and one man only. Lock.
That's a target ban. Lion, I don't get. Jackal, I guess I understand. I mean, Nook is still available. Flores is still available. Another operator who's really quite strong on Clubhouse. Aruni, okay, targeted ban, sure. But I mean, you're leaving Mira in existence, and there are at least 2 decent Mira setups on this map that I can think of for 2 different sites. Valkyrie going right there, perfectly legit. The other big operator still on the board here, though, Azami, who is really strong, and Clubhouse is a very good map for that particular defender. And sure enough, Bubba's going to step up and grasp life by the horns right there. The opportunity has been rendered unto him, which makes perfect sense. A pretty sort of standard setup, I would say, for defending CCTV in the modern era. The only thing I'd look at here on the defensive side is you are solely relying on the Jaeger for projectile denial, which if you're going to play a proper garage extension, Light Rose, usually you want a Wamai kind of backing that up, right? But maybe you can get by with sort of the Azami Kiva barriers and what have you. Interesting reinforcement placement there from Locke, so really kind of buttoning up one of the key rotates on the map.
Oh, they are dedicating themselves to a lot of denial overall. I mean, utility denial, plant denial, hard breach denial. I think the only person you might not consider that would be the alibi, which maybe you could say map denial, because people don't want to walk into her prismas. I'm kind of forcing it at that point, but just being who knows at this point. But with Nook being a part of EC3's lineup, they're trying to probably get in pretty early, take Platteville by surprise already. And they are wasting no time. They are setting up a rocket ship by the garage.
They're double stacking defenders in garage, too. That's a really weird setup. And with only the ADSs for protection on top of that, that's, again, very strange in a number of different ways. Jet Rayo, though, need to be very careful here that they don't get caught looking sort of trapped in the transition between the bar and sort of storage area. But it's Frosty who strikes first, finds Biscuit, the sledge, takes him out, removes some of those frag grenades from contention. Frosty here just got a Hibana pushing up the stairs, a slow push? Has NAU just forgot how to play the game? Like, I hate to be rude. I really do. We try to build a supportive atmosphere at the NECC. Everybody's college players, you know. But that's one of the most basic attacks, is dealing with CCTV cache, right? Very basic. And that doesn't involve slow walking up the staircase into garage. That's madness.
Yeah, maybe this is just a central trend for NAU today, is that they've definitely struggled a little bit. All right, Jetro, not gonna prolong Potato suffering, just puts him down right then and there, and now it's just Donut over in construction. I mean, he could put an end to a flawless round, but I think that's really not the worry at this point. Locke just doesn't care. He's just gonna take this gunfight right now, and that was a round. Corbeck.
That was a round. Yeah, that's what it was. I kind of rest, back on my original point. I don't understand how NAU got a 7-0 out of this Platteville side. Because the team that we're seeing here on that clubhouse in particular, that first round that's not a number one seed team, right? Like, they're not doing things that I would say a number one seed team should be doing in these situations. I mentioned it at the start, that Rafters defense, right, in Garage, not even that strong. You only have to burn 2 ADSs. Those Asami barricades, they don't stop frag grenades, right? So just a really strange way that was dealt with. I genuinely hope when we go back down to basement and church here, like, this is a more comfortable like setup for them where NAU can do a little bit better. But they're already flashing some kind of weird picks, a Capital going down into basement. Like, again, not a bad operator, very sort of a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer in terms of how you have to use Capital. But I don't see his big utility that he really brings here to a basement attack.
He can have some usage with the can openers. He can, maybe firebolt off blue certain areas that are held by defenders. I don't know if I like NEU bringing him right now because I just don't feel like that is something that is going to help them. A great drone being thrown out. Biscuit does get the frag rate.
Nice.
So something goes right for NAU, and just a lot of that just comes off of the drone from Donut. That is the only reason why, and you gotta pat him on the back for that. So already Platteville have won. It doesn't last almost any seconds because already there is Potato alone. Clearly didn't really have any good information in that area, and now Jet is going to be able to insert himself by the bar area and probably defend as long as he can.
So I was thinking there that maybe the Capital pick was to allow EC3 to better push the tunnel, but he's completely peeled off of it right now. And actually, they managed to take control of Kitchen there as well. So they could definitely apply some verticality here as Jet Rayo kind of just sets up. It seems like if I was in the comms, EC3 maybe been called over to deal with Jet Ray. The ping is not good, though. It's actually in the wrong position. Fortunately, EC3 able to clear that one out and keep the dream alive here, so they'll turn it into a 4v3, and then he's gonna go back to work on the tunnel as finally they start getting some of this verticality open on the top deck. Oh!
Ooh, there goes Clone as Robo just blows up the feet under him. So it's 3v3, and now EC3 will probably meet a bad end as he's actually going to fire the floor, but that means he can't go forward. So this is like 10 seconds of him just waiting. He is going to find the smoke and shuts him down, but now the tunnels area is kind of clear for NAU's taking. It's 1v3. Robo already has one in this round. He's going to have to find a couple more. He looks away at the last second, but does take down EC3. He has 2 more to go. Cannot find the headshot of Donut. That would be huge, but Donut just doesn't seem to care. He knows Kaid's position, and yet still just kind of walks in the line of sight. Biscuit chooses to put the diffuser down. He dedicates the 7 seconds, and now it is truly a 1v1. Robo has the health advantage. Neither of them have any secondary utility. So now it is really, truly, purely, rawly a 1v1. Robo gives away his position, but Biscuit just hides away all the way back in Memo, knowing he knows where the diffuser is. Robo does push up, but doesn't have the information. Biscuit cannot get the kill! And now we are equaled up in 1v1.
There we go.
But Biscuit, I think through a lot of good graces, is able to win out the 1v1.
That's just a standard, like, post-plant situation, though, really, isn't it? Like, you get to a spot there where it does naturally favor the defender, right? Or the attacker, I should say. And the defender has to get aggressive, and in a situation like that, it's mostly can Biscuit, pass the reflex test, right? And get the shot in right there. So, good pickup for Biscuit. Rough round overall for both teams. NAU lucky, I think, to walk away with a one. Like you said, good graces there basically at the end. That should actually, I think, be a bit of a good thing for Platteville. Like, obviously, you're frustrated you didn't pick up that round, but at the same point in time, you got to feel comfortable with the idea that you gave a really solid performance right there. Locke is going to be stepping up on the mute here. It looks like sort of playing the bargain basement hard breach defense up there on the wall, and an extension out to Cash as well. So this is a good setup here from Platteville. This is what I would expect. What they have to be really careful about, though, is that they don't lose another operator early on out in garage like they did last time. And you saw Bubba kind of in that general area, and that's risky business going for that, but it totally pays off. Potato absolutely domed on the long spawn peak, and that's put the fear of God into Biscuit as well.
Oh, Potato. I mean, lucky Mav doesn't have any frag grenades anymore. Otherwise, they would probably lose a lot more. But still, NAU having somebody down that early. Luckily, they're not somebody like Biscuit, who does have a lot of kills to their name. But you still lose a lot of drones. You lose some utility. And Gym Bedroom is still going to be very easily open. So Platteville are still going to be able to defend. They don't have a Mira, but they have these cool things called plastic explosives that I think Locke is really going to hold on to and try to defend the bathroom with.
Yeah, I get not a lot of choice in the matter, I guess. Has to batten down the hatches here. The Cash extension, I mean, still hasn't been broken yet. 2 minutes in, East T3 kind of leading the charge, actually goes the exact opposite direction. A shifting of the boards here. Looks like a scene from a hockey game as they sort of swap in through the window. And that's actually going to lead to Robo completely vacating the Cash room. Jetray, though, in a sneaky position down in the garage, I think unmarked in that spot until they fire a shot and take out a cam, and now they'll hit the bricks and reposition themselves to come back from a different angle. Biscuit here pushing in slowly but surely, but time, the sixth defender here on the side of Platteville, has to be taken into consideration. I Want Donut, the slow peek around off the highway looking for the kill, won't find anyone standing in the gun sights as EC3 engages in an ugly gunfight there, but picks up a good kill onto Frosty, keeping things relatively even here with about a minute to go.
And the Kiba Bear just going to help Robo in this situation. There is not a direct trade, but basically at that moment, Clone stays over in Cash, but Platteville in the end are winning 3-2. Biscuit's going to try to assist Clone to actually get inside of construction, get inside of the site, maybe even get the diffuser, but Jet almost was unaccounted for, but luckily Biscuit did have the angle, and now truly a 2v2. Excuse me, the Gemini clone is going to be able to give that information off, and there's enough time for NEU to work around that they can, use the information. I do not think they can get the diffuser. I think that Bubba is guarding it enough. They're both just going to hop over. They're going to hop over the barricade. Bubba is just going to be there, and their bodies completely fall on each other.
Number 1 seed. Number 1 seed. Anyway, could not 7-1 in the regular season. NAU. Just in case you were wondering at home and you're like, I don't understand whether they're number 1 seed. 7-1. You wouldn't know it from looking at it, right? That was beyond ugly. There's not even a word. That fell down the ugly tree, hit branches on the way down. That's the trade game from NAU, and besides making some rude comments, let me cut to the big point here. The trade game from NAU feels almost non-existent, right? Every once in a while, they'll trade one back. But right there in that late round scenario, you need to be prepping for the trade, because at the very least, you can force it into a 1v1. They're simply playing too close together. I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but that's genuinely the problem right there. Does that work? I really hope that works.
should.
It does.
Yeah,
Beautiful
it
little
does.
Kaid claw placement. Well done by Robo right there. Don't think it'll necessarily protect it against a Thatcher, and I'm not sure why they threw two of them out right there. But an interesting placement nonetheless. I just don't know what's going on with NAU. They've still got plenty of rounds to kind of right the ship here, but these are not pretty in terms of how they're losing them.
We can only speculate at this point. We can't make any like broad assumption as to why they're probably not performing as they should. But we can only go off of what we're seeing right now, and it is that NAU are really struggling when it comes to that final third. You know, the number one seed is known as the number one seed for a reason. As now we are going to see Platteville actually start the information game. They've got the wall open. Pretty easy. There wasn't actually many apprehension from the beginning, but getting rid of the Jaeger on Raptors is really going to be a tall task because there's Kiba barriers, there are ADSs, you do have the Zofia over by that main wall, so maybe you get in the right position, but I think so far NAU are really going to centralize their attack towards the construction area and then maybe get a sort of pinch. That way Platteville are struggling to fight these players off from both sides.
I mean, they got the breach, which is huge, right? Because it effectively allows you to split the site if you play it carefully, and really does put a lot of pressure on Frosty, who's out here holding that angle. It's not a comfortable spot anymore. Now, what they need to do is they need to bring these members that they have dropping in over and have them start applying pressure in the opposite direction. And slowly but surely, they can, herd the members of this defense over towards the gun sites of the breach. But Potato is going to vacate construction, drops down onto the lower level, and kind of just, again, wide peeking right there. Jet Rayo, though, here undetected, lights Potato up. Just absolutely destroys his brain case right there. And that is going to make things even more challenging here for NAU. They will get the breach they need to start setting things up, but Robo is waiting. Frosty getting in on the action as well. And Donut tries to wrench it back, but he can't. Platteville just annihilates NAU on the attack.
And it seems that this is just the story of the match so far. Map 1, it really was like this, and it's seeming like it's just going to continue on the second map. The only question, Corbeck, is how far are Platteville going to go? They are up 3-1 right now. They have the potential to go up 5-1, which in my eyes would really just be a nail in the coffin. Like to see NAU play like this, to have them come back from a large lead like that just seems impossible at this situation. But this was the only site in which NAU actually won. And to be honest, a couple frames could have been the difference between Platteville winning it out and NAU losing. So it's not a real confidence booster.
Yeah, it's not a confidence booster. I mean, if anything, it was probably a confidence booster for Platteville because they still nearly won it. But the NAU attack, I mean, it just looks like a bit of an unstructured mess. They've kind of carried that over from Chalet, and one of the biggest issues that they're having consistently on both these maps is a lack of intel, like really not very good information game. And I know that they're using drones, but the follow-up just isn't there, right? Like they go off the drones, then they don't mark defenders. Classic example, what we just saw on that last round, where I believe it was, I want to say Biscuit just sort of walked into it. Hold on, a little bit of action here. Jet Ray, somehow gets a kill in a pitch situation. Jet Ray, picks up the kill on Biscuit. Beyond understanding. This is beyond mortal ken here, as Potato is just hard pushing this at a sprint. Potato very fortunate to win that one out, and now with some drone accompaniment will begin to push their way forward up here into cash. And I mean, they'll have a lot of room to run. This is a basement site after all, but what a horrible opening set of plays there for NAU.
I mean, the fact that I have to hope that Jet will die because of how big of an advantage Potato has really doesn't instill a lot of hope for the side of NAU, that you have such easily winnable scenarios and yet still they just can't a lot of these situations. So now about halfway through the round, you're going to see NAU. I mean, I would say like they have a central goal, but so far they just seem a little lost somewhat. Like maybe they'll actually focus on breaking open the floor, breaking open that hatch. But so far, you've got Diffuser in tunnel. If Capitao dies, who's going to be able to get the Diffuser?
Yeah.
Nobody's with him.
Screwed.
Nobody's going to be able to refrag him. So you are really hoping that Capitao dies.
Oh.
The C4 is going to clip the Nomad's heals, deal a good bit of damage to her, almost lethal damage. But still, you've got 3 players in the kitchen, 1 in the tunnel. Your entire push is weighing on the fact that your Capitao will not die. Because if he does, Platteville will just be able to back off.
Look at the change in direction as well. I mean, they have the verticality. They're just not using it. Capitao, I mean, EC3 is desperately trying to make a play here, but this is a difficult scenario. He's got backup now. He'll be the one that leads the push. Potato picks up the kill. Okay, 2 in the bank here, but Frosty right back at it, turns it into a 2v1, and Platteville is dominating the NAU side. Potato trying to make something happen right here on the buck, tapping shots in random directions, and the prone Frosty laying on his back will secure that kill right there. And NAU are just on fire, and there is no water to put this out.
Not in the good way.
Not in the good way. An extinguisher is definitely required at this stage.
Usually when you're like, yeah, this team's on fire. Like
No,
this is
like, yeah, the boat is on fire. Everybody's trying to get off of it. They're jumping into the ocean. There's sharks, lots of them. It's just, again, I don't want to be like rude, right? Like we try to be supportive. I just don't understand what's going wrong with NAU. Like this is a 7-1 team, and I know I've said that multiple times, but it's crazy. I mean, you saw a 7, like what the equivalent of a 7-10 split, right? You have 2 players pushing 1 defender on the rafters, 2 angles to shoot. The defender cannot keep both of them in sights at the same time, and somehow they bottled that. Like, I just don't understand.
All right, I'm just
fundamentally broken. I don't know.
I'm gonna take a guess. So same as like me. They're tired. They're sleepy. They want to go to bed, and they're like, you know what? We're one night's rest. NECC Grand Finals. Which one is more important? That's a joke. I think that NAU are definitely trying. They're just having some struggles that do feel fundamental at its core, and I think that I don't think there is a way that they can actually find a way out of it. Biscuit, I mean, they're still alone. Like, Biscuit is all alone. Nobody on Platteville is, because Bubba, I believe, has a friend over by Cash. I mean, I have to agree with you. I don't see how what NEU is doing has led to such a significant record for them, because it feels like it could be so easily exploited like Platteville has.
Yeah, I mean, Biscuit has really struggled, I think, on a lot of these entry pushes. He's 4-4, so I mean, it's gone okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. That don't happen very often, but there's no explanation for that. What are you doing? Jet Rayo just having a freebie, and then doubles down. It's like a buy one get one free, except he doesn't have to buy anything. He just gets 2 free. And that's just created an absolute nightmare scenario now for the NAU side, because they are in a 3v5. They're all stacked up on a window, and they've got picked off by Robo. You have to be kidding me. At these long angles, NAU, the wheels have just come off the car right now, and they are skidding on rims. Everything's sparking all over the place. They cannot find an equilibrium, and they are not going to win this round.
And now just kind of waiting until the inevitable inevitable victory for Platteville. That is, if Biscuit and Clone don't go out of their minds. Bubba over by the red stairs just kind of ignores that. He actually might be over by blue, but Biscuit has completely thrown everything to the side. He just has to do everything himself right now. He has a lower amount of HP. He doesn't really have any map control. He just has adrenaline. Korbeck, and maybe that will be the thing that gets him all the way to the finish, but Bubba has made his way back. So a 5-1 split. And yeah, I think you've said it really the best, that the wheels have come off, everything. We're getting so close to the end, and Platteville don't probably need to do that much to finish off.
Or maybe they're just a defensive team. I'll give NAU the slender thread of hope and maybe say, hey, maybe they're just a defensive side. That didn't necessarily manifest itself too much on Chalet, though they did look better on the defense. And maybe coming out on Clubhouse, their defense is just going to be impeccable, rock solid, never falter sort of stuff. Interesting team composition for the defense. You have EC3 picking up the Capkin, which is, I always like seeing Capkin play. He's a surprisingly interesting operator for the kit that he has. The Maestro, I'm a little less certain of. He's good, don't get me wrong. He can be absolutely devastating if used correctly, but it does kind of require somebody to be sort of constantly on cam. And then you've got, Potato and Smoke here as well. Those are more normal picks rounding out the lineup, and apparently, Light Rose, my feed has frozen.
My feed has also frozen.
Which is unfortunate timing, right on the swap.
Yeah, okay, we're back.
There we go. Momentary delay as we'll swap back over here, and we can see what the final setup for this defense is. What about that shield, Light Rose? That's a shield. I don't know what else to say about that. That's a difficult position for Donut to have to play, if I'm being honest with you. That's not going to be easy.
It is kind of difficult. I think it also does obscure just kind of entering that door, because you have to like walk in and then hop over it. So, but it's like, oh, do I really have to destroy it? It's not doing too much, so it's a decision that, as small as it is, may be impactful. We'll see. As Potato, his death is probably going to be a bigger signifier of how this round will go. As Frosty headed over by Stock, he's not as alone as somebody like Potato. He does have Lock over by that bar area. But, I mean, the main goal of Platteville is to shut down Potato and then refocus their efforts on the actual site itself. But there are two roamers, so Platteville really could just kill two birds with one stone here. But what an unconventional Capcan trap. I cannot blame Locke for dying. Like,
that's why I like Capcan every once in a while.
Bar, what do you call that? Bar door? Like,
tricky.
All right.
You gotta watch your knees, man. You gotta watch your knees. Don't know what else to say. Unfortunately, Potato is down. This is a good play by Biscuit here, actually, to read that situation and come back to see if they can bait an attack in. Robo will finish it off, though. Now, Biscuit proposing to kind of walk back the other direction, maybe look over towards Highway. 1-5 is the total round score within the match, now a 3-3. Biscuit here waiting. Biscuit nearly bottles that gunfight at close range, but will turn it into a win. And here comes the 6-1 Bubba on Fuse, of all operators, sort of shoving their way onto the master bedroom area as they try and close down this top floor, but none of them are even near the site. That's what I want to drive home here, Light Rose. We're not talking about them fighting on the site. Platteville can't even clear the top floor of the building.
Well, 30 seconds left. There's a small chance that they could fight their way because, well, NAU, they've done things in the past that I don't need to mention, but I think even now, they have to grab this round. I say that. Biscuit can't find the kill. 10 seconds left. Please, NAU. There is no way in which you can really blow that. Thank you. Thank you. 2 of those kills came from Kapkan traps, but you take those.
Hey, yeah, you do take those. It's rare that you see around in organized play, by the way, where somebody dies. There's 2 deaths to Kapkan traps, but that's a product of time, too, where Kapkan's value, kind of like a smoke, sort of starts to go up the longer the round goes on, as long as those traps are on the field, and that's the kind of situations you get when people get really pressured. I mean, a better round for NAU. Obviously, they won. Again, still things in there, I think, that, like many of their defensive wins on Chalet, make me a little uncomfortable. If I had to guess, and I've been sitting here, trying to figure out, hey, what's going on the NAU side? It's something communication related. I don't know what it is. I'm kind of assuming they all play in the same space, so they must be able to talk to one another. But it doesn't feel like very coherent or organized communication, right? Like I talked about structure earlier, right, Rose? It just doesn't really seem to be there. And their hope probably should be that they'll come over to the defense on Clubhouse, a map everybody knows, and they'll be able to fall into some pretty stereotypical defensive patterns, and maybe communication won't be as important. But whatever it is, they need to tighten it up post quick if they want to stay in this.
That lead is so large on the side of Platteville that it is really going to take a lot for them to drop the ball on this one. I mean, a 5-1 half off of what we've seen from both of these teams would be something magnificent. Potato does hear the repel, but I mean, he can't really do much about it. The door isn't truly broken. There isn't really any angle that he can get on. But you see 2 members of NAU, one by Cash, one by Red Stairs, just waiting, trying to get the best position they can before actually entering. As Potato goes towards Rafters, there's a lot of stock in the rovers here, Carbeck. NAU only really have Clone and EC3 over back to this side. So if Platteville kind of play their cards right, maybe get this hot tub wall open, they could shift their strategy towards the actual site itself and less about the players around it.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing better in the sense that, neither side has lost bodies, so they're being a lot more cautious about this, but this is a push that's not actually really helping Platteville because, again, they don't have a concentration of mass here. I think they're trying to take it from 2 different fronts, but they still have a lot to cut through. And this is a perfect example. Biscuit here, kind of in the leading edge, got plenty of ADS cover, and will slow this push down. Biscuit gets the kill on the Jet Rayo. No excuses there for the Iana. Should have been able to pick that one up. And now a 5v3 situation for NAU and a great opportunity for them to get around to their belt and stabilize just a little bit. Robo pushing up into Jim. Gonna go ahead and slam the plant down. That should give plenty of sound cues to defenders in the general area. It does. Biscuit saving the life of Clone right there. And Potato, the other one to come in and finish it off. I thought that was going to be Clone repaying the favor. Now Bubba steps up into the breach, immediately gunned down by I1 Donut, and a very good round for NAU. That's the kind of team I expected to see.
It's slow, it's steady, but there's still a lot of progress that needs to happen as NAU ignoring the CC side. They are going to bar stage, and it's a risky play, I think, Corbeck, because teams, if they're good at defending the site, I think they can actually get some good progress out of it, but it's still a very glass cannon style of site, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's like you're fighting someone and they like douse themselves in gasoline and threaten to set themselves on fire. Like that's like crazy man tactics where you're like, oh, you think you understand me? You don't understand me. Like, I'm willing to go all the way. It's a very bold pick. All right, I'll be serious about it. It's a very bold pick. I don't think it's gonna pay off. I'm surprised that they took the gamble because NAU isn't in a position where they have rounds to gamble on, right? If they give this one up, they're on map and match point. So this better work out, I guess, is where I'm going to leave it. Like, you have to get the W here.
Yeah, it's putting a lot of risk. It's putting a lot of the match on the line, I think, because, well, with how many rounds Platteville was able to get, it means that NAU can't make a lot of mistakes, cannot do a lot to mess up their chances because it's all on the line here. Only 2 rounds between them and a loss. But Potato is going up the Raptors. You got EC3 over by the CCTV area. Platteville, they're still droning out. That is something that they're good at, is getting information, trying to work off of that. But so far, they haven't really been able to do anything based off of that information. They're just kind of gathering it. If they don't do anything off of it, it can get stale quick.
Oh man, EC3 gets eaten alive by Robo on the top floor, and it's not a good start here for the Gamble. Clone stepping up could be perhaps the one who makes it even, but I think kind of bottles that, to be honest. Doesn't have a good sightline right there. Throws out an alibi, plays around it a little bit, but this position increasingly untenable as Potato goes down. And this is it. This is the worst possible scenario here for NAU. They've bled 2 deaths off already. Make it 3. They're just sundered here. Good kill by Biscuit to try and at least get a little bit of pride back in this scenario, but in a 2v4 situation, I think Platteville going to be hard-pressed to lose this one, though I will say some low health bars right there that have to be taken into account.
Yeah, but I mean, so is Biscuit. Biscuit is also on like about the same level of HP that Bubba is. And the site isn't really geared towards NAU. Platteville is going to be able to throw a Gemini clone down, get some information based off of that. And because of how much time they have, they can really rotate out, use the time to actually figure out how they want to attack. Biscuit is going to creep over by this bathroom area as Platteville really has an eastern push set up, and I think they actually probably need to get going now because the Yokais are going to be a nuisance. One is shot down, but has another been shot out? It's a 2v3 with enough time on the clock for NAU to put up a good enough defense, but now it is just that Echo in a 1v3, and if I'm Robo, the plant needs to go down now, but there goes the Echo. His body flown away. Well, I think that's the shrapnel in business right there.
Oh my god. It looked like they could pull it off for a second. It did. Donut got the kill, and I was like, oh, hey, it's heating up. They were running out of time, too, on the side of Platteville, but unfortunately, dreams to memes there in short order. The gamble does not pay off. Now NAU is sitting on 3 rounds, and they need to get 3 to even it up. And boy, howdy, I just do not know if they have that in the tank, Light Rose. I mean, that was an exciting round, probably one of the most exciting ones I think we've seen because it was an emotional roller coaster, but Platteville just kind of playing their game and NIU just sort of folding around it like a limp noodle. We'll see if they can kind of reassert themselves here on Basement. I mean, it's not even a matter of we'll see. They have to reassert themselves here on Basement. It worked out for them before. I think they can make it work again, but God, I hate to be a team that's in frame perfect territory where you just can't put a toe out of line. You cannot start with 2 deaths in the column, right? You just can't afford those kind of mistakes in this situation.
Yeah, like I said, you can't make the mistakes like that. So, Platteville now, 1 round away. They were 2 before. They just need to finish it off like that. And I believe in them. I think that even though Locke had his precious Aruni taken away, he has still been able to do something. It's not the, 13-6 that he was. Jet actually kind of filled that position nicely, but it is still good enough that, it puts Platteville over the finish line. At this point, that is more than enough.
Well, the attack getting started right there. That's a Gemini clone that gets annihilated. Great follow-up play by Biscuit, though. Not a moment's hesitation. Sprints around the corner, which is terrifying, but gets the kill. Gets another one as well. Biscuit stepping up to the plate in a huge way right there. Takes luck off the board, and that is a 3-5 now to start things off. NAU coming out swinging, exactly the kind of opening that they needed right there, though I will say Biscuit and Potato right on each other's hips yet again, so some lessons just will never be learned. But back to the match in general, great opening, and Frosty all alone here in the kitchen trying to cook something up with these fuse charges.
Yeah, I mean, what is he cooking?
Can you smell what Frosty is cooking? Apparently, literally nothing, because he fired one fuse charge and then ran away.
Yeah, I mean, I love Fuse. He is a meme of an operator. He's not as memey as he was, because I mean, you can still use him through reinforced walls. He's got the can openers, so he has viability like new Tachanka, but EC3 just gets a whooping walking down that tunnel area. So there is going to be communication that somebody is walking down the tunnel. Donut is ready for that, uses a smoke canister, one of the three, but now it's kind of focuses attentions towards the other area, because so far they only know that one is over there, and one is over there. The other two seem to be over towards the bar. One may be over towards blue, but I mean, NAU has a good lead. They have time, they have advantages, they have everything. And when NAU has had everything in the past, they've very obviously let it go. And Bubba might have spotted somebody rotating behind the air conditioner. Tries to fire away, but there isn't much map control, Corbeck, for Platteville to actually work with. JRL has to drop down a hatch. Frosty over the tunnel might have either dropped by the smoke canister or might have dropped by his own fuse charge, but it is still really up to Jet in a 1v3. 6 seconds left. 3 seconds left. The timer will tick down, hit triple zeros. He can only get one, so NAU stay alive for one more round.
Okay, giving yourself some more runway. You're keeping the dream alive here on the NAU side. You're fighting through. Still, though, I mean, match point, much better round from them, by the way. They looked better in general on that than they have in a lot of those matches, a lot of these stages. I will say there was still definitely a couple of things there where I was like, oh, that's a little uncomfortable. Like, thinking particularly of the fuse kind of storming down the tunnel and securing the kill right there. But in general, more coordinated, more heads-up defense, exactly what they needed from NAU right there. Just got to do it 2 more times, and then you get into overtime, and you can hopefully win this out. You're going back up to gym bedroom, and it's going to sound a little bit weird, but I feel so strongly, Light Rose, that the round is going to be determined in the first minute, because both these teams seem to have a tendency of shedding like 2 operators within a minute, maybe 30 of the round starting, if even that. And I think that those early picks almost certainly, and I don't have the statistics for it, and I should have been keeping track of it, but I have a feeling that those statistics almost certainly dictate who is going to win the round in the end.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the gym bedroom, this is another site that NAU definitely felt a little good on. I think a lot of that was because Platteville just could not deal with the roamers. And if they're able to do that, then, well, easy as pie. I guess is now Frosty. Was that from the site window? I don't exactly know where I actually took damage from. Might have been Potato over by these stages. It still is the roamers just being a thorn in Platteville's side. And I think this is going to be one of the maps where NAU definitely has the possibility of coming back, but it is going to be a gruel of a fight. It is going to be constantly back and forth between these two teams, and NAU will barely be able to slog out victories, and it's going to be long, it's going to be difficult, but there's still a shred of a hope.
A dangerous situation for Frosty right here, sort of stacked up on the windows coming out of highway. EC3 trying to cover both at once, sort of putting his eyes in different directions. Clone here with the Alda. Clone slow peeking. Clone nearly loses a head. They're very lucky, actually. They didn't get killed right there. Just not very well executed peek whatsoever. Frosty with a nasty angle in that actually gives it away. Biscuit is okay here, sort of stacked up, still causing problems, still slowing them down on cash, but he's got to convert a kill out of this if they really want to get maximum value. Bubba pushing up now into CCTV, goes ahead and throws the Selma out, double checks down the hallway, sees the shield, but does not see the Jaeger, who's still waiting here in this top of the stairs position. Some rounds coming in now, and again, just holding on, wasting time, and Platteville are going very slow, very cautious, taking as much time as they can, and now Biscuit's been droned out. Biscuit goes for the shot. Biscuit finds it. And at the same point in time, I Want Donut gets a kill as well. I Want Donut finds another one, and they might have done enough here.
It seems they have. It's just luck having to do almost the impossible at this point. Gets rid of a camera, but there are still 4 players left alive made of flesh and blood. There goes Potato. Swings around the corner, so NAU have 5 rounds. Platteville have 6. Overtime is a real possibility here, Corbeck.
It is a genuine possibility. Another really good round from NAU. Playing like a team. Oh, no. Okay. Oh.
It might be just a regular timeout, like not a
no, not the timeout. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm looking at what's in the middle of the screen right there.
Bar stage.
Talk about a gamble. That's like everything on black at the casino, like everything. Your house, the kids' college fund, the kids. You're just putting everything on black. You're just giving up the shirt on your back. I don't know what else, because that did not go well last time. And I am beyond shocked that NAU are going to try that again in a literal do or die situation.
Yeah, I mean, that over CC is... I mean, I think it has to be comfortability that they just feel so much better on bar stage and CC. I don't know why. I think that everybody definitely has to be comfortable on that side, at least to some degree, with how popular Clubhouse is. I don't know if I believe in... No, I think it's I think this is Northern Arizona University going up against University of Wisconsin Platteville A team. It's 5-6. Overtime is on the clock. Not good chances for NAU considering their past record here.
A wild pick. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, this is everything on this throw of the dice, and maybe NAU knows something we don't, and they've got the secret magic plan here that's going to win it out, and they didn't bring it out last time. Maybe they're playing 1000D chest. Donut's going to go back to the same spot, which is brave beyond measure, or crazy, one or the other, because they're going to be expecting it this time. And wow, 3 minutes, big gamble, everything on the line here, Light Rose. It's honestly, I mean, I think it's a terrible decision in context, but it's a very entertaining decision, because very rarely do you see teams putting their lives in their hands, and Biscuit delivering a huge kill onto Locke to start it off. You could not have asked for a better gift here at the start of a bold round.
Biscuit has stepped the up in this one. He takes down Locke, so no more phone calls are going to ring throughout the site. So Platteville have to still focus their efforts in other areas whenever they've had to do that. It's really been a tough task because they haven't been able to. They've really only focused on one area. And for a second there, I thought that was actually the Yana, and I got scared. But now Clone spots that, no, that is a clone of the Yana, backs off and tries to hide around because their position is known. But this gym bedroom area is like, it is rattling with enemies, and Platteville need to be very cautious, otherwise their round could end right here. There goes Robo. Potato gets down, cannot be confirmed, will probably be able to be revived by somebody, but the confirmation could come through from Jet as Clone now heads over to the CC area. This is a big play. Clone gets the revive. Jet does not enter the actual CC side, so Potato gets revived. Jet does not hop in, and now we're back at a 5v3, and if Jet is not careful, Potato could walk right back around, find a kill as the Yokai has spotted their position. It's dangerous position for Jet, for Potato. Everything on the line here. Corbeck.
Yes, a huge round indeed. The Nitro Cell going out right there does not find its victim. Jet Ray O still alive. The health bar is getting so low for NAU. They've got 3 players blinking red. Make it 2 players now because Bubba finds the kill onto Clone. And this is desperation territory. 45 minutes or seconds left on the clock here. Bubba shoving their way into construction. Takes an opportunity to reload the gun. Good kill from Frosty. And the members of the defending side are starting to fall one by one. This is exactly what Platteville wanted to see here at this stage. Jet Rayo, 15 kills on the round. Can they make it some more? Could be a beautiful frag grenade toss. It very nearly is. It only takes down the shield at the end, though. 20 seconds left. 3v3. About as tense a collegiate siege match as you're ever going to see here on match point. Now down to 10 seconds. Members of Platteville just not in the positions they need to be. Bubba drops the hatch, goes straight in, but it's Biscuit who finds the next kill. Biscuit gets another one, and there's Potato. And NAU will hold on. Their big gamble paying off in big ways.
NAU, I don't know what it is about this team that they've been able to look like what they were earlier in this map and then still walk away with an overtime, somehow crawl back, and then look like they might clear this map, send us to a third. It's really possible in the end. As well, Platteville, they get to go to CC side. I think the fact that they start on the defense is a big thing because, I mean, Platteville were on the defense when they had a 5-1 side. That's some good odds. So going over to the CC side, a site that NAU actually just avoided altogether. There's a lot on the line. Late night NECC. We are getting to 1 a.m.
Late night NECC.
We are getting to 1 a.m. Corbeck. And
for some of us.
yeah, don't flex.
I haven't eaten.
I guess it wouldn't be a flex. I just you're just telling information, but
I haven't eaten since
I don't know.
3:30 my time. If it makes you feel any better, so
Yeah.
I'm doing my best here. But this is
it's 3:30 your time.
No, since 3:30 I haven't eaten.
Oh, okay.
I'm a hungry boy, but this is wild game. Like, this is turned into a crazy clubhouse. NAU on the run back right now is not something I saw. We've got a Sens on the board. I mean, it's nuts. It's pandemonium. The inmates are running the asylum here at late night NECC, and we'll see if they can construct a win for themselves. I'm fascinated to see what they do with the Sens. Are they going to go for, like, a really cheeky CCTV plant? Because I will genuinely laugh if that's going to be the case. Great charge right there. It won't work. Does it work? No. The thermite exothermic, it goes off anyway, and the breach is established.
I mean, the breach is only one part of it. It's not everything. Because now NAU, they have to work off of rafters, of which Frosty's going to be able to hold. They're going to have to work off of the red stairs, of which you've got Robo. I mean, just like that. Rafters cannot... Okay, well, they're just going to... Okay, just ignore me then. EC3 gets taken out by the smoke canister, but off of the blazing guns, off of everybody on NAU, Platteville just start to fall. One by one. Eventually, Clone is going to be able to get that diffuser down, or at least try. But Jet, coming all the way from the other side, finds one. Can he find a second? He does! Is the third just around the corner? Jet has 17 kills. He needs 18. He cannot get it. And it means NAU get a lead going into the potential final round of overtime.
Oh, NAU just clinging on by their fingernails. They will not be denied. I love that actually is around. I mean, I hate it from a strategic perspective because it was as brutal as it comes, but I love it. It's just like, look at that. When all you have is a hammer, right? Everything just looks like a nail. They're just, you know what? We're just going in. Everybody rush, guns up. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins totally worked out too for NAU. I'm shocked, by the way, that they didn't get cut to pieces there. But good coverage is, I gotta give them credit on that. They really locked that site down and they did a good job of covering their planter to get it to where they needed to be. Basement defense, probably one of the strongest bomb sites in the entirety of Rainbow Six Siege, if we're being honest with ourselves here, Light Rose. This is the opportunity for NAU to push this towards a map 3 and extend themselves a lifeline. They were done and dusted a handful of rounds ago, and now the number 1 seed absolutely reasserting themselves here on Clubhouse.
And a basement site that Platteville, I mean, to be fair, I would say that Platteville has struggled with the basement site, but Platteville overall has struggled with their attacks, and I think part of that is due to the NAU roaming presence. Platteville haven't put a lot of things together that have led to a successful roam clear. And EC3 on the Capcan. We see where he's actually putting his Capcan traps, and it is mainly on this 3rd floor. A lot of it centered toward the bedroom area. And if Platteville want to play towards there, maybe to go take out Biscuit, take out Potato, if they don't look at their kneecaps, they're going to get blown up right before their very eyes.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the kneecaps, the ankle biter traps that are right down at the bottom of the door. Ooh, Capcan, scary man. Scary man. But taking a look at the defense, I mean, I think this is about as solid as it's going to get for NAU. Platteville have to be a little bit rattled right here, and I think that's a huge factor going into such a critical round. They can't feel particularly happy. They were on top. The end was in sight, and they're getting it run back on them here, and it's really hard for teams to kind of adapt to that on the fly. We saw that pause earlier, the timeout, and I can't help but feel like that's a good signal that the mental is a little bit shook. If they can win this, though, I think that would do wonders to give them a certain level of confidence in the further overtime rounds. But there it is! The knee biter takes him down. Robo's going to be able to get in for the res right here, but Locke having a really bad start to the day on this overtime match point round.
Oh, it happened. I mean, there's nobody up there, Corbeck.
Nope. Just a Capcan trap.
Up there. It's literally just the Capcan traps. And if they don't shoot the one that are over by construction, I will cry. You can count on that. Locke all by themselves in lobby. Spots a Jaeger, decides to knife their sworn enemy, the air. And here comes Bubba behind, making it so Locke is able to stay alive, stabilize for the time being. And now we're reaching a clinical moment because Jaeger died. You're going to have those cameras given on over to the attack. So bulletproof cameras, I believe Potato might have had one. In the end, it's really not going to mean much, but the Maestro cameras could be the biggest thing in the end. The Thatcher EMP is going to make it so that the defense cannot spot the attack pushing on through. And with 30 seconds left, Platteville need to win this attack. Otherwise, we will be heading to a map 3. And with Frosty going down, there goes a couple of flashbangs, creating a lot of chaos inside of the site. And Platteville, it's a funnel situation. You're going to see Clone have a lot of bullets. He is just going to throw them all at the enemy. It's just Locke in a 1v3. He's got 5 seconds left. And honestly, Corbeck, he's not happening.
Wow. A scene straight out of World War I right there. They all just ran into the sightline of the machine gun, and the Alda just chung, 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 away right there and shut them down. And NAU with a massive run back here on late night NECC. One that I don't think any of us were expecting at the midpoint of that match when they were getting bodied on the attack. 20 kills for Biscuit. Where's that been? Where was that on Chalet? It's just sort of manifested out of nowhere here at the most critical moment. Like the Eagles have come over the top of the mountain to save the day. Crazy stuff here.
Yeah, so after a miraculous comeback, we're heading to a map 3. And now, I mean, it could really be anybody's game at
Oh
this
yeah.
point, depending on which NAU kind of comes out of the locker room swinging. But map 3, it is still on the horizon. We'll be going to a quick break, and then after that is the coveted map 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC, a late night broadcast here. And the gods of Rainbow Six have descended from the mountaintop to deliver us an amazing match. The number 1 seed and the number 4 seed here in Champions Division absolutely wrecking one another. Northern Arizona University versus the University of Wisconsin Platteville. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Light Rose, and this has been a heck of a matchup between these two as we get ready to jump into Villa, Light Rose.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like NAU didn't really have a good grip, especially in that first map at the beginning of the second map either. And then something just clicked. But in the middle of that map, they were down, I think it was 6-2. It was 6-3, something. They were down 5-1 at one point, and just like that, bam. They turned something on. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either, because the number 4 seed came out like, a enraged polar bear. They were just mauling NAU. They didn't look like any answers. Chalet was a mess. And then suddenly, halfway through Clubhouse, NAU just became a bigger, more stubborn polar bear and kind of went right back the other direction. And now, we're both coming to Villa, the Italian countryside, a natural environment for polar bears. And I guess we just have to see here who can slug longer, really, at the end of the day. It's late for both of these teams. I think that's worth pointing out. My big concern here is that Platteville is going to be mentally damaged after losing Clubhouse, right? Blowing the 2-5 lead, they lose it in overtime. I think that's gotta be rough, and it'll be a real test on the side of Platteville if they can kind of find the fortitude to start off really strong here. They've got the defensive side advantage, Light Rose, which on a map like Villa is massive.
Yeah, I mean, an advantage has to be actually taken advantage of. So it's something we can talk about now, but you can only kind of bring it up if a team is showing that, hey, maybe they're not performing as well as they should. Maybe they're overperforming a little bit. But I think from the get-go, Platteville does kind of need to show that, hey, maybe you guys actually should have an inherent advantage considering how you've played so far in this series, how you've how you, like you said, have a natural advantage. In this one, it's all speculation. But NAU, maybe they're just kind of come out of the gate really swinging as hard as they can, because after a series like that, like we just saw with that previous map, do you think NAU are absolutely going to walk away with this map?
I would be surprised if they absolutely walked away with it. Like, I'll be honest. I think that Platteville has some serious fighting spirit, and you combine that with the defensive side advantage, and it should be enough. That said, we'll see if this kind of like blitz style. Oh my good sweet God.
Oh, no.
Locke jumps out a window and whips out the secondary to pick up the second kill. 30 seconds into the round, and NAU is gutted by a beyond heroic play.
Oh, Locke can't do much more than that, and Potato might be able to get cameras, but, I mean, that's just a consolation at this point. And I think a lot of that from Locke came down to the communication from Robo underneath, looking upstairs with his heart pulse scanner. He was able to see that maybe there was some players out there, and, well, there was. Locke claims 2. Another one goes down to the scanner of Robo. And information is a powerful tool, my friends, and clearly Platteville are using it to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, and it's been one of the huge issues for both of these teams tonight. It's just been the intel gap, and it's been hammered on time and time again. In that scenario, I mean, taking good advantage of it, but just the bravery of Locke to actually make that play. EC3 doesn't know how close they are to death right now. Here comes Valkyrie creeping around the corner. Great reactions from the Jackal right there. And usually I don't get so pumped here in round 1, but what a way to open it up. And now Biscuit and EC3 are going to try and recover this. and it's gonna be it's gonna take a Herculean effort by the two of them to make it happen. You can see the members here of Platteville slowly closing in. Jet Ray O, who did nearly put up a 20 kill game on the last map, will secure the kill on the EC3, and that just leaves Biscuit in the basement, wandering around here trying to figure out what he should do with the rest of the round.
Well, I mean, Biscuit doesn't have many options here, so he can wonder as much as he wants, but he's still kind of leading towards one thing in the end, and that is death. Jet is just going to tag him with a couple of bullets here and there, but really, he's just kind of teasing him at this point. He's dealing some damage, but overall, it's really just more about teasing him at the end, like I said. So Platteville get a round off the bat, but I mean, this could be a long map Corbeck, because Platteville, I mean, they've shown some power, but Northern Arizona, we cannot count them out, I guess, after the previous map.
So I don't think you can. I mean, they hit that hidden reserve of strength, and they went Super Saiyan or whatever it was. So yeah, we're not gonna cut them down at all. ABG now on the deck here, a much better defensive site. Keep in mind, all of that happened down with, what was that, kitchen dining, right? Good stuff from Platteville to start off on a tertiary bomb site and come out swinging. And now they're on the back end of having to do the two primary bomb sites here. And that's going to put NAU at a significant disadvantage. They're not all going to be like that, though, right? Like, that was a wild opener that we saw right there. And they're not all going to open like that. You're not going to lose two people in 30 seconds. So I'm going to put that first round aside and kind of look here and see how this is going to go from here on out. And if they can pull off something like that again, I don't fancy NAU's chances.
I don't know. I just can't shake off last map. Like, I have no idea. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea how NAU pulled it off. Like, everything seemed like how they're playing right now, and yet they won. Like, it kind of defies logic a little bit there, Corbeck. So I completely follow you, and at the same time, I also disagree with you somehow. I don't know why.
That's fair. It's definitely. I mean, it's a challenging matchup right now for NAU, because there's a pressure on them to continue with their performance right there. Like, they have to keep the pressure up that they are applying at the end of Clubhouse, and kills like that from Biscuit, that's a great way to get started. That's exactly what they need. They're finally taking advantage of Rateros. That's something that we haven't seen in a lot of these rounds, so that'll help burn things as well. And here comes Biscuit stepping up into the pocket yet again. Biscuit broke that 20 kill barrier last time, so he was the absolute fragger of the previous lobby, and he needs to turn a performance just like that again here for this NAU side if they want to get a win on Villa.
Bubba sees the tracers and doesn't really react about it. He does have a good gun for that line of sight. I mean, Potato has the zoom sight, but overall, it's still just kind of about map control. Who's going to win the game in the end? And so far, it's just back and forth between these two teams. NAU, they have the map control. They have the site control. They can get that diffuser down. And the C4 cannot be thrown in the right direction. It's on the opposite side of the vault door. So Locke has to exit the site, work his way all around, and now Jets. He is somehow going to try to find his way through landing with Locke over in study. A pinch maneuver is definitely possible, but now Jet has been seen all the way over in 90, and it's a true 1v1. Of course it can. Locke maybe tries to go for a fake. He peeks, and because it's a trade, NAU got the bomb down. They get the victory.
What a wild ending to that one right there. You don't see that very often. The mutual kill and then the win on the backside of it. Crazy stuff. And kind of all contributing to the wild nature of this matchup that we saw here tonight. Very good attack from NAU, by the way, very decisive. But again, those kind of issues coming up in the late round situations, Light Rose, we've seen that repeatedly. We saw that on Chalet, and then we saw it again on Clubhouse. It went away for the tail end of their rounds, but it seems to kind of be back. There's always a point there where they get in very tense situations and they just start making bad decisions, which is a little surprising. But they did maintain the momentum they needed on that round. I will say that quite comfortably. And Platteville, every single one of these defensive rounds is like manna from heaven. They have to pick up as many of these as they possibly can, because when they go over on the attack, it's going to be late. They're going to be tired. They're going to be stressed out, and they need as much of a cushion from the strong defensive side as they can possibly get.
Pushing on to the trophy statuary area. I mean, pulling out the IQ, I think is definitely a smart response, considering what Platteville was able to do with the Pulse. The Valkyrie will also kind of fall into that line. I mean, it's killing two birds with one stone at this point. Biscuit's able to get rid of the Pulse. Well, not get rid of, but counter in a sense. Get rid of the Pulse, get rid of the Valkyrie. Overall, there's a lot in Biscuit's palm, or I guess wrists, you should say. Okay.
Oh, that's a caster curse if I've ever seen one.
All right. Thank you, Biscuit.
Spoke his name unto death right there. Poor Biscuit. Did not have a particularly good run. Clone, this is speaking of good run, this is a bold play here from Clone. Bubba picking it up with a well-placed black eye camera right there. Frosty whips out the nitro cell, doesn't find the kill, just escapes it. Bubba, I think, tried to detonate one there as well, but might have already lost it. Frosty is super low here in the midst of all of this, still trying to make the verticality work. Here comes EC3 pushing up the red stairs, but it's Frosty from below who will cut Clone down. And Frosty's still unmarked with very low health, lurking around down there in the first floor area. Light Rose has to be accounted for, because this is the kind of wrench in the works that can really mess up an attack, even as NAU makes really good progress here to get into AVG.
Ooh, that air jab went off about as loud as you could hear. I think that was Frosty who got bounced back by the library. His phone's gonna go off. Everything is being dedicated to make sure that the roamers do not have a fun time. Or maybe not the roamers, the ones who are off the site. Is now NAU, they have about equal footing. I mean, Frosty Games is bleeding with his heart outside his chest at this point with how much HP he has, but he's still able to use that heart monitor, which is the one big thing. He's able to look up, potentially spot Donut above him, give that off to Robo. There is a lot in Platteville's pocket they can choose to utilize. And NAU now, as they push up through this landing area, they have to break this Q barrier, which will give away their true position. The chances of them walking away with this round are slimming, but now they rocket right back up with a couple more kills, and Frosty Games needs to join their friends. He is on 1 HP and chooses to save his life, and luckily Jet Ralph finishes off that player as Platteville regains their lead.
They said, flying the ointment, the fact that he managed to survive that entire time on Pulse with, like you said, is his heart basically beating out of his chest, is fantastic. I mean, that's fantastic for Platteville, I should say. It's a bad showing by NAU because they should have hunted him down and just finished him off. But I think the man disadvantage was already plaguing them so much at that particular point in time that they just didn't want to invest the resources in that chase. And the end result was that they did get kind of punished there at the tail end. I was kind of expecting, Light Rose, one of these teams to break. Like, it's, you know, you're just going to get brittle. It's going to go. It's a squad broken moment. Everybody's falling to pieces. The alternate sort of timeline that we're seeing on screen is that they're kind of going back and forth, trading blow for blow. That was a strong round for Platteville, but I think it's entirely possible that we're going to come back on round 4 and NAU is going to walk in with a, you know, authoritative performance of their own. That's just kind of matchup we're seeing here. And I mean, I'll admit, it's it's really entertaining. We rarely see these kind of just like drag them down, knock them out sort of fights between two teams, especially this late at night and this late into the match.
Yeah, it would surprise me as well with just the trend that has been today. Honestly, with the earlier match, with this one, everything is just leaning in the direction of you have no idea what is coming next. Do not try to predict it. Do not have any guesses because you will be wrong. My friends, Potato has some sort of information, tries to pre-fire inside of the building and just kind of misses out. There's nobody in the general vicinity. They're actually on the other side of the map, but clearly NAU just have the goal of getting inside the building, shutting down the roamers, and really not wasting a second on that clock.
I mean, glad that you brought up Intel right there because I think that's becoming the most decisive factor now between these two teams. If you looked at that last round and the first round, actually, those huge plays that Platteville pulled off were entirely determined based on Intel. The pulse, right, coming in huge, using the black eye cameras to basically track the movements of these players. Intel is making a big difference in how this game is played, and it does seem like Platteville has the edge in that category. That's something that if you're the IGL of NAU, you're the coach of NAU, whatever it is, you need to be looking at that and telling your team, hey, look, we need to actively be taking steps to improve our own intelligence gathering. That said, they've secured verticality here, Light Rose. They're going to work with these flat pack charges, and they've got fuse charges, and Jet Ray O needs to be a little bit careful right there. That'll make you shift position if nothing else in this game will.
Fuse charges above you, one of the most terrifying things you can hear in Siege. Besides, maybe a Blitz shield could be a close second of that, as Robo doesn't have the confidence to bring out that pulse scanner just because of how much floor is actually broken above him. But that could be the one thing he needs. There it is, the Fuse charges find a kill. There goes Locke. And NAU, they have broken a Goyo canister, so maybe their progress is going to get impeded for like 10 seconds at this point, but they have a good enough advantage. They have a good enough time that they can really wait and see what goodies Plaid will have for them on the other side. And I think you were right, Corbeck, that here comes NAU, authoritative, flawless. What is this map going to be? Who is going to walk away with it? I do not know.
I think the impressive thing here is both these teams have actually, kind of contrary to what you would sort of expect, usually things get sloppier as time goes on. This has been the opposite. They both look much better on the last map. You know, that was a great attack from NAU. They basically corralled Platteville into bad positions. They took full advantage of the spread of those fuses. They took verticality quite easily, and Platteville just kind of had to go along with it. They really had no choice but to go with the raging torrent that was NAU. But you look back on the previous round, and it was a matter of Platteville just kind of winning the information game and playing it around. And again, I think one of the biggest deciding factors that we're starting to see is the early kill situation. Seems so impactful. In that case, I believe the first kill was that fuse charge going off, and it got one member of Platteville, and then they just started sort of circling the wagons, and you saw NAU pick up the initiative. But you go back to round number one, it was the exact opposite. So that's the stat, I think, of most anything that I'm really starting to watch out for here, Light Rose, to determine the course of each round.
Well, we'll have to see if it tracks. I will make sure to keep that at the top of my mind. As now... All right, yeah. It is a good thing to keep track of. Is now, I mean, looking at kind of who's been showing up in the kill department, there hasn't been a name that's kind of jumped out. I mean, Potato on the side of NAU, and then maybe on the side of Platteville, Jet and Locke. I mean, Jet had the early couple kills, but Jet, I think, has been consistently good over the kind of kills. Potato walks in.
No way.
Takes a little bit longer, but just absolutely takes Bubba by surprise. And now here comes the rest of his buddies. NAU just walk into that Astro side and completely take it by force.
That was just nasty. That was like somebody gave two monkeys guns and just went at it. Just no accuracy, no instantaneous death, just a bunch of rounds, and eventually somebody keeled over. Jet Rayo, I mean, we were saying names that have kind of stood out. I mean, they are 5-2 on the round. They've been doing really well, and they've been playing this Valkyrie, which has been a critical part of the Platteville defense. So I think they're one of the players that has at least initially stood out to me. Locke, who was somebody who really popped off on Chalet, has been a bit more muted on the defensive side, but I love what they're doing with these Azami barricades. Instead, though, they're getting a little bit pinched, and they will have to back up. And this has shades of last round to it here, Light Rose, because more and more space is being taken away from Platteville every single second that this round continues.
And there's only about 90 of them left, but underneath, lurking in the first floor, is Jet. He has a C4, and he might choose to go underneath. Now, there isn't a pulse, but there might be black eyes that could be utilized. But Jet actually is opting to join his friends, go up, defend against the site of the onslaught that NAU is probably going to throw at the site. There's one less player to actually defend inside of it, but there's also one less player to attack in it. Biscuit finds one, is going to fire away as there's just a flurry of bullets on both sides, and at the end of it, it is Locke in a 1v2 trying to defend against the NAU plant. It has been stopped as just Locke cannot find the pristine bullets to shut down Biscuit, and the impacts cannot take out Clone. Locke just fires away, but they just seem to hit the air in the end. So NAU do get a lead for, I think, the first time in this match. Is that correct? Besides the map victory?
Besides the win, yeah. I think you are correct. They may have at the very early stage of Chalet, but I don't think so. I think Platteville kind of just came out pounding right there. Interesting, that round I think was a really good highlight of kind of how neck and neck these two teams are, like really punching at each other's level. Because even in a 2v1 ending, that felt extremely close. And I mean, it was good play at the tail end by the Azami to kind of keep the fight alive. Locke didn't surrender that by any sense of the word, and one or two bullets in a different place right there, and it would have been a very different situation. But I'm also happy to have seen NAU play a late game scenario well, right? This is something that I commented on earlier. It's been a consistent struggle with them. That time, they seem to really have it on kind of, no pun intended, lock, as they knew exactly what they wanted to do. There was no hesitation. They got the plant down. They put the pressure on the defender, and they won it out. This has been, I think, one of the most decisive aspects for NAU, though. These black eye cameras coming out from Bubba now have just been critical. And I still think, despite NAU kind of doing well on those past couple of rounds, I do think Platteville is genuinely winning the intelligence game. But like you said earlier, an advantage has to be made, have to capitalize on it. You can't just be like, well, they've got an advantage in the intel department. It doesn't mean anything if they can't capitalize it. And I just haven't been able to see them kind of converting their advantage into something meaningful.
I agree with you. I mean, we've seen that a lot today, especially on the early sides where teams were still kind of struggling to figure out how they're going to beat their enemy. I mean, Potato, was that Jet who was just absolutely not moving from their position, despite the amount of bullets thrown in their position. I gotta respect it, but NAU and Platteville do lose two crucial members on both sides, and NAU lose their only set of frag grenades. So really, those Kiba barriers have to be meleeed, or they still have Biscuit and they still have Donut in terms of Selma's and those Zofia impact grenades. But I mean, already NAU are right outside of the site with a lot of time by their side. All they have to do is not waste the time that they have. But honestly, that is easier said than done, because if they don't play their cards right, they could really just sit here for the next minute.
Whoa, destroying a Goyo and a Kiba barrier.
He was dead.
Locke making a bit of a misplay, I think intentionally giving up his life to try and delay things. It won't help at all. Bubba, the sole defender, now falling back into the master bedroom, just trying to turn something out of this, but I don't think they have it in him. Good kill there, the MPXP shooter coming to work. EC3 is down, Bubba picks up 3 kills. You have got to be kidding me. And in a brilliant flurry of unmitigated violence, Bubba turns this into a 1v1 as Biscuit tries to win it out, takes a shot at the Volcon. Couldn't tell if they took it out or not. Bubba here being very cautious, hiding in the master bedroom, waiting for the intel to come in, sees the opportunity, fires. Bubba clutches with an ace. Madness here on NECC. Absolute madness.
I am stunned because everything was just coming up northern Arizona. And yet here comes Bubba from the depths of defeat, making it a 3-3 Corbeck. And now it is NAU side. It is still anybody's game at this point because NAU will not get a natural advantage once the sides swap because of one little player named Bubba who had not gotten a kill before this. He got an ace. He has 5 kills right now. Impressive.
It's far too late in the evening, Light Rose, for me to be getting this excited. Like, I am not gonna be able to go to sleep for a while. I'm gonna have to like listen to relaxing beats. I'm gonna have to drink some tea. I don't know what it's gonna be. I gotta taper down. That was crazy. How often have you seen a 1v4 clutch ace at any level of Siege play?
I mean,
Wow. I mean,
wrong.
yeah, just wow. And you're sitting on the side of NAU right now, and that should have been your triumphant moment, right? You had done everything right. You had the massive advantage. You're transferring over the defense with a 4-2 on a Villa attack, and that's it. Platteville's done. You can coast into a win here with a couple of strong bomb sites. Now, on the other side of this, you just took a huge blow to your mental. There's no way you're walking out of that thinking that you're still on top in this round. And you have to weather that now, and it almost, I think, starts to cancel out the defensive advantage that you're picking up. Because that's such a frustrating thing to have happen.
Of course. Oh, Potato firing bullets, but they don't have any magnets, any ADSs to catch the frag grenade. That will be their eventual demise. So now the bedroom is going to be able to be entered by Platteville. Next target will be Biscuit, hiding by Boar window. He should get droned out by 1, 2, if not 3 drones that will deter him all the way over to 90, of which he drops. And the Decabi call might be a little bit too late. He's going to get scanned. Platteville want to make sure that this Malusi is scared for her life. Biscuit will have nowhere to hide by the end of this, as the Yokai will actually give itself off, and that means Frosty can take it out. So a couple of misplays from the side of NAU. Despite all that, they'll still find a kill and make this round a toss-up.
Yeah, that is a 4-4 now. You're coming down to a situation where you have about a minute left in the round, and this is where things usually start to get really crazy. This is where situations where, like, the Bubba style of play that we just saw, that could happen again, right? It going the opposite direction, because the time crunch is gonna force Platteville to kind of do some sort of crazy stuff here to try and get this diffuser down, and it looks like it's just gonna be attempting to force games. You can see them already setting up for the rush in, locks down almost instantaneously. The shotgun of EC3 picks up 2, and now EC3 rotates back into Armory, the big defensive stand of the smoke, preparing to take down a couple more with them here as Platteville's lone remaining player, the indomitable Bubba, tries to find magic again, and it just won't manifest this time, Light Rose. He can't find the shots that he needs. He's being flanked from multiple angles. EC3 doubling back into cover over right now. The shotgun out again. Bubba approaching towards the elbow. Gonna check over towards the vault door. 7 seconds left in the round. Bubba knows that I don't think he can win this, and EC3 makes sure that he can't.
He better not in that situation. It's exactly what NEU was. They're only on the opposite side this time. The defense, they have the timer, they have everything they need, and it does work out. So they regain the lead that they really should have kept in the previous round. They head over to Trophy Statuary. Everything is indicating that they might keep this lead from here on out, especially now that the sides have swapped. You see this team might have honestly gained some confidence that they really need and really have cemented in this map for the final couple rounds that we are in. We've got at least 3 more to go, but you can't pull Platteville out. That's what I've learned in all of tonight, is that honestly, making predictions, that's dumb. Don't do that, because you will be wrong no matter what. And honestly, you'll jinx it. EC3 is gone. We're gonna rehost, I guess. Okay.
No. The momentum blow. NAU is going to lose it here in the rehost. They've lost a member. The rehost will be confirmed, so they'll take a break right there just when things are starting to get real exciting here on the stream. They're going to have to take a little bit of a break, but I'll be honest. I mean, Platteville, yeah, okay, NAU might have reasserted a little bit of dominance right there. Platteville still dug in like an Alabama tick. I mean, they're not giving up an inch of ground, and it feels like even on the rounds where NAU is getting a bit more of a decisive victory, it still feels like a very tentative thing. The only one that I'm not going to put in that basket is the flawless victory, because it was flawless. But in terms of the rest of it, I mean, it really does feel like NAU is never getting a lot of clearance from this Platteville side. And frankly, Platteville, the number 4 seed, punching way above their weight here tonight across all of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have some heft behind their punches, but is their time up right now? Like, have they had their moment in the sun? Because it seems like the sides have really started to shift, Corbeck. Like, the air feels different. You can kind of feel the... I don't know. That's how it feels on my end. Like, I'm just going back to like map 1, how it just was so predominantly this one team, Platteville, and then you go to the beginning of the second map, and it's still Platteville 5-1, and then just like we've kind of started the shift, and it's never truly gone away from that. Like, Platteville hasn't gotten to the place that they once were.
You say that, but then, I mean, okay, start to feel the presumably scalding hot winds of northern Arizona blowing there across the plain, because I just assume that it's hot in Arizona all the time.
It is hot in Arizona.
Just Phoenix, man, that's a testament to man's folly in the face of God. But I'll talk about that later. You say that, but the Bubba round, I mean, we can write that down as a fluke, right? But I think it continues to highlight that there are some significant issues for NAU in late round situations. And I've gone one round of praise and then an absolute disaster on the other side. And I don't think the communication issues that have been plaguing this team have been locked down enough yet, where I feel comfortable saying that NAU is just... they're on, the golden pathway to a victory, because I just don't think that they're quite there. And it wouldn't surprise me at all, much like it didn't surprise me when that flawless round happened, if Platteville delivers, a stunning blow back the opposite direction on the round we just jumped out of.
That also wouldn't surprise me one bit. Like, I kind of jinxed myself. I said, like, I'm not going to make predictions, and then I'm like, yeah, this is clearly... Platteville's gonna lose. Like, that's gonna be jinxed. But who knows at this point? Like, I shouldn't... I've said a lot of words tonight, Corvec. A lot of them have been... That is our job. That is our jobs. A lot of them have been incorrect predictions, I think, at that point.
Prognostication That's a
Yeah.
difficult art. You don't get it right most of the time, and don't let your Miss Cleo tip lines and stuff fool you. There's nobody that can predict the future 100% of the time. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Lord knows I make enough predictions of my own that don't turn out to be true. But we are back in the match. NAU with a slight advantage here on the overall round score, trying to just shut this down and walk away with a very hard fought victory. And let's be honest here, Light Rose, Platteville's fate is entirely in their own hands right there. Nobody is going to determine whether or not Platteville can win this round but Platteville.
That is very true. I think you'd say that of NAU as well. Like the fate of these teams are in each other's hands. How they communicate with each other, what they intend to do, and how they intend to do it is going to be the #1 question on all our minds. But
That's a good question.
you were just this hasn't left my mind, but you were talking about hot earlier. Did you know there's a volcano erupting in Hawaii?
No, I didn't know that actually. Don't they erupt all the time there?
I don't know. But this is like apparently like a big one.
Uh-oh.
Like, yeah, like it's created some really cool pictures, but I don't know. It's pretty cool, and there's like rivers of lava. It's kind of freaky,
intense.
but kind of cool. Yeah, it's Mauna Loa.
Yeah. NECC streams. You show up for the siege, you stay for the volcano info. It's
the biggest eruption in 50 years.
Wow. Alrighty. I don't have enough room in the existential dread tank to worry about potential horrifying things like that, but that's good to know. I mean, I'll actually go look that up because that's fascinating. And somebody out there's got to be live streaming it. And well, I'm waiting to see here on the map if we're going to see an eruption from one of these two teams where, for the first time in 4 rounds, they're just going to suddenly pop off and dominance will be reasserted. It's not starting for NAU because that is ugly. Locke just steps up, annihilates EC3, swaps the gun sight over, and puts Potato in the microwave as well.
Well, Locke, he had a little bit of a sleeper map in between the two, but I mean, I believe he has over 10 in this map combined within the rehost, so you mentioned, I mean, Platteville, they come back swinging. It's exactly what happens. I guess if you speak it, it will not come true, at least when it comes to me. Locke is going to fall to Biscuit's gun, but the reload just catches him in the end. So a 1v4 will have to be completed with the UMP, a less than favorable gun. And just like that, we're all back on equal footing because of course we are. Quarterback?
Because of course we are. It's just been the nature of the round. Punch, counter punch, jab, counter jab, just back and forward right there, slamming each other into the pavement again and again and again. And just when we thought maybe NAU was going to start, re-earning their advantage and walking this one in, they're not able to find it. Like, they just can't pick it up. So you go to now the tertiary bomb site. NAU, we haven't seen them we haven't seen them play this one yet, but I will say Platteville played down here at the start, and they actually looked pretty confident on this site. And I feel like, as a rule of thumb, if you're willing to pick the tertiary bomb site as your initial defense, you probably have a pretty good idea of how you attack it as well. So I think this is a pretty good opportunity here for Platteville to actually take the lead back. And it's getting to the point now where I think both of them are, I don't even think mental is actually that much of a factor anymore. Like, I think these two sides are pretty much locked in the death struggle right now. And it would not be out of the realm of possibility for this to go to overtime, because I just don't see either of them setting up a, decisive victory, knockout punch.
Yeah, there is. It's a lot of, if you ever played Wii Boxing, it's like when you're constantly dealing with your opponent, you'll always knock them down and get back up, and it is the most tiring 5 minutes you'll ever have. Your arms are gonna be tired from swinging that Wii remote and that nunchuck around. I guess this could apply to like regular boxing, but we're gamers, so clearly the only boxing I've ever done is Wii Sports boxing.
Yeah, it'll tuck you out. It's tiring. I mean, it's tiring for these guys as well. I'm sure that they're at the edge of like, you know, being pretty tuckered out here. But I just think that they seem to have fallen into that state where neither one of them is really going to break here in this setup. Potato now creeping up the stairs looking for some sort of opening, does actually have two enemy players walking towards him. It's Frosty. Frosty looking at the feet, somehow picks up the kill, wins the reflex battle against Potato right there. And a bad start for NAU. I've said it before, the first kill so often determines the tenor of the round, and Potato is struggling here across this map, has not been able to find their level.
Yeah, ever since Rios, I mean, they've definitely been struggling, but you still have the Goyo canisters, which are a passive gadget. You can destroy them, and they're still going to burn hot fire all over the floor. And if NAU, if they can manage their time correctly, they could still get massive value out of those. Is Biscuit all the way over in bike storage? He's gonna hide, not be able to take out Frost, who just hops right in. It's a 5v3. Platteville are a couple of kills away from regaining the lead that they've kind of lost in this map, but now EC3 just looking the wrong direction. Maybe the Goyo canister could have made the difference in the end. Now is the time where fire needs to go on the ground, because it could be the only difference between victory and defeat. Clone has to get a 1v4 with really a lot of time for Platteville to make some damage work. There isn't a good range for Clone to make the Mossberg sing. So Platteville now up 5-4. And now here comes NAU ready to swing back.
Yeah, that pendulum has got to keep going here for NAU. They got to find a way to jump back into it. It was not a good round for them. I think a lot of the communication issues that we had talked about, just when it looked like NAU was starting to hit their stride, those came back into play right there, just a little discombobulated. Like, no operator really felt like they were in a particularly good position. They didn't really seem to be working together. And Platteville kind of just saw that opening and drove a Mack truck through, right? They picked up on that weakness. They divided and conquered the NAU side, and NAU can't allow that to happen again. Remember, the defender has a significant advantage on Villa. They need to be working together to entrap and bring down these Platt team members. They need to find the crossfires. They need to find the kind of death zones. We know that NAU is capable of that because we saw them do it on Clubhouse. They just don't have a lot of runway here on Villa to sort of figure that out all over again like they did on Club.
There's no time left. We're getting to the end. If NAU wins this round, we will be guaranteed a max regulation, and we'll get dangerously close to max overtime. Frosty has awoken since the rehost. 5 kills so far, not intending on stopping anytime soon. They really want to cement Platteville's victory in this very map, and it starts with making sure that the roamers, which really caused the attack to have a lot of headaches, don't exist. And I think that is a good priority to start with.
Yeah, I agree. And they've given up a lot of map control here, like hard map control. They've got Potato on the roam, who could be a significant problem in the backside, but like, you already lost Biscuit and it's not even been a minute into the round. So Potato is well positioned here to cause some significant issues, but they have to have Potato secure kills. Like, he has to turn this into something, because the amount of territory that they've been forced to surrender. I mean, look at where Platteville is. They're already up to elbow. They're knocking on the door of the bomb site. Donut, you cannot die there. You are far too valuable. Thankfully, EC3 is able to pick up a kill on Jet Ray. Oh, but Donut goes down. Potato comes to naught, and Platteville are starting to see the golden ticket here laid out in front of them.
And EC3 having a good angle. Unfortunately, that is not a real person, so the angle that he was able to hold with is going to be revealed and will not have the staying power. Clone up on the main stairs is going to have his own battles, while EC3 is really just trying to deter everybody on the side of Platteville. These no damage, and I think that might have been an Ash charge thrown through the drone hull, as EC3 still has 3 smoke canisters able to use, not choosing to actually utilize any of them yet. I think he's maybe saving them for the post one. He pushes out, gets rid of the Ash, and just like that, Corbeck, it's a 2v2. Platteville, the advantage they once had, completely gone. And, well, EC3, someone give this man a pat on the back for what he's been able to do in this round, because now it's really all on Robo's shoulders, because, of course, this round swings all the way back in NAU's favor. Nothing can be written on the wall. Everything has to be as close as it can, and EC3 now going to use those final smoke canisters should cement this victory for NAU. Just one more bullet, and there it is, the ace for EC3. Brings it all the way back. It's all the way of, it's reminiscent of Bubba's, isn't it?
In a way, yeah, not quite as chaotic as Bubba's. That felt more calculated. Great play from EC3, who honestly has been, I will say, consistent throughout most of the match, but never, I would say, making the big plays, right? That's the biggest play we've seen out of EC3, and it comes at an absolutely critical moment for the team. You needed that ace, and I mean, the momentum shift is just back and forth, back and forth. A timeout now coming down the pipe here. A bit of a hold for a second. They can collect themselves after that and hop back into the fight. Round 11, and I'll be honest with you, I think this could very easily end up in an overtime match here. I think we could go all the way to regulation. Part of me thinks that a 7-5 is possible, that one of these teams will just kind of get that nose out ahead and finish it off here, Light Rose. But looking at the way that these maps have gone, it just seems like every round, one team or another is finding a slight advantage and just prying it open until they get the win.
No, I mean, I figured that we were going to overtime at round 4. Like, I knew that, in all honesty, that's where we were headed, just because of what we've seen before us, how these two teams were really gearing up for how back and forth those first couple rounds was. It just seemed like it was the inevitable end. So I would say that, it might be the last 2 rounds. We're probably guaranteed at least 4, if not 5 more rounds. So stay seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was your timeout right there. You gotta get a drink or whatever it is. More caffeine to keep you up here. Looking at the NAU defensive side, this is actually a pretty interesting setup for trophies. So you've got the Azami and you've got the Castle, both of which functionally redesign sites, right? They restructure pathways, they restructure cover, and then you have the Legion mixed in here. So always a decent operator to have in a lineup. He's never bad. He's often not the best. And I'm almost surprised that they didn't kind of bring maybe a Pulse or Valkyrie, who is available and on the board, to give them the edge. It's been something that consistently NAU has placed less priority on intelligence. They seem to rely a little bit more on just kind of gun skill, right? Like their ability to win gunfights. And I think some of the rounds that they've lost, it's largely because of that gap and their gun skill not being able to pay the dividends that they need to in order to kind of make up for that lack of intelligence.
Yeah. Some explosions happening. You're seeing jets, frag grenades fly through. You're seeing some bulletproofs giving off information as... Sorry, a yawn. A yawn caught me in the middle of me talking about how Frosty, who it was a killer in some of these previous rounds. He's going to be the first death. And you've talked about how the opening death is very indicative of which way the actual round is going to fall. It wasn't true in the previous one, but we could really correct the course in this one as now, well, Platteville, they get an advantage. They confirm the kill into Clone. I mean, I think just like a shred of his helmet was potentially showing, but EC3, he's getting one. He had an ace in the previous round. He would have to get a quad in this one, and that's in saying that Donut doesn't happen, and Donut now has to get a 3K. So Platteville, I mean, I'm calling it back and forth. At the end of it, Donut has to get a 1v3 to stop Platteville from getting to map point. Will it happen?
Will it happen? Donut gets one. That's building up. Bubba's down. That UMP 45, it fires slow, but those are fat man-stopper rounds in that gun. You see the kick out now. The attempted split. Robo trying to apply the pressure. Flash grenades everywhere. There's nothing Donut can do. And a valiant effort just fades into an endless white right there as those stun grenades go off and the rest of the team comes in to shut it down. And Platteville, round 12, match point. Will NAU be able to keep their lifeline going, Light Rose? That's the question.
We're almost near the end. we're like, we see the end of the horizon, and yet it doesn't feel tangible that something has to happen. NAU will obviously not go down without a massive fart or a massive individual play that takes us into overtime, because that is really what tonight has been. It's really what we've seen from these two teams, is that whenever you can count them out, that's when somebody just activates their sleeper trigger or something. I don't know what is inside of these players' bloods, but you can just always expect the unexpected with them.
I mean, looking at the lineup here, they do actually bring the Valkyrie that time. I think it's, better late than never here on the Valk to give them that edge, and I think they will take full advantage of that. No Azami this time, so only the castle here for site restructuring. They need to be, I think, the way that they're placing these black eyes, to me, implies that they have to get a lot of kills on the early stages of this map, right? Before the defensive lines get really tight. And you can see how much they've spaced themselves out here, Light Rose. It's because they're looking for those opportunities, those early kills with a nitro cell shooting up through the floor, whatever it's going to be. They basically chose to go for a press defense offense here on Trophy. They're going to get a hyper aggressive and try and punch their ticket for overtime.
Yeah, and nobody has really made a dent yet in this round. I mean, you have a C4 gone on the side of NAU. Platteville have still yet to actually use some of their utility. It's really just about clearing a lot of these roamers, and it's just silent so far. I think Platteville are really headed towards that master bedroom area. And NAU know that. You can see, or at least we can see, through the fact that the vision, that they're all headed over there. And Jet really grips off EC3's head. Maybe Clone will follow, but he survives for now. Barely scrapes by as another frag grenade just goes right in front of him. So now, NAU, they are really on the back of it. Now, with 2 players gone, will this be the end of NAU? They won the second map. They put up a fight here, but it seems like it could be the end.
End of the road here, I think, for NAU. 2 players left versus 5. Donut won't give up the ghost that easily. Takes down Frosty, but they just drop Potato. It's Donut in a 1v4. Can he muster the magic needed to get an ace and clutch the round for overtime? His health is nearly gone. The plant is going down. Castle backing up, reloading. He's getting droned. And the members of PLA, like hungry wolves, slowly closing in on the lone defender. They're going to wait it out. Donut steps out of cover, and Platteville will take the win at the end of a grueling 3-map set.
Oh my goodness. It finally is between these two teams. It seemed like an endless war. Finally, the bullets rest, and the teams can agree that, well, at the end of it all, Platteville walked away with a victory. It was a slog for some of these players, and at the end of it, you can say that some individual players really did make the difference. On the side of Platteville, Locke is the first person that comes to mind.
Absolutely crazy one, Light Rose. We saw the highest highs, we saw the lowest lows in this match. This was back and forth the entire time. Absolutely love to see it. Big congratulations to Platteville for pulling out the win. I mean, I got to give credit to NAU as well. They put up a hell of a fight here tonight. They were so close to gripping that one back, but they will not. So Platteville will advance here in the NECC playoffs. But that's going to do it here for us tonight on the broadcast. It's been an absolute rip roar of a time. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been Corbeck. This has been Light Rose. Much credit to our observer and our producer behind the scenes making all of this happen. Of course, from all of us here at NECC, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.